No surrender and no retreat. It's time to give a little more, never regret it. There ain't no surrender and no retreat. I'm still inside, but the world is ending. I give my life for you. Just one more minute to keep this together. One more second till it's gone forever. So I'm still in time for you. When the tides are racing and they pull you deep, and the doors of mercy are hard to reach. You gotta give a little more, never forget it. There ain't no surrender and no retreat. I'm still inside, but the world is ending. I give my life for you. Just one more minute to keep this together. One more second till it's gone forever. I give my life for you. Just one more minute to keep this together. One more second till it's gone forever. I'm still in time for you.
Welcome to the Lexus US Open of surfing. It's the Huntington Longboard Classic.
Show your love for the people when they come, when they go. Meet your next generation and the next episode. Call me on the
Check the footwork, Strider.
Look at the rail work right there. When he gets back, leans into it, great work.
How can I supply? Don't remind, just record.
Gaining fans in front of us. Takenoi on to the round of 16.
Let me tell you what I feel like. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like.
I've been lost in the moment, I've been spending my days. I've been listening to the ocean and the breaking of the waves. What once was a remedy, now fades away. Dim the lights, turn the music, microphone and the stage. Back to the rhythm, now we back, yeah, we grooving. Everybody's getting down and everybody's moving. Rhymes are a sign of the times that we use it. Loving the life you live, live the life that you choose it.
Goes straight to the nose. 5, 10. Soul arch. Hands above the shoulders on this one. Trying to give it everything he's got. Maybe his best wave yet.
This is a dance done from north to south. This is a dance done from north to south.
Chase planted on the nose, extended nose ride for Chase leader.
Love my girlie, love
Police Caliopata, the favorite in this event. She will not be going back to back.
I'm unreal. When I'm on the microphone, we get real. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like.
And it's finals day for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Rachel, that's a long 5 there. Takes the midline of the wave. Power carve, expressive there.
So nice to get to be here.
J.R. Esquievel, the winner of the last heat. His competitor, Richie, didn't want a bar of it.
Gets that nose right from behind the section and then throws it into the 10 and holds it. And he just holds it, continues to hold it, and that's that critical section there.
Kyle Flint's is clapping his opponent. He's given up.
Chase leader on the hotline bling right there.
Wow, that was a great answer back. Oh, they don't give it to him.
Jess comes under.
Scores getting locked in right now. It is not enough. Sophia doesn't move forward. Sole Errico moves into the final. We're seeing her come up against Rachel Tilley.
And Taylor Jensen will be meeting J.R. Esquievel in our men's final.
She feels it, and that emotion of winning one of the most prestigious awards has just become a reality.
Congratulations to Rachel Tilley.
Dominant performance every single heat. Family on the beach, excited for the three-time world champ, Taylor Jensen, our men's champion.
Honestly, the hardest part of this was to match the beginning of the wave when I was landing at a really high speed. And honestly, to do that, I went before to the wave and talked to the engineer. So I did the timing since when the engineer pressed the button in order to the foil start moving or the sequence of the wave start, until the wave was really properly a wave. So from that gap, it was 50 seconds from when he pushed the bottom until the wave is on the, probably I think it was the white flag. So when you catch the wave, those are 50 seconds. So what I did is I always do the same pattern with my parachute and my sky surf. So I end up realizing that I was always at 2,200 feet. So what I have here, it was the same what I have now, but in my chest, I have a communication system that it was straight to the engineer. So when my altimeter shows 2,200 feet, I was always saying, wave, and then they press the button, and then I do the same pattern all the time, and I was able to catch the wave. So it's way more complicated. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I was ahead or behind 1 second, and it kind of like, make it a little bit difficult, but good thing we did the right work and the right homework and the math, and it worked.
Buenos dias and welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, day 3 of competition. A long right-hand point break, and it's firing. The perfect day to help decide who will make it to the Malibu finals. Police play Opa. High-speed section through to the inside. Little airdrop there, adding to the excitement. Honolulu, 3-time world champion, and there's why.
Superior performance by Zoe Gropiron. How was the composure right there?
Rachel Tilley hanging all 10 toes over. Soul arch her way down the line. Maria Fernanda Reyes. Chloe Kalman now, doing Chloe Kalman things, always so stylish.
Chloe Modon securing her spot, World Longboard Championships.
The surfer from Waikiki, Kaniela Stewart, is just so amazing. Gotta love the feeling of just finishing the wave like that.
Kevin Scavana up and riding, toes on the nose, into the 10.
The goofy footer from Southern California. The no leash again, all the way back right there.
That was radical.
Strong nose riding right there for Takayama.
Kai Salas.
Beautiful roundhouse there on John Michael Van Hohenstein. Gets a 5 and a 10, standing tall.
Quarterfinals in the water now. Kaniela Stewart.
Whoa, what a killer 10 again, once again.
Kaniela Stewart, our first semi-finalist, is set. It is truly becoming an underdog story here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. The Skin Dogs celebration begins.
Surf City El Salvador, for the first time ever, hosting a World Longboard Tour event at one of their premier waves. El Sunsal has been delivering for the first 3 days of competition.
We are in Surf City where the waves always seem to be pumping, so we're on.
Starting with quarterfinals for the women, Kalis Kaleopa'a, straight to the nose right there, the surfer from Waikiki. Uses the rail well there. Such a beautiful style. That was a sick fade. Honolulu Bloomfield, the 3-time world champion. That's a strong 5 right there. Great nose ride for Hono. Now Soleil up and riding. Brings the rail down and just loses control. Wow, she was wearing a leash. Rachel Tilley. Wow, both 10 right there.
Sophia Colhane.
Oh! Connie Tsunami on the outside. Have a look at this. Perched up on the nose. This guy has a license to chill. John Michael Van Hohenstein is just absolutely putting on a clinic right now. And he is moving through into his first final ever. An all-Hawaiian battle in semi-final number 1 for the women.
Elise Kaleopa'a going against Honolulu Bloomfield. Beauty of a right-hander.
Check out how velvet smooth this goofy footer is.
Elise Kaleopa'a is a finalist. Sophia Colhane.
It will be an all-Waikiki affair. Nice to see these two gentlemen paddle out there.
With priority straight to the nose. Classic Soul Arch hang 10.
Kaniela Stewart takes out the men's division, the number 1 seed heading into Malibu.
Longboard enthusiasts, Waikiki represent. Give it up for the teenager, Sophia Colhane, coming through with a victory at the last stop.
Oh, man, check out this miracle in the Middle East. It is the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. This is the preview show, and this is a state-of-the-art wave facility here in Abu Dhabi. An incredible spot, incredible hosting here, and we got an incredible squad here for the preview show. Matt Chinoski, Sam Bleakley. Sam, so excited to be here. Stop number 3. I mean, we're breaking barriers here. We're setting history. This is the first ever professional surf contest in the UAE.
Absolutely. Classic style meets innovation in the desert. This will become a bucket list spot for all surfers around the world, and it's a joy to be here.
Amazing. We've had a chance to sample the facility. We've seen the warm-up sessions. Matt, it's an amazing facility.
Yeah, they've really rolled out the red carpet for us here. The longboarders are feeling incredibly privileged to be here. They know history is in the making. The waves are pumping, and it's guaranteed that these surfers are going to score, and that's always a good feeling.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our schedule. This is stop number 3 on the World Longboard Tour. Remember, top 8 men, top 8 women. They're going to be vying for a world title there at Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. But first, we got to get some qualification done here in Abu Dhabi, Sam.
Absolutely. We got 4 spots remaining for the men. We got 4 surfers already guaranteed that spot in El Salvador. We've got 5 spots remaining for the women. So the stakes are high. A winner here can make it all the way to those grand finals in El Salvador.
Yeah, so many things. And you know what? The fine-tuning and getting used to this wave system, Matt, has been really what's been on the schedule for the last couple of days. Let's take a look at some of the practice sessions that have gone down so far in the basin.
You see here, this is Chloe Coleman, who got things started there, and they've all had their warm-up waves, and this one would have been about the 6th warm-up wave for Chloe, and Alice Lemoyne behind her, one of the standouts. Definitely some of these surfers going down in the earlier practice sessions, but as you see, as they started to warm up, Honolulu Bloomfield, who was the champ in 2021 at the Surf Ranch, and Khalees Kaliopata, smooth as always, but not without some wipeouts as well, Sam.
Yeah, well, they've all had 8 waves, so everybody's improved day by day, but the level of stoke emanating from the surfers here has been incredible. And just follow them on Instagram and you can see this really has been a great canvas. And this point break setting, great opportunity for the nose rides combined with the turns and some tube sections.
Taking a look at our event format here, we're going to open up with 3 surfer heats. First advances into the quarterfinals. Second takes the equal 9th. Third takes the equal 17th. And Matt, surfers are going to get a couple tries at the left and the right for their heat total.
Yeah, and cutthroat. So just the winner moving forward, and that's something that we're not used to seeing. Usually it's that 50% progression that we see, but these surfers, the pressure is really starting to boil for these surfers, but they're stoked to be here.
But great new format, entertainment, 3 days compressed. Of course, that first round's going to be cutthroat, but the fact that we go to those surfer-on-surfer quarterfinals, semifinals is going to be super exciting.
One thing we know, Sam, is that the waves are perfect. Let's introduce another member of our broadcast team, AJ McCord. She's out on the surfer's deck.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, why not go straight to the source here, Tony? You've had a few days to get ready here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Tell me about your experience so far.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, the opportunity to be able to set up for the barrel section and have some nice nose riding and be real versatile and have some nice rail turns and keep that continuous flow. It's going to be really an interesting event. I feel like everybody here has had 8 waves and we're all excited and we're ready to start off the event.
Well, and we know in a place like this, 8 waves is incredible. But in terms of preparing for how you're going to compete, how confident do you feel in the line that you're setting, or are you going to go out and feel it out?
Yeah, I'm going to go out there and just give it my best shot. And it's been a lot of preparation of finding the right board and your wax, the texture, how hot it is out, staying hydrated. But overall, the most important thing is having fun.
Well, we cannot wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so, I mean, really, that's going to be the mindset coming in, Matt, is the surfers know what's coming their way. Now, that would, on the table, think that this should be easy, but actually there's an added pressure mentally because you only get 2 chances.
Yeah, and some of those surfers are really going to thrive under the microscope. There's real technicians on this Longboard World Tour, as we've seen them in the smoother, cleaner conditions, but maybe their wave IQ at some spots like Bells and Huntington being a beach break has been off, but here they could go from almost last to first. And that's the exciting thing about this format as well.
Yeah, and listening there to Tony, he's going to be coming up against Frenchman Edouard Del Pero, who took the win the last time these surfers got the opportunity to compete in Lemoore, California on this Kelly Slater technology.
Yeah. Del Pero is going to be one to look out for. We're making history here in Abu Dhabi, but we kick this thing off with never been done before. I'm talking about Sebastian Alvarez, Red Bull skydiver, Chilean surfer. The way he entered the water here has never been done before. You got to check this out.
Honestly, the hardest part of this was to match the beginning of the wave when I was landing at a really high speed. And honestly, to do that, I went before to the wave and talked to the engineer. So I did the timing since when the engineer pressed the bottom in order to the foil start moving or the sequence of the wave start until the wave was really properly a wave. So from that gap, it was 50 seconds from when he pushed the bottom until the wave is on the, probably I think it was the white flag. So when you catch the wave, those are 50 seconds. So what I did is I always do the same pattern with my parachute and my sky surf. So I end up realizing that I was always at 2,200 feet. So what I have here, it was the same what I have now, but in my chest, I have a communication system that it was straight to the engineer. So when my altimeter shows 2,200 feet, I was always saying, wave. And then they press the bottom, and then I do the same pattern all the time, and I was able to catch the wave. So it's way more complicated. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I was ahead or behind 1 second, and it kind of like make it a little bit difficult, but good thing we did the right work and the right homework and the math, and it worked.
Seba, that was incredible, managing his velocity and having to manage that synchronicity, Sam, to pull this off. What a feat.
Talk about right on time. And that's something so interesting moving into this event. The surfers know when their wave is coming, and that puts that extra level of anticipation and anxiety, and it really has a lot of pressure on the surfers.
Oh yeah, the heartbeat starts fluttering as soon as you get that countdown here at the wave. But we got more on the way. We're going to talk about some of our top seeds when we return to the preview show here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Abu Dhabi. Welcome back to the preview show for the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. Taking a look at today's schedule. We have it all timed. There's a play clock here for all of the heats. We're going to be starting at 2:03 local time with heat number 1. Kaniela Stewart, chase leader, and Nacho Pignataro, along with Matt Shanowski and Sam Bleakley. And the schedule is set in stone. So we're going to go through 8 heats of that men's opening round today, Matt.
Yeah, some exciting heat matchups. I can't wait for pretty much every matchup, but the Tony Silvani, Kai Hamasi, Edouard Delpero is one that I'm looking at. Edouard won at the Surf Ranch, but Kai Hamasi, really haven't seen him come into his own. I feel like this could be his breakout event.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of the youngsters. Chase Leader, he's been looking fresh, but Kevin Skavana has been really icy smooth, cool. The goofy footer, I feel as if there's a little bit of magic to the left here, and will it be an opportunity for the goofy footers to shine?
I agree with you on seeing what Kevin's been able to do so far. Just as a note, we're going to have a break between heat number 4 and heat number 5 in this opening round of competition. Coming into this event, Matt, though, there's a guy that's been unbeaten in 2024. I'm talking about Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, he's been on an absolute tear throughout the event, and we saw him just lift to a new level at Bells Beach. And I tell you what, at Huntington, he's almost unbeatable on any given day. But when you see him out there against his competitors, he's just on another level.
Here's our scenarios right here, Sam. Like you said, we already have 4 spots of the 8 spots taken for the men.
Yeah, no pressure for TJ, the big man, going for his 4th world title, but also an opportunity for JR Esquievel, Skin Dog Ben Skinner, and John Michael Van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper, to move up the rankings and have a higher seed for that winner-takes-all 2024 world titles in El Salvador.
Yeah, it's been a year for Taylor Jensen. The big man was very versatile, coming from the cold waters of Bells Beach for a win, and then to the beach break conditions here, Matt, at Huntington Beach for his 2nd win in 2024, going back-to-back.
Yeah, and it's hard to really put the finger on why he didn't progress any further in the world title rankings in previous years, because his surfing has really been on point. But I think he's just looking fresh, he's looking relaxed. His combination of the rail turns, the footwork, and I think the waves have been really conducive to Taylor's size. So it'd be good to see him here at the Surf Ranch with no pressure.
And over his career, versatility has been a hallmark of Taylor's surfing. He's a great all-rounder, all conditions, all boards, riding this 9.6 singleton model that he's developed with Stu Kenson, and that really has inspired him to go for that 4th world title.
I'm telling you right now that, someone like Taylor, even though he doesn't need a win here, he's going to be ultra dangerous, because the way he's able to throw around his board and on this perfect canvas here, he's got to be one of the favorites, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just, you'll see in the event and in the warm-up waves, there's a couple little kinks there, a little bit of wind can get into it as well. So there is elements of the ocean out there. And Taylor, he'll be able to manhandle that board around with his extra weight and his control. So it'll be interesting to see how he reacts against some of the smaller, more petite surfers in the tour.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of board design starts to shine. Those surfers with more reactive, pulled-in, speedier shapes versus those surfers riding perhaps slower boards. But we've seen all kinds of boards looking good so far. So for me, what's really interesting is the fact we're counting the left and we're counting the right. So those 4 rides for the round, the top left and the top right. So you've really got to do it both ways to really stand a chance of staying in the event.
Yeah, so well, we talked about the men. Now it's time to talk about the ladies. We talk about the women, and we have 3 spots there in the scenarios already sewn up. Matt, here is our scenarios for the women. 5 spots open here to be taken in Abu Dhabi, but we're going to see Soleil Erico, Rachel Tilley, and Natsumi Taoka in El Salvador.
Yeah, 2 names that we don't see at that upper end of the rankings very often. And Soleil, not here at the moment, but Rachel, she's been looking good in the free surfs, and Natsumi always got to be up there.
Yeah, big shout out to Soleil. She's just got a mild minor knee injury, so she's pretty confident she's going to be there in El Salvador. She didn't want to miss this event, but Rachel Tilley and Natsumi Taoka, they have an opportunity to get that 1st or 2nd seed with a big win here.
Yeah, that's right. We know that Soleil will either be the number 1 or number 2 seed going into El Salvador. We got so many scenarios to talk about, and we want to talk about a 3-time world champ who has not got her invite yet to El Salvador, but she could be on her way. I'm talking about Honolua Bloomfield. Look at her performance here, Matt. This was in 2021 at the Surf Ranch. Honolua was magic in Lemoore.
And it's really interesting because Honolua, whose wave IQ, it just stands out. She's a natural in the ocean, and she adapts so well to the wave pool. That switch barrel, that set the longboard world on fire, and that made huge news around the world.
Best basin longboard wave of all time. I mean, that went viral, that clip. The switch stunts, barrel, the hang tens, she was absolutely incredible.
Now, I think one thing we can say about a wave system is the more reps you have at it, because it's the same wave, the more chances you have to elevate your performance. We look at Honolua Bloomfield. She's certainly one of the surfers in the field who's had ridden the most basically KS waves out of the women's on the women's side.
Absolutely, and that's why she felt comfortable to go into that switch stance in the final as well. And throughout the free surf, she's actually been playing with that switch as well. She's on a new board though, something she hasn't actually ridden in the ocean. So testing that here, there's a couple of things that she's been working on, so it'll be interesting to see how she adapts.
And Sam, I think that brings up an interesting point when we talk about Lemora and the KS Waveco there, and this KS Waveco technology over here. Lemora, freshwater. This is actually saltwater in this basin.
Yeah, so there's that feel of being in the ocean, a little more connectivity, a little difference in buoyancy in boards. But the unique offering with this hydrofoil system is that the wave energy doesn't dissipate. So tempo on the ride, you don't have to do it all at the beginning. You really have to make that whole ride count. It has a full point break feel.
And Point Break is the setting that is going to be the playing field at Surf Abu Dhabi. Let's take a look at our opening heat for the men's opening round. Remember, only first place moves on. Chase leader. Looks like he's ready, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. He's full of motivation. He doesn't hide his passion as well. Wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's what we love about Chase. He was out to a roaring third place, a career best finish there at Huntington, and he'll be taking on Nacho, who hasn't really shined this year, and he's been looking good in the free surf though as well.
Great boards on display. We've got the Neco Cabone New Advance from Brazil, Sao Paulo, under the feet of the Uruguayan. We've got the Michael Takeyamas under the feet of Chase Leader, and of course Kaniela Stewart, riding board shaped by our reigning world champion Kai Salas from Hawaii.
Yeah, that's right. Kaniela Stewart, the top seed as we looked at our opening round heat number 1. Hawaii, USA, and Uruguay all represented in this three-man heat, man.
Yeah, can't wait for that. And that is a credit to the regional qualifying series, seeing those 3 countries represented. And I'd love to see it here, and it's going to be a great show.
Anticipating a start. It's 2:02 local time. 2:03 is when the first wave is going to roll through. And it will be Nacho on that first right. The anticipation as the clock starts to tick down, Matt.
Yeah, and Nacho comes into this as the third seed, the lower seed in this, chasing that middle seed, and Kaniela the top seed, so he'll get to take off after we get to see what the bar has been set at by Nacho and Chase. So a bit of pressure there on Nacho to kick things off.
Again, a reminder for the format. 2 rights surfed by each surfer, 2 lefts surfed by each surfer. Top left, top right will equal your heat total.
You see them lining up there against the fence. That's crucial. You'll see where Nacho, he'll get a countdown for when this wave starts to tick down, and he'll line himself up. Most of them, there's a flag indication that we'll talk about. You can see Nacho in the middle of the screen there against the fence. And right there, the wave will just get pushed up into a bowl, and he'll take off and fade into the wave ever so slightly.
Crystal clear water. You can see the bathymetry that creates this concrete bottom here. A lot of studying going through to make this perfect wave. And the foil is revved up. Here comes a right on the way for Nacho.
You see him paddling sort of on a 45-degree angle into it. So he's going to try and link up to it here. So then he's going straight on this one. A little bit of an angle.
Couple of steps up to the nose, gets a 5 here, trimming the high line. Opening session for Nacho, resetting his stance, little mid-board turn, looking for a bit of a barrel, trying to stall there. We're just gonna call that a pit ride. Back up to tap of 5, feeling this wave out, Matt.
Good tempo at the moment. You can see him lining up here. He's made it through the hollow section. It starts to bowl up about now. Looks like he's going to stay on his feet. But right here, there's a little clampy section. He gets around it. Yesterday in the free surfs, he was unable to stay on his board. But in this one, that'll be a completed wave. That's the first wave of this iconic event, Kaipo.
All right, so the opening score is going to set the table, if you would, as far as the numbers coming through, and we're going to see where the opening right for Nacho comes through. Take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, so the judges will be looking at those critical nose rides, making sure they're not too far out ahead of the whitewash. There it sucks out. He doesn't quite get the barrel. He's in the critical section, and the judges will be deeming the barrels and judging them if they're critical and if they're completely covered up. But in this case, Nacho holding a nice clean line, linking with the footwork, stable surfing. exactly how he would have wished to kick off this heat. You see him working his way through, his eyes facing forward. Does a lot of work in the gym and at home, and this is the type of wave where your body IQ and your board IQ can really work in sync.
Setting up for the left, which is coming up, and he's a little bit off the green flag. The green flag is just, you know, I would say the civilian takeoff there for the left, so he's a little bit further up. He's going to have a little bit more distance on the left-hander. Still waiting for that score on the right.
Great shot of the flags there. You can see, yeah, he's right there in between the green and the white. And what that'll mean is the wave is a little tricky to take off the further out you are. It doesn't have as much form. It is possible to take off out there. See him moving off the fence.
Yeah. So 4.5 for the opening right for Nacho. And the scale set, so just a mid-range ride there, Matt.
Yeah, completed though, and that at least will set the precedent for what he's got ahead, and those other surfers will go, okay, that's what we need to get as a base. And as famous Skip Fry said, if you can get a set wave, you can bottom turn, stay in the critical part of the section and kick out, you're going to get a 4-point ride.
Well, every wave's a set wave here.
That's it.
There's no in-betweeners, and that is also one of the challenges of this particular venue is you only get 2 times up. Nacho's going to be on the forehand now as the foil will start pulling through here, setting up for the left.
It was interesting coming into the event. A lot of people talking about boards, just wondering what's going to work, being the salt water as opposed to fresh water or chlorinated water. And Nacho opting for that Eco Carboni nose rider. It's a board he's had throughout the season. Super stable. You can see the wide platform nose there, creating stability when he's up on the tip. But the downside of that is your swing rate is decreased. You've got a heavy board and a little slower through turns, but more stable in the nose rides.
Here comes the left. Forehand for Nacho. Sets up for a nice 5. And this left starts off a little bit slow, but then it'll have this mid-wave run section, and here comes the run section in the barrel, and that one's going to run away for Nacho.
Wow, fully slotted there for a moment, but unable to make that one out. That one really raced ahead as well. He did a little cut down, wiped off a bit of speed. Look forward to seeing the replay on that one so we can dissect what went wrong on that wave, but a good lead up to that. See him lining up this one, shuffles forward, so he's in the right spot. He gets a great line, just the nose of that board. That wave clamped a little bit, the nose, the big wide nose, getting clamped by the lip. You can see him shuffle forward, great technique, good style, but here the whitewash just breaking on the board. He gets through that first section and goes to the low line there, kind of clamped a little bit. Yep, and the nose just getting clipped by the whitewash, and he goes down. It's all too common for riding a barrel on a longboard.
And here's the reaction right there. So he's going to have some pressure for him on the left-hander. He's going to get one more try at that left. He got a 2-point ride. He's definitely going to want to improve upon that. And next up is going to be Chase Leader. Here's Chase, 19-year-old out of New York, coming off a semifinal finish at stop number 2 in Huntington Beach. This young man has a huge future ahead of him, very talented surfer. And again, let's take a look at our format as we have Chase up for the right. Again, 2 rights, 2 lefts, best right and left to make up your heat total, Matt.
Yeah, super exciting. And I mean, this is the first time we've seen this wave broadcasted. This is the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, making history, and Chase, he's going to be all about it. He's someone who thrives under pressure. We saw him there at the US Open, and I think if he can get that man-on-man, the head-to-head heats, he is going to thrive. But he's got his work cut out for him in this. He's got Kaniela coming up next, and Nacho will have another crack as we circle around to our other surfers.
Just looking at this facility is absolutely beautiful. Modon development is here in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, developing vibrant communities. This is unique hospitality, top-end hospitality at this location. And the lifestyle experience, and of course the world-class sport facilities that all are coming to this island here. This is the sporting island. We got everything from F1 to UFC to skateboarding. The velodrome's getting developed, and this KS Waveco technology, which is the biggest basin so far as a wave facility.
It's phenomenal, as we said before. They really rolled out the red carpet. The quality, the hospitality, the service is second to none, and these surfers are relishing with this opportunity. And Chase, he's amped up. You just love the passion that Chase shows out of Montauk, New York. Everyone will be tuning in right now, and be incredibly late there for those fans. And here it goes, fires up, he's ready to go.
Yep. Early morning in New York, all the fans are watching. Here comes a right for Chase Leader. Fades into this one, he's gonna be on the backhand, gets a quick trip to the nose. 5 to 10, beautiful nose ride to open up, quick feet to get back to in true trim position, Matt.
Lining up this, a great barrel rider, gets in the proper pig dog stance. That Takayama looking stable. He's made it through the critical section. A little bit of side slip action, and he's able to hold the rail. Not quite in the barrel, but he's able to shoot through Kaipo.
Fast section there, gets back up to the nose, a beautiful 5 again. Graceful footwork, nice drop knee bottom turn for Chase. Steep inside section, goes for the retro layback. I love the style of Chase Leader. That was a nice opening ride for the surfer from New York.
Pulling out with some stees at the end there. That one would have felt great. Perhaps not as deep as he would have liked in the tube, but for his first wave out there, that one would have settled some nerves.
Yeah. Take a look at this replay, and it was silky smooth for Chase.
Great timing, taking off really far out as well, and soul arching into that one, that nose ride, keeping the nose up a bit as it hits the hollow section. He adjusted really well. You can see his feet there. He's way out on the face there, but it gets a bit steeper. And it gets a close 5. Or yeah, he gets the 10 there. You can see his back toe over the nose a little bit. And look at that form, that style. Great tube rider. Forehand and backside as well. And that board's looking really stable. You see he's forward in the board. Kaipo is in the fastest section of the board there. That's where we paddle. That's the trim point of the board. And he's really controlling that side slip. Really difficult and functional at the same time.
Love the slide slip boogie for Chase Leader. We're waiting for the score for the right-hander as he sets up for the left. A little bit off of the green flag. Taking a breather here, calming his nerves as he's anticipating his first left, where he's going to be on the forehand.
Judges really paying attention to surfers that are able to match their timing with the speed of each section and each wave. And if you can link it with the footwork, that'll be, a good score.
Let's take a tour of Surf Abu Dhabi with the 2015 World Champ, Rachel Tilley. Check out this facility.
All right, welcome to Surf Abu Dhabi. We're gonna go take a little tour, so follow me. Over there we have a restaurant, and you can see the waves from the restaurant, but we're gonna go through the athlete locker room right now. It's training day 1, so all of the surfers are getting their boards set up. We have our lockers for our boards here, and then this is the women's side of the locker room. Everyone gets their own little locker with their name on it and a little towel and, you know, things to put our stuff. So this is where we actually get to watch the action. Here we have a little cold pool because it's like 100 degrees out here right now. So we get to hang out and relax and then watch the waves come back and forth. So everyone's getting their very first waves out here in the pool, and it's very exciting. I surf in a couple of hours and I'm really excited.
Perfect waves, amazing facility, and 5-star hospitality here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Chase Leader just checked in on his opening right with a 5.4. Here comes Chase on the left. Gets back onto the nose there. And a nice start, beautiful trim line for Chase Leader. A little style in the soul arch. This midsection is going to run. Finds the barrel, great management of speed there for Chase Leader. And a little bit of the Jerry Lopez finger drag in the lip, gets back up to a sole arch 5. Quick down carve. And a little look back barrel to end up.
Great timing there for Chase on that wave. It was matched really well, good tempo. I think the judges will appreciate the positioning of his board. Fairly deep back there, not a true barrel, but you can see that wave linking all the way through to the inside. They don't all do that, Kaipo, so he's done extremely well to link that. How cool, he was feeling that one too. Just soul arching after that first tube.
Take a look at the replay, Matt.
Unreal. So he gets the 5 and a little close 5 there, almost a 10. Shuffles back. Judges will take note of that as well. And soul arching there. You'll see it's head high for Chase as well. This wave's a fair bit bigger than some of the other wave pools around the world. And gets the soul arch there. And this wave really starts to wall up here, almost intimidatingly, for this next tube ride. Gets in the back foot. So yeah, just a little head dip there for Chase, but cross step to get the variation. Nothing overly critical. Gets a proper 10 there. So that one, probably the best moment on that wave. Some nice technical steering there. You can see the tail was back in the white water. And great camera angles there showing just how deep he was. So, I mean, that's almost a 10. You can see the back foot's on that inside rail as well. The judges keeping an eye on that. Looking at the replays as well, Kaipo.
It certainly is a seesaw here, managing your speed down the line, not wanting to get caught behind the section, but you don't want to be all the way out on the shoulder either. And this wave has really kind of a couple of different speeds as it moves down through this basin. So Chase Leader doing a great job of managing that speed on both the right and the left. The left of 5.93, so Leader is in the lead.
Yeah, that was a good score, I think. Nothing overly critical, something that you could possibly see on a regular beach break or a point, but you can just see that wave had such a good tempo. Pleasure to surf for Chase. Look how relaxed he's looking.
That's what you gotta do.
Top seed in this opening round, heat number 1, is the Hawaiian Kaniela Stewart coming up. Now, when we talk about style, Matt, Kaniela's always in the conversation.
Absolutely, he's just a natural in the ocean. We haven't seen much of him in the wave pool before. We know that he can get barreled. I've seen clips of him before over there at the KS Waveco, but he's someone who's, if he needs a score, he can pull out a 9 or a 9.5 or even a 10 for that matter. He thrives being under pressure, and he loves that battle as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see how he can counteract that. Not needing anything crazy, but he can't fall off.
Point of entry here. Fades into this one. Stewart, little bobble to begin with. Making up for it with a nice 5. Showing a lot of control through that turn. Gets the 5 to the 10. And this wave's going to start running off here, Matt.
Wow, he did so well to get past that little hump in the wave as well, that little chop. And there's a critical hang 10. Locked in. It's one of the better nose rides we've seen. Nearly falls.
Walking on the razor's edge right here. Kaniela Stewart's going to have to make up some ground. Get back into the open face, and that one runs away on him. We talked about speed management, multiple kind of sections, even though it's a perfect wave, and having to match your speed to these different sections, and that one just got caught up.
Really interesting, that wave. It was a different pace. Whether he took off a little deeper or faded into it, I'm not sure, but he was behind the 8 ball the whole time, and he did get that critical nose ride, as we see here. See how far back the tail is there. Perhaps the front angle showed that nose ride maybe a little more critical. This one here, that one, he goes high, and it starts to suck out. He almost loses it when he walks back from here. A lot of points garnered in that section. And here, he gets behind the 8 ball, snaps it a bit, and it hits the inside, and he catches the rail. But he shoots through. It was a very uncharacteristic.
All right, so we're waiting for that score for Kaniela Stewart. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with that score and Kaniela on the left as we come back to the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. Dhabi, perfect wave, 5-star facility, and the first time we're hosting professional surfing in the United Arab Emirates. Kaniela Stewart set the bar on his right-hander with a 6.83. Here's Connie on his first left. Nice 5 for the trim line, gets up to a 10 there. Trimming through that long section. Wave's gonna speed up right about now, Matt.
Yeah, good time. He didn't pull into that first section. He's going for that second section. This is a long tube section. He's doing really well. Side slip, and he's made it out of that section.
Really walking the tightrope. He did the same thing on the right, doing it on the left as well. Just on the edge of control, dragging the body again, stuffs it to the barrel here, and pulls it out. Kaniela Stewart with a cannonball finish.
Wow, that was so cool. And you can tell his practice and his timing has paid off on that one, Kaipo. That was unreal. Look forward to seeing where the score goes with that. He had such good beginning, and it set him up for that barrel. And in our practice waves, the burn waves that we had, Kaipo, I wish I had the time over again because he nailed it. Let's have a look at that replay. So he went past the first section, stalled, and then it hits this section right now. He knows it. He side slips to actually slow down a little bit as well. And he had some work done on the outside where he linked that nose ride to this cut down, wiped off some speed, and this is the second barrel. Gets so deep in there, so that was a proper barrel ride. And was careful not to poke the nose. So good completed wave there for Kaniela. I think that'll go higher than the 6.83, Kaipo.
Kaniela right here, he's got all of 6'3" in height and has to really contort himself. Just JOB style right there on the backhand to get himself into this little barrel. The side slip control there. Like I said, walking a tightrope.
Crazy. Single fin there, completely relying on the fin and the flat section of the board there on the inside rail. Incredibly difficult to do. Great wave IQ, great timing. Somebody who knows his body, his boards really well, and you can just see practice coming into play there for Kaniela. And I mean, you don't expect anything less. The guy's a genius at pipe and at backdoor as well, as a lot of the Hawaiian professionals have been over the years. But practice paying off there for Kaniela.
Surfer's deck for Stewart as we start following him through and anticipating his score on the left. Just a 4.5 will put him into the lead. Safe to say that Kaniela will be in the lead.
Yeah, didn't get any hang 10. That one turn he did was really nice, but a lot of the emphasis will come down on the tube rides, so something for the judges to digest. And just see, are they enjoying the stall? They seem to.
They sure did. As the number comes in for Kaniela Stewart at a 7.83. And there's the judges' spread. A couple of judges go excellent on that score. 3 of the 5 judges actually go excellent for Kaniela Stewart, and he's in a strong lead in this men's heat 1 of the opening round. Nacho has got to improve upon his heat total. Needs to improve upon both his right and his left, and needs to score better than a 14.66 combination of the right and the left.
Yeah, so a couple of mid-sevens will do the trick right now for him, but that's if Chase and Kaniela don't up the ante, which you'd have to say they'll be feeling pretty amped on that, especially Chase, but here he goes.
Eases off the bottom, seeks a nice 5 through this section here. Wave tends to steepen up through this midsection. He's gonna have to negotiate. This wave speeds up. Keeping the rails clean here. Might need a little bit more, Matt.
Yeah, pretty safe, conservative surfing right now. He hasn't put a foot wrong though, but nothing overly critical. And here it starts to steepen up a bit. Clean, completed wave. But yeah, mid-sevens, not sure. He may have to put a little more pressure on himself on the left to up the ante, which he could do on his forehand.
Well, right now he's sitting on a 4.5 for his right. He's going to have to really improve upon that significantly to give himself a chance on the left. Needs at least a 4.66 to even give himself a chance for the lead.
So as we start to get an idea of the base of the scores, I love this hang 5. I just think he needed to go to the 10 right there. If he wanted to really up the ante with the scores, he needed to show some critical surfing with that nose rider board. That's a board he's ridden for a specific reason, and he almost didn't capitalize there. He needs to go to the hang 10 to get the critical section. A lot more technical than just the 5. The judges will consider that safety surfing. And I can't see the score going too high, although it may surpass his first 4.5.
And the number has come in for his second right. He did improve upon his scoreline. A 5.9 has checked in for Nacho. Now he's put himself in a position for this left. The left he needs is an 8.76 to take the lead. So it all comes down to this final wave. And you can see that situation. That's just the heat totals there. The situation, however, is that Nacho needs an 8.76 on the left, the upcoming left for Nacho.
Yeah, a different scenario. It may take some of the longboard viewers at home who aren't familiar with this scenario a couple of heats to try and work out the pattern, but Nacho is in the driver's seat right now. But that's if Chase and Kaniela, who have 2 waves each left, don't up the ante and blow him out of the park. But he has a chance here to level it out, because you never know. They could fall. Kaniela and Chase could push it a little more and unable to add to their scoreline.
Yeah, but there's a big number for Kaniela, 14.66. So that's why Nacho right here needs to go excellent on this left-hander, and he knows the situation. So that's another thing with this form of competition, is you know the situation, you know the number, you know when the wave's coming, and you're only going to get one more chance.
It's a place like El Salvador where we'll have our final 8 surf off next week, and here they're places that you need to train for. You really need to get your body prepped, because we know there's going to be waves in El Salvador, super consistent, but here it's literally a wave machine, so you know what you're in for. You're in for long waves, and Nacho, one of the fittest guys on the tour, this is his chance.
Here comes the left. Waits patiently off the bottom, gets up into the trim line. Long 5 there. This wave will slow down a bit through this section before it's going to speed up on this wall. Let's see his choice of line, Matt.
He's on the tail here, not forward, so he's stalling, he's waiting. Gets on the tail, in the tube, he gets the barrel, and he goes down, unfortunately. That wave racing ahead.
Yeah, so a couple things right now as we're getting into this competition, and you can see the reaction for Nacho. He knows that the lead is out of his reach at this time. But the wave comes with different speed, but then also where you actually paddle into this wave will dictate what section you're going to hit at what speed. So there's a couple of things happening here. There's a wave that operates, goes slow, then fast, then a little bit slower, but then also where you start on this wave is really going to dictate when those sections come up.
Absolutely. How much speed you're carrying through the section. Nacho actually had the speed, but he was behind the apex of the rocker. He's on the tail there, which is the slowest part on a single fin longboard. You can see the ears of the board, the nose just catching on the whitewater again. A big board in a tight space. You've got limited room to move, and in that timing was just a little off, just washing off maybe a tad too much speed. And it really is one of the few places that you can look back on it and go, I blew it, because it's a perfect wave.
Yep, so Nacho's going to take a 17th out of this stop number 3 on the Longboard Tour. All the numbers are in, so foregone conclusion there. Nacho coming into this event on the rankings is number 20, so we're going to see him. We're going to have to wait to see him next year in 2025 on the Longboard Tour.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He never quite got started this year. He had some poor results there at Huntington and at Bells. He's always great to have around, a good community leader, and he's anticipating, or he'll be supporting all the other Europeans throughout the event and all the South Americans. He rolls a lot with the French crew. When we did have our South and Central American surfing as well, he's a big fan of those as well. He's regular at the Mexi Log Fest. He's had good results in the past, but he'll bounce back and he'll do his regional qualifiers and hopefully see him back here next year.
Yeah. Chase Leader getting ready for his second right. Again, Chase now chasing the lead of Kaniela Stewart. Only first place moves on. So we just saw Nacho with a third place in this heat. That is an equal 17th. Second place in this opening round will earn an equal 9th place finish. So the worst that Chase can do is an equal 9th at this point. But you know Chase, he wants to run into the quarterfinals. Needs an 8.73 to take the lead on his second right. If he just wants to do it in one wave, he will have a left that he can improve upon too. We're 9 seconds until the right comes through.
And carrying momentum from the event at Huntington, he'll be feeling really good, but yeah, going into the quarterfinals is something that he's going to need at the very minimum, I feel, to go into El Salvador. Currently 11th on the rankings, and the pressure's on.
As the foil moves through the water, you can see the wave hits the bottom. The bathymetry comes into effect here, and all of a sudden, it's right behind you as the train rolls by. Right-hander on the backhand. Chase Leader straight up into the nose to a beautiful hang 5. Graceful footwork on this midsection here. Looking for perhaps a barrel, stalls into this. Body drags through, side slip, boogie goes down.
Wow. I mean, he was going to be very deep on that one, but he knew he needed a solid score. But unfortunately, yeah, he's going to be relying on that 5.4.
So it's time for Chase to reset, and he's going to have one more swing at that 8.73 on the left, but let's see what went wrong here.
All right, so he got the 10 and he shuffled way back on the tail, which he lost a bit of momentum. And he sets it up, and we cut to that front screen. So everything was going right there. No stall, the wave just ran away from him. The right, really tricky to get tubed on. He's doing the best he could. You can see how low he is there. Shuffles that back knee up a little bit. Everything going well. The wave super small there. We can see it at head high at some times, and at this point, it's about chest high, and he's ducking down, just catches the nose of that board, and he goes down. So once again, a longboard in a tight space. There's very limited room to come out, and he goes down.
Now it's going to come down to the left for Chase Leader. And he's going to need a giant number on that left. 9.26 is what he's going to need.
Pulling that nose right off on that wave, Kaipo, high and tight. He got the hang 10, which is the judges want to see a critical position. We want to see that board way back in the pocket, the white water engulfing the fin, the tail of the board. And of course, linking the footwork.
Let's take a look at our judging criteria. It's all about controlled maneuvers in that critical section. That's exactly what Chase was trying to achieve on that right, and utilizing the entire length of the board. Of course, traditional longboarding coming into play. And as always, style, flow, and grace. There is our judging criteria.
And some of the sub-notes the competitors have got today as well, Kaipo. Of course, the style, flow, and grace through everything. But being a wave pool doesn't mean the judges are calculating the amount of maneuvers on the wave. It's all about the tempo and the timing, the way that the surfers are able to match the nose rides with the rail carves and the tube. And I think the big defining moment in this event is going to be the surfers who can lay it right on rail. Not just the tail turns, Kaipo, digging the tail in. Surfers who are actually able to utilize the full length of the wave and the board together.
And bringing out a little bit of excitement as we saw Kaniela Stewart really kind of walk the tightrope, whether he was going to make it or not, always having that question mark and bringing some excitement to the judges. That's the kind of theater that Chase Leader is going to have to bring to this final left. Again, Leader needing a 9.26, and The foil is engaged. Here comes the left. Again, hits the shallow water and it just pops up. Nice nose rise to start for Chase. Soul arching for this. And soul arching through this inside section here. Looking for the barrel here. Trying to control his speed through this section. Gets the heels over the nose. A little tangled in the leash, has to step through there. Inside section. Gets a little shade.
Solid surfing there from Chase, but one thing is that turn at the end, he just was able to dig the tail end. There was no considerable change of direction out there. There was no opportunity to really engage the rail. Some great nose riding, sort of outran the tube a lot, just wanting to get that completion. But I feel like to be able to link the barrel, it might have gone a little higher. We'll see where it goes. This nose ride, one of the best ones we've seen at the event so far, Kaipo. Soul arching, and here, just didn't want to pull in on the first section. That's smart, but here, just outran it a little bit. Bit of shade. And you can see him just playing a bit of caution there, wanting to get the completion. Little heel 5, getting tangled in the leash. All the surfers have to wear leashes here. Someone like Chase isn't used to wearing one on a longboard. It is tricky. That's why the longboarders don't wear the leashes generally, so they don't get tangled. But some great timing there. But will it be a 9.26? I'll have to wait and see.
Gets the heels over for a second. Some great footwork there by Chase Leader. He did not improve upon his score on the right, so that put a lot of pressure for Chase on the left. Again, needs a 9.26 to equal the 14.66 two-wave total that Kaniela Stewart currently has as Chase is walking his way up the stairs to the surfer deck.
I almost got freaking domed. I was wrapped in my leash. Like a tuna, or like a tuna roll.
And talking about the leash there, Kaipo, it is incredibly difficult to longboard with a leash on technically. You can see it wrapped in behind his foot there, and that's a prime example why traditional longboarders don't wear a leash, Kaipo, because it's stopping you feeling intuitive on the board.
Yeah, any surfer, man. You get tangled up in the leash, you got to do the double Dutch. Skip rope and try to get that thing off of your feet. And it's pretty irritating. So still waiting for the score before Chase to make this official. But I feel that it's going to be a celebration lap for Kaniela Stewart, our top seed, who's going to be last to surf on his right and his left.
I mean, this will be interesting. Will he go ham on it? Will he show people what he's got? Or will he just keep a couple of cards close to his chest? Interesting to see, or maybe even conserve some energy as well. We've seen that in the past at Lemoore as well. Some of the surfers that have been on top of the leaderboard just cruise their way through, conserve their energy, look after their equipment.
Wow, decent score for Chase, a 7.5, but not enough. So Chase Leader is going to leave this event with an equal ninth. Kaniela Stewart, you can see him right here. Kaniela has already taken a win in this Heat 1 of the opening round, and Kaniela Stewart is going to get a free right. Let's see what he's got. Whips that board through a beautiful cutback, beautiful nose right here, maintaining decent speed. Frontside grab a rail barrel, but catches the outside rail, goes down. No harm, no foul for Kaniela. He's going to have a left coming up, a free left at that.
That was an interesting pull-in technique for Kaniela too. Just nothing to lose, just got super deep there, but it was like a forehand pig dog where he actually got super low, stretched out the front foot, and grabbed his rail as well. Look forward to seeing that, but that carve at the beginning, he did that carve a little earlier on that wave than the one beforehand, so obviously just setting himself up to see how deep he can get.
Take a look at the replay. Some great work on the nose here for Kaniela Stewart. I love this turn.
Yeah, really laid it down. His eyes continuing down the line. The judges will take note of that. It was just a setup carve to get him deep for this section here. You can see him, look how he contorts himself, grabs the rail, drops the knee. So that's a forehand pig dog. It's something very unique. You don't see that very often.
Drop the pig dog. He's going full Danny Kim style there, or Jack Lindholm drop knee style. Pokes the nose, however, of that Kai Salas Longboard Company board and goes down. But like I said, no harm, no foul. 3.77 for Kaniela Stewart. He's going to have a free left.
Jack Van Wagner coming up next. He's getting prepped to be up there against Kai Ellis-Finn and Rogelio J.R. Esquievel, the pride of the Philippines. Kaniela will get a chance to tee off on his left right now. He'll be feeling super relaxed. One thing to note, Kaipo, it's super hot outside. These surfers got that cool pool that they're laying in the aircon on the inside.
Let's take a look at our current rankings coming into the top 3 of the World Longboard Tour. Like you said, JR coming up as a top seed in the next seed. He's currently number 2 on the rankings, already qualified for that Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championships, along with Ben Skinner. Kaniela Stewart keeps his name in the hat, number 6. And he is going to advance into the quarterfinal. So for Stewart, guaranteed an equal 5th, but he could go all the way from the surfing that I'm seeing from Kaniela.
Yeah, that one would have felt really good, but of course El Salvador's not somewhere that you want to surf more than a couple of times, given the heat and the length of the waves down there. So the opportunity to build momentum and climb up the rankings and get an even further position is going to be enticing for Kaniela.
Like I said, free left for Kaniela Stewart, so this one's for love. He's got 10 seconds before that left comes through. Let's see what he's got. Got a 7.83 on his opening left. His best wave ridden so far was on the backhand. Let's see if he can duplicate that, replicate that, or even improve upon that with the second left coming through. You can see the boiling on the water as the foil starts feeling the bottom here. And this is a piece of artwork that I love to watch over and over again, how this wave just pops up. And here comes Kaniela. Beautifully controlled nose ride for Stewart. Nice down carve on the backhand. This is going to speed up here, gets into the pig dog stance. Traveling through the tunnel, grabs the rail again, a little side slip, controls that board. Beautiful control of the board. Little caught in the white water here. The wave's gonna back off before it gets nice and steep on the inside. And Kaniela ducks back under the curtain and disappears and goes down.
I think that first tube, Kaipo was actually better than his one before last, but he didn't come out of that last section there. Interesting to see what he was doing with his hands there. I saw him playing around with his hands in between the sections. He's okay. Goes down hard in the end section.
Yeah, so one thing to note is that's really shallow water where you end up on. You can see it almost dry on the concrete, so that's why Kaniela giving the hand signal to let the water patrol here on the ski know that he's okay, because it's very, very easy to hit bottom in this end section here at the basin. Here's a replay of left number 2 for Kaniela.
Yeah, so deep into that barrel there, slides straight in, really good technique. And nearly goes down again, that board. Looking great in the tube, and then this turn, he's had a couple of times in his turns where it sort of skipped out almost. And that's super sketchy in terms of keeping the momentum down the line, but he's done really well. Look at that barrel, so deep. Almost 9 foot of that board completely covered from the tube, really low. Nearly loses the fin there, stays in forward trim, and this steps down here for a down carve. Good footwork. The judges will appreciate the footwork, not shuffling between turns. And here it snaps out a bit, goes a bit straight-legged, is able to come back off the bottom again. That little hiccup on the turn was enough to put him behind the wave a little bit.
Well, he did improve on that last wave.
And then my watch almost came off. I was like, oh shit.
A 3 for Kaniela Stewart. on the left, and he's going to march on in off the surfer's deck, and Kaniela is going to march straight into the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the numbers for this opening round, heat number 1.
So sick. Good surfing.
There's that 8.13 on Kaniela's second left. He goes into the excellent range. And Kaniela Stewart, like we said, just waltzed into the quarterfinals. We'll see him tomorrow afternoon for those men's quarterfinals. Tomorrow evening, actually.
Really getting a lot of those points coming from the tube ride on the backside, nose riding on the forehand. So something to note for those surfers coming up.
Heat number 2 on the way, J.R. Esquievel, number 2 on the rankings, up against Australian Kai Ellis-Flint and Jack Van Wagner. 3 surfers enter the water, and of course, JR being our top seed, but look out for Jack, as well as the stylish surfing from Kai Ellis-Flint. We're about 3 minutes and 30 seconds before we have the opening right for Jack Van Wagner. Oh, I'm sorry, the countdown's already gone. Here we come with the right-hander. And here comes Jack. Nice swooping turn up into a hang 5 and 10. Touches it for a bit here. Gets a little trainy here and manages that speed. Gets under the cover. Again, great speed management. Great trim. Nice turn. Nice stalling off the bottom there as well. And a powerful turn to end up that way for the opener for Jack, Matt.
Yeah, that's a great start for Jack. That's better than he would have anticipated. A proper barrel on the forehand. We haven't seen many barrels, even in the free surfs on the forehand on that right. So that was a great way to kick off, and I think he's going to apply some pressure for some of the surfers coming up.
We're going to come back with the opening score for the right of Jack Van Wagner after this break.
The Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, and by Surf Abu Dhabi. Find your wave.
Welcome back to the continuation of heat number 2, live from the desert here in the United Arab Emirates, the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon, as we see Regilio J.R. Esquievel surfing against Kai Ellis-Flint from Australia and Jack Van Wagner, who has just dropped a 7.83. The Southern Californian, no stranger to you, Carla Roland Zamora, a Californian yourself. Great start for Jack.
Yeah, that was an awesome little barrel ride that he got there. He's going to be getting his second ride here. He opened up with that 7.83. We're going to see what he gets putting together here.
Here we go, live action. The Californian straight to the tip on his Michael Takayama built board. 4 nice steps, clean out of that opening nose ride. Back up for a second nose ride with a good critical down carve turn. So variety already demonstrated as we see it get speedy here. Locks into that. That runs away from him. He'll come unstuck, but a 7.83, a great start for that first right-hander. And of course, it's a combination of your best right and your best left. He's going to get 2 more rides, Carla.
Yeah, and he's, like you said, he's got off to a really great start. We saw in that first heat with Kaniela having his second set of waves and really kind of being able to be relaxed because he kind of already had it in the bag. So Jack's going to kind of hope to follow suit and really just nail in those scores right off the bat.
Absolutely, and it's really special, of course, for all the surfers to be here because they've had 8 training waves, Carla, but as you can see, the quality is improving ride by ride, but now the pressure's all on. Only 4 waves and only the winner progressing to those knockout quarterfinals.
And the event, the venue here, it definitely brings a new dynamic. We're always watching surfing. We're on the beach, we're watching each other. But here it's like a concert, and everybody is here when the ride is going. All eyes are on you, and it's really exciting and definitely puts some extra pressure on the athlete.
And someone who shone under pressure, the winner of our first heat, the Hawaiian style master, Kaniela Stewart, is with AJ McCord.
Sure, under pressure indeed, but Connie, how good did it feel to not surf with a lot of pressure in those last 2 waves, knowing you'd gotten the scores you need? What did you want to showcase with your last 2?
On the last 2, I kind of was just going for it, you know, try and do critical hang tens, big turns, and then try and get barreled. And, you know, came out that middle section. It was fun.
Well, speaking of fun, we've seen you have a lot of it in the practice sessions, and then on your waves today, you're going to get another chance to surf these waves here at Surf Abu Dhabi. How would you describe them?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like everything you dreamed of.
And now you're moving on to the next round. How critical is that when you look at El Salvador in the leader rankings?
This heat was really big for me. You know, I'm not sure if I qualified for El Salvador yet, but just to make it through is, you know, just a blessing in itself. So
excited to see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Aloha, guys.
Fantastic start for Kaniela Stewart, of course, riding the Connie Tsunami model shaped by Kai Salazar, reigning world champion, and that alchemy between shaper and surfer, the master and apprentice, a special combination. But Carla, let's have a little look at this opening right-hander for our Southern California.
Yeah, it gets that tip time, the 5. He's going to go for that second 5. A little bit of a downward motion from that board on that tip. He's going to set up for the barrel here. Pinches down, not quite. It makes it through, sets up again. Again, the judges are looking for that combination of maneuvers, not necessarily having to get a barrel, but they want to see a combination of the maneuvers, possibly using that barrel.
So Kai Ellis Flint will be coming up next. The way the system works is the lowest seed in the 3 surfer heat has the first opening right, followed by a left. The second seed then has the right and the left, and the highest seed per heat has the right and the left. And the advantage of the highest seed going last is they know what they need. If they don't have to put it all on the line, they can relax, but if they do, they know the scores that they need.
It's really a fantastic setup, and it changes things up. The thing I really like about the pool is that we, in a way, even the playing field. There isn't waiting in between. So here we got Kai.
Straight to the tip on his self-shaped higher state board with that beautiful red spray as he walks back up for a touch of the 5 and then just down carves with a setup here, nice and low and lively, locks in, loose, looks out. Can he climb out of this steep, fast section? He can't. It runs away from Kai Ellis Flint, so he's not going to match the opening right-hander from our Californian Jack Van Wagner.
No, but I really appreciated the setup for that final barrel there. No hands. I liked the stretch of the foot there, the way he really lined it up. If only he could have made it through, I think that would have been a really excellent score.
Yeah, and I was reading some of the judges' notes talking about the barrel sections, and the judges, they're not going to demand that you ride that barrel section, but they want to see creativity and use of that steepest, fastest part of the wave, and also the skill level of going into barrel sections without holding the rail is much more difficult than holding the rail.
Exactly, and you can see him here. You can see his hands in front. He's got that front foot pointed out. He's really trying to drive that inside rail into the barrel to try to hold it. But you can see there the curtain just kind of comes down on him. He's not quite able to keep that outside rail. out, you know, through, but really a great score. I got to speak a little bit with Kai last night. He's a board builder, not just a shaper, but a board builder. Shapes, glasses, sands, does all the work. So a lot of appreciation for men of that craft.
JR Esquievel, he'll be coming up next. I got the opportunity to talk with Luke Landrigan, and he told me that JR is going to ride 2 different boards for the left and the right. He's going to kick off on the right on his Luffy, and he's going to ride the Thomas board, more of a speed shape, on the left. Interesting strategy, Carla.
Very interesting strategy. I don't think we have anybody that's approached it quite like that, but that doesn't surprise me from the Filipino team. They are really excited to be here. It's so great to see JR. He's second. He's definitely going to El Salvador, and he's just going to hope to maybe better his position perhaps, but he's got Taylor, and Taylor is a beast.
Of course, as we see that beautiful drone clip there of Huderia Island, and they are our rankings. Taylor Jensen, TJ, already qualified for El Salvador, as is JR Esquievel and Ben Skinner, and John Michael Van Hohenstein. So Kai Salas, Kaniela Stewart, Kevin Skavana, Kai Ellis Flint, Declan White and Taka Inui, all on the cusp. They need a strong result here, but there are surfers further down the rankings who, if they take the win, they can guarantee one of those remaining 4 spots for El Salvador.
Yeah, it's true that it really is anybody's shot right now. We have a very open spread here. You can see those numbers, and taking the win here in Abu Dhabi will make a big difference for one of these surfers.
But with Taylor Jensen having already had 2 wins, he won in Bells, he won in Huntington, that guarantees him the #1 seed. So it's going to be a race to see who gets that 2nd seed. And of course, on that one-day format in El Salvador, being a high seed means you surf less. So it's a huge advantage in that climate as Kai Ellis Flint sits waiting for that next wave. And of course, knowing that when that wave is going to arrive, Carla, adds so much more pressure.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to be out there. It's not like the ocean, as much as you want to, you know, feel like it is. It does take a bit of the senses to get used to. We can see the crane starting to move, and that wave is going to start popping up for Kai.
There it is, the hydrofoil, the Kelly Slater Wave Company system there on the point break setting, sending a perfectly foiled, tapered wave that won't die in power as Kai Ellis Flint up and riding, sets himself a nice high line, clean steps to a 10, walks cleanly out of that 10, smooth back to the tail, and again a high line, dropping down to the middle of the wave and using that footwork really nicely. And now as things get really spicy, he grabs the rail, has a look, a little touch of tunnel vision there, but doesn't have that drive in that line to come out of that section, Carla.
Yeah, definitely on his backside there. He didn't quite have that control in order to stay into that barrel, and it really clipped him quite hard in the head there. So he's going to want to better hit these scores on his next round of waves. He has a 3.33 and a 2.17, so he's definitely going to want to improve, where Jack, where he's sitting with a 7.83 and a 3.
Of course, Kai, a real surfer's favorite from Ettalong, New South Wales in Australia. And look at this nose riding here. But let's talk about the line he took and this fast section here, Carla, through the middle of the ride.
Yeah, you see he comes through there, but he's not able to quite draw the line high enough so that it can continue to maintain that speed through the barrel. You can see the direction that the nose is pointing, and it's a little bit towards shore, if you will, as opposed to more parallel with the wave.
Of course, the judge is still using that criteria of controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire board and wave using traditional longboard surfing, and of course performing those maneuvers to the highest degree of difficulty with style, flow and grace gets the highest ride. Interesting factor here, Carla, completion. How important is it going to be for the surfers to be able to complete rides?
I think it's everything. It's going to be everything, because you're going to put the maneuvers together, and again, the judges aren't counting maneuvers. However, they want to see these maneuvers linked together, and the longer the ride you get, the more opportunity you're going to have to up that score. So they're going to want to really maximize these rides and you know, make sure they got it all going on.
So this is the 9.8 self-shaped catch and release model with that red and yellow fade spray. Has a hard edge, a down rail, as we can see. JR Esquievel riding Portuguese-built equipment, the blue board under his body right now as he waits for his first right-hander is shaped by Luffy Bento. And of course, JR, runner-up at Huntington, a place where you got the opportunity, Carla, to call the action.
That was so exciting, and to be there with my fellow Kuyas and Ates, it's just really a momentous occasion. You can see JR here. He has such a big bag of tricks, and if you've gotten a chance to know him, which I know you have, he's really focused, and he really knows how to put it down when it matters.
And he's got maturity. He's new to the international scene, but he's nearly 30, age 28. He's got a lot of wisdom, but he comes from a very vibrant surfing community in La Union, and he's just got the support of a nation behind him, Carla.
People don't realize, you see here, the Filipino community is so warm and loving and supportive of their countrymen and women, and it was really great to see him and be able to celebrate with him in that big win. And you know, securing his spot in El Salvador is huge for the Philippine community.
Absolutely. He's a goofy footer, but he's no stranger to foiled right hand point breaks, living at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan, La Union. Of course, he is going to be on this right-hander. He knows the scores on the right so far. He knows that Kai Ellis Flint dropped to 3.33. He knows that Jack Van Wagner dropped to 7.83. The Philippine surfer up to the tip, locks a 5. Nice toe curl over the nose there. Locked high, tight control, smooth, critical line as he sets himself back to the tail, widens that stance as things get speedy here, as JR gets high, stretches in for another tight 5, walks out of that 5, and now things get really fruity, Carla.
Yeah, here he's going to hopefully set up for that little barrel section. He's going to try to get one more tip time there. He's finally engaging the rail. That whole first part of the wave, he really just stuck to the nose ride, and here he's going to grab that rail. He's kind of just staying just in front of it, though, so he's not really worrying about that barrel section. And as we mentioned earlier, it's not a requirement to get the barrel in order to receive an excellent score.
Some nice sweeping turns there through the middle part of that ride. We did see variety through the second half. First half was very much trim-based and nose ride based.
Yeah, and I was it'll be curious to see how the judges put that score together. I wanted to see a little bit more rail engagement earlier in the ride, but I do also have an appreciation for the long nose ride. So, you know, it's up to the judges. That's why we're commentators. They're judges, and they'll let us know how they like it.
And here's the trade. This is going to be switching over for the left-hander to ride his all-rounder Thomas Bexon board. Of course, Thomas Bexon, one of the greats out of Noosa, Australia, of course, former world champion. Harrison Roach, a Thomas Bexon rider. So many great women, of course, Thomas Bexon riders, including Mason Schremer, who'll be coming up tomorrow in the women's opening round.
Yeah, super beautiful surfer, Mason. JR has a number of boards that have been offered to him over the last couple of years, especially since he's, you know, made his debut, if you will, on the international tour. So it's interesting to see kind of how he's been playing it, and looks like we got AJ.
Yeah, great moment to go down to her because she is with Luke Landrigan, who is JR's coach.
Thank you so much, you guys. So, Luke, we were just talking about JR switching his boards here from the right to the left. What is the difference in those boards, and why is he doing the switch?
Yeah, for his free surf, the past few days, he's figured out that that board he's using now, the Thomas, is better for getting deep in the barrel. And the blue board is for the right, where it's like better for nose rides and stuff. So hope it works.
What do you think has been the key to getting him ready for this moment?
We got here a few days earlier just to like acclimatize for the weather, because it's so hot compared to where we're from, and yeah, just taking it easy and make sure he gets to the pool for his practice.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff there. Of course, Luke's father, Brian, from Australia, mother from the Philippines, but of course he's been at the forefront of the surf community in San Juan.
Yes, he has. The Landrigan family is super important in the break is Mona Lisa, the town is called Urbits Tondo, and the province is actually La Union. And I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time there and gotten to know the community, and it's great to just see them be able to shine and really get some notice.
So JR drops a 5.83 for his opening right-hander there. So he's going to back things up with his left-hander here. He's just got some low scores to match because Kai Ellis Flint got a 2.17 for his left-hander. Jack Van Wagner from the US of A in the white singlet got a 3.0. So nice opportunity here for JR to put more pressure on the other surfers as the hydrofoil comes close. JR turns, he lines himself up, He's going to be up and riding in seconds. Here it is. There's that nice high line, stalls it straight to the 5, 4 steps into a nice nose ride, walks out from his Thomas Beckson all-rounder model, back up for another nose ride, down to the low section, Carla, and this is where things are going to speed up for JR. And can the board pay off? It looks like it can.
I've got some goosies a little bit. We were looking at the scores there. He's got that tip time again, really lining up this wave with a lot of control, and he's smooth. He seems calm, he's collected. He's going to set up again for another nose ride.
So big point of difference there between tail shape between the two boards as he just finishes things off in style here on the inside, grabs that rail, keeps riding, and then puts that into a rail grab cutback on the inside, demonstrating that it is a possibility to mix up your designs. That has more of a pulled-in speed shape in the tail. His board he rode on the right hand of the Luffy has more of a squarer tail. Slower board versus a faster board, opting to ride the faster board on his front side on the left.
Yeah, and he only needed a 5.01 in order to take that first place position. And I think he's looking like he's in a good spot. He was on his forehand, his front hand, and I really liked the style and the smooth control. He had a couple redirects that were just beautiful, and so I think he's going to take it.
Well, let's find out real soon what that score will be, but in the meantime, we're going to take a short break and be right back. Welcome back, surf fans, to the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon, live from Hudayrat Island in the United Arab Emirates, as classic style meets innovation at a brand new location, a saltwater basin, cutting edge technology and cutting edge surfing, as JR Esquievel drops a 7.67 for his left-hander, so it puts him in the lead. In second position, Jack Van Wagner will be surfing next. He's got a 7.83 for his right, so that's a really strong score. The highest wave for the rights as he's up on the nose on his Michael Takayama board out of that opening 5, walks back, good down carve, radical turn there, back up for a critical lifting, locked tight 5, pedals back, gets low, just about regains composure, accelerates from the middle of the wave. Back up to the tip, holds the 5, pulls up for a 10. Clean, crisp, smooth surfing. Already dropped a 7.83 for his opening ride. Back up to the tip again, and this is really stylish from the Californian, Carla.
Beautiful surfing coming from Jack here. Finishes it off there with a nice cut back. He's going to be, I think, pretty pleased with that score. He's trying to get rid of that 3.0. You'll notice that the way they have what they need, you'll see that says it needs a 10.50. And that's actually, we can't score a 10.5, but they're going to be working their way up to, improving on their score. He's got his 3rd wave now under his belt, and he'll be working on that 4th one.
Had a good result in Huntington, did Jack Van Wagner got a 17th there, losing out to Taka Inui, was unable to come to compete in Bells Beach, was doing some community not-for-profit work in Colombia, so he needs a massive result here, and he's looking strong on the replay, Carla.
Yeah, really nice locked-in 5 there. He's pulling in, trying to pull into that little barrel. You can see his rail almost gets stuck, but he's able to keep control. Stays just under the curtain there. He's trying to set up for that next nose ride, gets another 5. Haven't seen a lot of 10s in our heats yet. I think Connie had one in one of the first heats, but a nice locked-in 5 here. Some nice body English.
And another good bit of body English we saw was from Chase Leader, also on Michael Takayama's. Didn't get through the heat, but a fantastic hood ornament hang 10 on his last left.
Yeah, it's definitely a place to really, there we go. He's trying to get those 10 toes over there. Not quite able to get it super clean, but I really like this cut back here. You can see the power. You can see the engagement in his core. And then bringing it back around into that curl there. Really nice surfing from Jack.
His sister Reed, a fantastic surfer as well. Of course, big shout out to Mum Macy and Dad Kirk, who'll be tuning in. Of course, all of the Carlsbad community will be watching Jack, waiting for that score to drop. So he has one more ride. All of the surfers have 4 waves, 2 lefts, 2 rights. This will be the last opportunity for Jack to book himself a spot in the quarterfinals.
And man, is it on now. I'm sure the pressure, he's feeling it. He knows he's got this one last opportunity, so he's going to want to put it all together. He's going to want to get those nose rides, and he's going to want to try to probably pull into that barrel, and perhaps without hands or grabbing the rail.
Member of the Oceanside Longboard Club. How many Oceanside longboarders would love to put this now on their bucket list to ride this point break setting here in Surf Abu Dhabi?
Well, there's a number of Oceanside locals here. In fact, Kevin Skavarna, Avalon Gall. There's a number of down southers, as we would say, here in Abu Dhabi, and showing us how they can creatively, dance on this wave.
Of course, 3.5 minutes between the rides just allows the opportunity for that water to settle. This basin, fantastic statistics there. It's 690 meters long, 150 meters wide. At the deepest point, it's 3 meters. As we can just see those scores there, that's 7-1-7. So it doesn't go higher than his opening 7.83. So it won't count in his top score for the right, but demonstrating his world-class level is Jack Van Wagner.
That's right, and so he needs that 5.67 on his final ride. That will be his second left, and he's going to want to put out all the stops here. As I said earlier, he's going to want to combine those maneuvers, the 10s, the 5s, with that barrel riding, and of course, engaging the rail.
Absolutely, and not only have we got these world-class longboarders, we got this fantastic fusion of inspiration from the Kelly Slater Wave Company designers and of course Modon, the Abu Dhabi developer, who have really put this spot on the map. And of course this emirate itself is a world-class sporting destination with a whole range of elite facilities, including skate parks, BMX parks, and of course a host of Formula One race later in the year.
We're basically on a little mini X Games island, if you will. It's definitely an amazing place. I love what they're doing here and really trying to build the tours. And you can see Kai Ellis here. He's getting ready for his next round of waves. And it's going to be exciting to see these guys battle them.
Yep, Emma Perrier is going to be surfing in the women's tomorrow. That's Emma's partner, Billy, there. Of course, Kai Ellis Flint will be the next surfer to go after Jack's left-hander. So Jack now looking to improve on his 3.0, but if we look at the scores so far, the best left has been that 7.67 for JR Esquievel. So he needs to go excellent range to really put the pressure on JR, when you would expect JR to get another strong score on the left, on his front side, using that speed shape Thomas Beckson board.
Yeah, he knows that the pressure is on now, and JR just as well as knows the pressure is on as well. They're going to be perhaps putting everything out on the table now. There's been some talk with some of the athletes. How do you approach it? Do you go a bit more gentle? Are you a little less risky on your first 2 rides? Or do you just send it right off the bat? So there's been different approaches with the different athletes. I've been kind of the mindset of you need to send it. You got to send it. You only got 4 waves, so let's send it on all 4 waves.
Absolutely, and we do need to hang tight because we are experiencing a brief technical issue and we're actively working to resolve it as quickly as possible. So we'll provide an update shortly, and big thanks for your patience. Stay tuned because this is a nail biter. Jack Van Wagner will still get to go on that left, and then we've got the likes of Kai Ellis Flynn and Rogelio J.R. Esquievel coming up as well.
Yeah.
Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be back as soon as possible. Welcome back to the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, presented by Modon, live from Hudayrat Island in the United Arab Emirates. Of course, this wonderful country comprises of 7 emirates, the most famous being Dubai and Abu Dhabi, a place of souks, skyscrapers, sands, and now surfing. This world-class wave venue will soon be on the bucket list for all of you surfers to come. Irrespective of your level, this will supply elite performance as well as beginner level waves. But with that, let's get a little catch up with WSL Commissioner Will Hayden-Smith and AJ McCord.
Thank you so much. We're down here on the deck with Will, so give us an update of why we have this pause in competition.
Yeah, it's just a routine recalibration of the wave. Sometimes when there's a second out here or there, we just need to stop and rerun some burn waves because that keeps the consistency in the wave so that the competition's fair for everyone. So we've actually just launched the first burn wave, and once we do 4 of them, we're kicking back off.
Okay, so don't go anywhere because we have much more surfing coming your way next.
Great stuff. Big thanks, AJ. Thanks very much, Will. And of course, the Kelly Slater Wave Company, that Limor masterpiece that was 10 years in the workings, opened in 2015. And a big shout out to one of the leading scientists, Adam Fincham from the University of Southern California, who collaborated with Kelly Slater and his team to develop the hydrofoil system because they recognize that this is the best device for sustaining wave energy. It's known as a solitary wave. It doesn't dissipate with energy, and that single wave at this location in this basin can come in a number of settings. The elite level is the Kelly's wave, which will see the CT shortboarders perform on next season. The longboarders have the joy of surfing at the more playful point break setting, which does have tube sections but facilitates open walls for nose riding.
Well, a little fun fact, about 20 some odd years ago, I was actually the guinea pig for this technology when it was first in its infancy. It was in a Olympic-sized pool down in Mission Beach, and I remember I caught the first one and that thing tubed. and it was only a foot big, but man, what is it? It was a good tube, and it was just the beginning of what we're seeing here, and here we are. This facility here is about 2 football fields long. It's absolutely incredible. You show up here and you're just blown away.
And beyond the surfing opportunities, a lot of these international longboarders have had the chance to feast on some of the cultural delights. They've been to the Louvre Museum in Abu Dhabi. They've also visited the Grand Mosque, which is the largest mosque in the world, the vision of the United Arab Emirates founding father and his resting place, the late Sheikh Zayed. And we have really got to not only have that quintessential Bedouin and Arab hospitality, but have a platform for performance. And all of the staff have also had the opportunity to have a few burn waves as well. But one of the different things about being in the ocean is here, you know when your wave is coming. It gives that extra sense of anticipation.
Everything about being in a wave pool feels very foreign. It is something you have to get used to. You made a great comment. With each heat, with each wave that these surfers get, they're improving on their skill set here. They're improving on their read of the wave. And for like myself, I showed up yesterday and they said, go out. I had no time to read it. So it really is a benefit for these guys to continue to have more waves.
Well, it's one thing riding this saltwater basin, but how about sky surfing your way into this wave? And that is exactly what our Chilean legend, Sebastian Alvarez, achieved very recently. Take a look at this.
It's so incredible. I mean, for me, just being able to jump out of the plane would have to be the first step, but to have him be able to line this up and all of the things that have to come together. I believe he had some comms up there, and at a certain level, I believe it was around 2,100 feet, he let them know, okay guys, start the wave. That way all things could come together.
Yep, of course, an absolute legend, the Chilean wingsuit flyer Sebastian Alvarez made history leaping from a Bell 212 helicopter, traveling at nearly 4,000 meters. That's over 12,000 feet over Hadariat Island here in Abu Dhabi before dropping into that wave we just saw on your screen. And that opening bottom turn, top turn was a pretty sweet combination of moves.
It's really otherworldly, and I think it just really suits where we're at right now and really elevates everything that is Surf Abu Dhabi.
And with that, Carla, let's hear from Sebastian himself.
With Sebastian Alvarez, Red Bull skydiver and surfer. Sebastian, thanks for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Can I call you Seba?
Of course.
Well, Seba, you did an incredible feat in mixing skydiving and surfing, skydiving into the Surf Abu Dhabi basin and riding a wave. Talk to me about that.
Oh yeah, so I created this amazing project that was actually a dream for me, to land over a wave with a high performance parachute and also sky surfing, of course, coming from the sky. So we found this incredible wave, and we get to do everything right there in a perfect wave with the perfect weather conditions. And of course, I got to train a lot in order to make everything happen.
What inspired you to mesh skydiving and surfing together? I don't think this has ever been done before.
Oh no, never been done. So honestly, like what inspired me is because my family is a surfer family. I was born by the beach and I've been surfing all my life pretty much. But honestly, then I became a skydiver and it called way more my attention. So I became professional. But I think this project was always in my mind, and it was a dream to do. But I was feeling that I was not able to find the perfect wave yet, the perfect parachute, the technologies, they were not ready for that, and until we got to this point where we were able to do it.
Yeah, and let's talk about just the whole process and how you were able to time both the skydive, the ride in, and then actually like a tow at the wave to be able to ride the wave. I mean, that's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, it's a lot. Honestly, it's way more than what the video shows. The video, of course, at the very end, or the project shows like how maybe easy we were able to do it. But honestly, The hardest part of this was to match the beginning of the wave when I was landing at a really high speed. And honestly, to do that, I went before to the wave and talked to the engineer. So I did the timing since when the engineer pressed the button in order to the foil start moving or the sequence of the wave start until the wave was really properly a wave. So from that gap, it was 50 seconds from when he pushed the button until the wave is on the, probably I think it was the white flag. So when you catch the wave, those are 50 seconds. So what I did is I always do the same pattern with my parachute and my sky surf. So I end up realizing that I was always at 2,200 feet. So what I have here, it was the same what I have now, but in my chest, I have a communication system that it was straight to the engineer. So when my altimeter shows 2,200 feet, I was always saying, wave. And then they press the button, and then I do the same pattern all the time, and I was able to catch the wave. So it's way more complicated. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I was ahead or behind 1 second, and it kind of like make it a little bit difficult, but good thing we did the right work and the right homework and the math, and it worked.
How many times did you have to try that to be able to pull it off?
So honestly, the second one I pulled it off.
Wow.
The first one was I arrived 1 or 2 seconds behind, I think, and it didn't work. And then I realized right away what I needed to do better. And then I did more attempts. So we have more images and me have fun, we have all the day and the cameras can get different angles. But I was so stoked, honestly, like it was my best jump and my best wave for all my life, I would say.
I mean, it's incredible. Just checking it out. Let's talk about the wave a little bit, because the wave's incredible too. You're on a short list of people who've been able to actually surf this wave at Surf Abu Dhabi. Talk to us about the actual wave.
Yeah, well, I'm still stoked about what we did there and the chance that I have to train there. The wave is just incredibly perfect with so many different sections and so many different kind of wave that you can ask to the staff so they can give you different speed or different size. And honestly, it was unreal, because as a surfer, like that you grew up chasing good swells, and sometimes you end up being 1 or 2 weeks not getting really the best waves, and maybe you get a 1 day or 2 days a month or a year, maybe like perfect waves. This was a constant perfect way just for me, for training, and I actually get to improve my surf a lot. So in those days that we were training, so the wave it's marvelous. I call it one of the 10 marvelous of the modern engineer of the world.
Yeah, and we're seeing that. Any advice to the competitors at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic? This is the first professional contest held in the UAE, and it's at this marvelous wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I would say like I feel like at the beginning you're very nervous because it's a perfect wave just for you, and again, like you don't usually get to have really perfect waves all the time. So probably take it from less to more. Try to read us or ask to the staff or people who already have surfed, so you know how the sections are, and then it's all about it's come natural for sure for a surfer what to do,
Yeah. Well, what's up next for you, Seba? I mean, you've already did something so incredible that we're checking out here. What's up next?
Well, I'm always working on projects. I'm actually here now in Europe on another project with Red Bull, and so it's there's coming more things, of course, and hopefully related with surf. This is just the beginning of this. I guess like I feel like I opened a window that I wanted to open since I was a kid, and now we're taking it to the next level for sure.
Absolutely mind-blowing what you've done, Seba. Congratulations, and thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Great stuff. Thanks for staying with us. The basin has been recalibrated. We've had those 4 burner waves, as they're called, and that's just an opportunity to just sustain at that optimum wave shape for our competitors to perform on this point break setting, and Jack Van Wagner will be up real soon to get his 4th ride. It'll be his 2nd left. He's got a 3 for his first left, so he needs to replace that 3 color.
That's right. He wants to get at least a 5, 6, 7 in order to jump into that first place position and be moving on. Again, only the first place athlete will be moving into the next round, and the other 2, unfortunately, will be sitting on the sidelines watching.
You can see him there waiting for that hydrofoil to come, waiting for that Kelly Slater wave technology, that patented design, generating that significantly powerful wave without degradation on a setting known as the point break. He's going to be going left. Like Carla just expressed, he needs to get close to the excellent range to stand a chance of moving into the surfer-on-surfer quarterfinals. As it stands, J.R. Esquievel from the Philippines has got a 5.83 and a 7.6. Jack Van Wagner is waiting to get his last left. He's got a 7.83 for his first right, which is the strongest right of the heat. Kai Ellis Flint, a lot of pressure on the Australians, got a 3.33 and a 2.17. As we can see live action, our Michael Takayama rider up on the left. 4 steps into a lock 5, holds the 5, soul arch, walks out of that nose ride, then back up for another lock of the 5, walks cleanly out of that second nose ride, grabs the rail, speeds through this section, back up for a 3rd touch of a nose ride, a 4th nose ride, holds that tight, high, locks in a backside, quick touch of the 10, and then cleanly walks into a down carve off the bottom, up high to the tip, and this is pretty dynamic, Carla.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's putting all the stuff together here. You saw he chose not to go for the barrel on this wave, but he's really kept in control. He's gotten some solid 5s, some nice rail engagement, needing that 5, 6, 7 to take that first place, but JR still waiting for another wave as well.
Wow, massive performance from young Californian Jack Van Wagner, a graduate of Carlsbad High School, now studying at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, studying architecture and engineering, and he's going to wait for the judges to drop that score on Carla. I'm feeling good about that. That was a really strong bit of longboarding.
I think that was a really strong score for Jack, and I think he should be pleased with his performance, whether he gets through or not. And you can see here, gets that 5 right off the bat. Just a quick little check to get back into that nose ride section. Gets the 5 again. You can see here when he's really locked in, it's a great angle right there. You really see the lip throwing over, and then lovely rail engagement to get himself back into the curl to set up for that nose ride again. He gets a bit of that 10, a little wide stance 10. You think he's going to pull in there, but he decides he's just going to kind of work around it. That way he can redirect back into that pocket and finish it out.
I love the way he finished that ride. I like the down carve. The opening section in and out of those nose rides, but he did get this really tight, quick 10, and that's not easy to do on the backside.
No, in general, the wave is moving fast. There's a lot of water moving, and you've been able to see a lot of the surfers almost walking on eggshells in some of these moments because it can get tricky and those tails can slide out. But Jack, he really was able to show that control, and it looks like scores are dropping in for Jack.
A 6.47, Carla, so it pushes him up into first position. So taking his strongest left and his strongest right, he's got that combination of 14.30. So it now really means that Kai Ellis Flint and J.R. Esquievel, they know the scores that they need.
Yeah, JR is still in a good position right now, needing a 6.64. He's going to be coming up on his 2nd right. And Kai has a bit more of a job ahead of him, needing really just to start with 2 new excellent scores.
Exactly. Both his waves need to count moving into his next right and his next left. As we can see Jack coming out feeling stoked, and the joy on people's faces here is just a pleasure. I mean, it really is radiating Stoke and saltwater Stoke. The fact that this basin is filled with saltwater gives that extra bit of ocean alchemy.
It was really surprising when I jumped in there, and all of a sudden, yeah, you had the salt water going. So you have a bit of a juxtaposition going on, is the fact that we've got, you know, all of this man-made creation, but at the same token, it is a bit nature still,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
We've created it.
Yeah, but I love that line, classic style meets innovation, and big shout out to, of course, Modon here for developing this area as Kai Ellis Flint on the right-hander. He wants to better Jack Van Wagner's 7.83. Up for a 5, holds that 5, back arm nice and high, and then incredible line on the down carve, back up for a high line, dropping into the middle of the wave for a nose ride, and then accelerating off the middle of the board, getting nice and low, not grabbing the rail, looking out, staying clean, had that really good smooth line, but just caught that front rail.
Yeah, not able to keep that rail out, but I really appreciate his style and his approach on the front side here on his rights. We don't see a lot of barrel riding in longboarding, and so I think it's really exciting to see it, and I feel like it's kind of setting the athletes apart from those that really can do it without grabbing the rail and those that kind of need a little bit more of that handicap.
There was a lot of good stuff happening here, Carla. It started things so strong. This looked like it was going to go excellent range all the way.
Yeah, I really like that opening nose ride, and then combining it with the turn. He puts it on rail really beautifully, and then you can see he sets it up there, but he's not able to keep that outside rail from getting stuck. And that's been happening a lot. The nose gets purled, as we call purling, and it stops him dead in his tracks.
Yeah, body positioning, everything about that looked like he had that line, but he takes the fall, so it means that he's not going to be able to better that high score from Jack Van Wagner of a 7.83, so you'd imagine it's going to put too much pressure on that last counting left-hander.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to be super stoked right now. He's going to be a bit disappointed with the way that wave kind of panned out for him, and he is got one more wave left, but as you said, he's kind of already behind the mark already, and so it's going to pretty much be impossible for him to take the lead.
So he got a 9th in Bells, losing out to Declan White, and he got a 5th in Huntington, losing out to Ben Skinner. He's going to be catching his last left-hander here, Kai Ellis Flint from Australia.
Yeah, it's a disappointment, I know, for Kai. He would have loved to, everyone would want to go a lot further, but you know, this is going to be the end of the road.
Well, talking about the future, let's have a little look at our Abu Dhabi junior surfers.
So we're down here at the Surf Abu Dhabi community event. What we have is about 10 kids from the local community and local area, and we have about 7 or 8 of our WSL Longboard competitors, and they're going to be teaching the kids how to surf. And these kids are going to leave today with some lasting memories. They're surfing in this incredible facility. The setting is the perfect learn to surf wave, and they're going to have some memories that will last a lifetime.
For the kids to take away, you know, experience of like, you know, learning about currents and just getting comfortable in the water, and then obviously learning surfing themselves.
They're really happy to be in the water, and they're stoked, even if they stand up and fall off. And yeah, they're really, really stoked. Some of them have never been to the beach before, which is just crazy to me. And yeah, it's a wonderful experience for sure to give them that.
I went surfing in Abu Dhabi and it was so much fun. I stood up 7 times. It was really fun. I went surfing all the way and I got to stand up.
I think it's great for the kids. It's a good way to like ease them into surfing, and it's just a good way for everyone to come together and just celebrate surfing together and making sure the kids have fun surfing.
Surf Abu Dhabi!
There's the future right there, and the great thing about this facility is it has those beach break, those Cocoa Beach conditions that allow learners to improve, but also the point break setting here for longboarders and Kelly's Wave, which we'll see on the CT Shortboard Tour next season as we see Kai Ellis Flint straight up for a 5. Touches that 5, great smooth footwork, critical timing, poise, keeping pace with the run of this wave, stalls it, gets low, looks to eye up that section. Will he grab the rail? It doesn't, looks back, keeps it cool. Very smooth from the Australian. This guy is oozing style all the way, Carla.
100%, and I think he's kind of taking it a little bit easy. He knows, you know, he doesn't really have much to go here, but he's getting the most out of his ride since this will be his last ride for the event.
Ends with a little body surf there, as we can see Jack Van Wagner in first position. He'll keep an eye on J.R. Esquievel coming up next. Kaimana Takayama, he'll be surfing later on today into the evening. Will be floodlit later on as that sun sets, and that's going to be super exciting to watch.
Absolutely, it was really great to get that schedule and know that we were starting a bit later in the day, and then we get to have that really amazing nighttime session, and that's just going to bring a whole nother dynamic and just something you don't really get to have if we're in the ocean. So it's really great to have that kind of ability and possibilities.
So Kai Ellis-Flint drops a 4.07 for his last wave. He will be eliminated. He'll add a 70 to his 9th and his 5th at Bells Beach and Huntington. So he's not going to be safe for that qualification for the top 8 in El Salvador, but he's a real surface favorite as the Australian Kai Ellis-Flint, and he'll be back next season stronger than ever.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the end of the road, maybe just for this season, but he's gonna take it back. He wants to reassess probably how he's approached things, and you know, have a new direction coming forward in 2025.
And as we look at those rankings, we can see Rogelio J.R. Esquievel sitting in 2nd. He is already qualified for the top 8 in El Salvador that will be coming through early October next month. But as it stands right now, he needs significant scores because Jack Van Wagener has got a 7.83 and a 6.47. So will JR do what he needs to do? 4 spots still remaining, so it's going to be an exciting chessboard, an exciting leaderboard as we can see who progresses, because only the top surfer from these 3 surfer heats will move to the quarterfinals.
That's right, and normally we would have a last-minute second situation when someone like JR has been known to pull the score he needs right in the buzzer beater moments, but since we don't have that same situation as far as that buzzer beater excitement, we will be seeing JR surf again, and I feel strongly that he will be able to put together the score that he needs.
Absolutely, so he'll be sitting there ready for his second right-hander. He wants to replace that 5.83 to get a carrying score. He's got a 7.67 for his left-hander, so he's got the strongest score for the left-handers. It's beating Jack Van Wagener's 7.17, so it's a pretty good situation, but the pressure's still on. He does need scores. That wave is coming. What do you think will be going through the mind of JR now?
JR is focused, laser focused. I'm sure right now he's just saying, come on, let's get this thing rolling. He's going to approach it in a controlled manner. I think he's going to go for the nose ride right off the bat, and it'll be interesting to see how he decides to, negotiate the rest of the ride.
Here he is. Sets himself up, a couple of strokes, keeping an eye both ways, up and riding, the goofy footer, high line, 4 steps, locks a 5, roll of the toes over the nose into a nice down carve bottom turn setup with 2 steps to the middle, touches the nose, races back from that nose ride as things get steep here, and he grabs that rail, keeps that board in the middle of the wave, little side slip boogie there, but readjusts and keeps that line in the barrel, out the barrel, up and riding, still going. J.R. Esquievel from the Philippines back to another critical 5, walks out of that nose ride, down carves and sets a high line collar, and this is dynamic from the young surfer from the Philippines.
So exciting to see JR reach his dreams. This is something that he's been dreaming since he was a young boy, and to see that and feel that excitement come from the screen, it's really amazing to see.
And that was special because he really had to readjust a lot in that critical section.
Yeah, we'll see the replay in a moment here, and you're going to see how he negotiated that. He had a little bit of a booty stall. There was a little bit of a booty stall when he was trying to hold.
Shake that booty.
Yeah, to kind of slow it down. You'll see it. We'll see it.
Is that a Philippines nightclub move?
It might be. You
Could well
know.
be.
If there's videoke going on, then there must be a booty shake. Here we go. As I said, he opened up with that 5, brings it, redirects it back into the curl. He's going to set up again for another 5. And then you'll see here, he looks for the barrel. He has a little booty drag, but he holds control, uses his arms, uses the rail. You could see that tail kind of sliding out, but he really negotiates it well, holds the control, and then tops it off with that 5 and into another redirecting bottom turn.
And a lot of compression here and really following that leading arm. He kept everything over the board there, even though that fin slid out there. He managed to really stay compressed, and that upper body composure really mattered.
When you have been able to watch JR for as long as I have, and he is such a dynamic surfer, and he's not afraid to go for it.
Yeah.
And he's really known for being the guy out in the middle of the day at home. Nobody's surfing, it's big, it's sloppy, and he's hanging 10 and hitting the lip and just explosive.
Yeah, and something that he's very good at as well is the heels, the hang heels. So if he does continue in this event in a critical section, that'll be special to see. A high degree of difficulty heels through that steepest part of the wave.
Well, I have to say, last night I had different conversations, and I really put a challenge to a lot of the athletes that I want to see some new stuff. I would like some more variety. We longboarding can get a bit stagnant sometimes, where it's just between nose rides and turns. And there's so much that can be done on a board. You and I have talked so much about the dance, and there's so many dance moves that you can do on a longboard that I really wanted to put a lot of these athletes to task.
And creativity will be an important point of difference for the surfers.
Yeah.
To draw that different line. And I think what we saw then was a very reactive approach in that steep section, but using real model technique, you know, that's staying super compact, you know, not one of the tallest competitors, benefiting from really being able to keep that body weight over the stringer of the board in that steep section.
Yeah, he's got that little tighter, kind of very athletic build, not a tall guy like Kaniela we saw in the first, really having to contort his legs and his body in order to fit into that barrel, where JR has a little bit easier time just because of his more compact nature, but just as explosive as those bigger guys.
And he moves into first position with a 6.77, so he's taken the win. So this is a little bit of a glory ride for our goofy footer up on his Thomas Beckson board. Risky cutback, steep, high in the line, touches the nose, puts that board on rail, speeding through this section, locks in, deep, keeping that line, that wave just running away from him, but it won't matter because he's taken the win with a 7.67 backed up with a 6.77. So JR is our winner. He will advance into the quarterfinals, Carla.
Yeah, so happy to see that happen. Congratulations still to the other surfers. It was beautiful surfing by Jack. Kai not really able to put it all together, but it'll be great to see them next year on tour.
And all of you surf fans tuning in at home, you can see how this new format now plays out. So those 4 rides for all of the surfers. What is being counted is the surfer's highest right and highest left. As we can see, the Philippines diaspora, of course, a huge community of Philippines workers here in the United Arab Emirates come down to support JR.
Yeah, they're actually a lot of Filipinos are everywhere, by the way, okay? Everywhere you go, you're going to find yourself a Filipino. They're going to welcome you into their space, into their home. They're going to feed you. Doesn't matter if they have a grain of rice, they will offer it to you. And so it's always so wonderful to see that kind of camaraderie coming from the Philippine nation.
And there it is, the heat winner. It's JR Esquievel with a 6.77 backed up with a 7.67. Jack Van Wagner from the US of A, he takes second position with that really strong 7.83 backed up with a 6.47, but he will be eliminated along with Kai Ellis Flint as we shift gears into heat number 3. It's going to be a good one. We got Tony Silvani from the east coast of the US of A surfing against Frenchman Edouard Del Pero. Comes off the back of a win at the Belsa Classic with his partner Lindsay Steinrider in Côte de Basque, Biarritz, against Kai Hamasi, the quick-footed regular footer from Japan. Kai is one cool cat, Carla, and I think he is going to be a threat in this heat.
I actually really like Kai's style. He's cool, calm, and collected. He has those quiet hands. So it'll be a nice run to see all those guys. But then we've got Tony Silvani, who is a veteran on the tour, and you can never put Tony away. So
great heat, all regular footers, Tony Silvani, Edouard Del Pero, Kai Hamasi, as we see the goofy footer, JR, coach Luke Landrigan, but big shout out to Jack Van Wagner. That was a great performance. I really want to see more of Jack.
All right, so I think JR is going to be pretty ready to go.
Yes, it's going to be fabulous just to watch all these. The Van Wagner family has been in the surf community in California for a long time. Now they're grown up, so it's nice to see how they've adulted.
Reigning Japanese champion Kai Hamasi, a great snowboarder, a great skateboarder. How will he apply his regular foot technique to his opening right-hander? He's the lowest seed in this heat with Tony Silvani, Edouard Del Pero, surfing in the white singlet, representing Japan. He's going to be going first. This is a great opportunity for Kai Hamasi, who has been a standout for a number of years internationally. He's no stranger to big competition wins.
Yeah, and he's, as I said, he's got a really great style. I like what he brings to the traditional longboarding that we really want to see here in the tour. And it's nice that the Asian market, people don't realize everything's always been so focused on Australia and California, and there's some real great talent coming out of Japan. And here we go, Kai.
Up and riding, Kai Hamasi stalls it, 2 steps, 4 to the 5, holds that nose ride and walks cleanly out of that. And again, a high line with 4 quick, smooth steps into a 10, walks out of that 10, goes to the bottom of the wave. Things get steep and juicy. He looks in, he looks out, he comes out. He's cool, he didn't even grab the rail there. He's coming off the bottom. Again, another high line. Now drops to the middle of the wave. Risky nose ride in that low point of the wave. Great start though for Kai Hamasi. What will the scores be? We're going to find out pretty soon, and we're going to have Kaipo Guerra coming into the booth to call the action with the wax head, Matt Chinaski.
Opening day at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. The basin in effect here, a perfect wave, KS wave code technology, groundswell technology, and we're so happy to be here. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Matt Chinaski and former C-tier and the Senior Director of Surf Experiences, Mitch Cruz. Mitch, I want to be the first to say thank you for having us here. This place is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, welcome to the desert, boys. It's pretty wild. A bit of a pivotal moment, I guess, in surf history today, like having the first event, so, you know, showing global surfing to the UAE. So special day for all of us here at the Surf Abu Dhabi team.
Yeah, you and your crew have been here. I mean, you've been here a year now in Abu Dhabi in developing this whole program, and we're actually like experiencing the fruit of all the labor that you guys have put in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we have, for myself, like I came here in November now, so I've been hiding out here in Hudayrat Island working with the team on this amazing project, and here we are, here it is.
The amazing wave coming through here, and this is going to be Kai Hamasi on his first left. The Japanese surfer, Matt, scored a 4-point ride on the right.
Yeah, just a really deep barrel, but uncharacteristically fell off. And there's a great backside hang 10, one of the best we've seen so far of the event. And he gets super deep in this one, Kaipo.
Wow. Great section there, navigates a quick little barrel for Kai, showing great speed and trim control, gets back up to the nose. Nice hang 5, cross steps back. Beautiful down carve. This wave's gonna speed up on the inside here, looking to drag his body back into the curl. Not really a barrel, but a completed wave, all that. And gosh, the left, the right. Mitch, I'm gonna go to you. The personality, is there a different personality between the right-hander here and the left-hander here at this point break setting?
Yeah, definitely. I think this this pool, it's got so many elements that you know, resemble the ocean.
Yeah.
For one, it's salt water, and two, we're quite positioned quite close to the beach. Like you can see here, that was a pretty awesome ride here. That was, I mean, these guys are just insane what they can do on this longboard, and then to slot into that barrel, that's insane. Surely a high score, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's maximized the full criteria here. You notice he actually took out the win in Korea at the Wave Park event last year in the LQS event. Super clinical in his surfing. He'd be likened to, say, a Connor Coffin on the CT Tour, just technically proficient. And this event, I thought was going to be a breakout. With surfing like this, I feel like that's going to be a really good score, especially with that opening 10 in the barrel, ticking all the boxes.
Well, the top seeds have come through into the quarterfinals so far today. Number 2 in the rankings, JR Esquievel, he's in the quarterfinals. He's up against the glass with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. You told me you felt the pressure out there, JR. How did you handle it and put together 2 really great scores?
Yeah, just wanted to get better on my first wave because, yeah, I scored 5.8 and I just need to make it a little bit higher. And yeah, lucky I got it.
We saw you have 2 different boards for the right and the left. Can you walk us through the differences in those?
Yeah, that blue board on the right wave, I choose that one because it's better for nose riding. And yeah, I don't really want to commit on the barrel, but on the second wave, I was there on the section, so I just need to do it. Yeah, and the Thomas one, on the left, that's a better one. It's more speed and better for barrels. So yeah, I choose to use it on the left.
And really quickly, you want to say anything to friends and family watching back home?
In Tagalog? Yeah, maraming salamat sa lahat ng Pilipinong sumusuporta, lalo na yung mga pumunta dito. Tapos sa sponsors ko, kay Manong Ronald Singson, sa Tingog, sa House of Representatives, kay Mr. Romualdez, saka kay Mrs. Romualdez, saka sa Vans Philippines, sa Union Athletics, Surftown La Union, sa Alima, saka sa coach ko kay Coach Luke and Coach Ian, and sa everyone sa Pilipinas, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Congratulations, Kaipo. Send it back to you.
Thank you. Congratulations to JR, and congratulations, Kai Hamase. Put on a clinic on that left-hander and went excellent there. Catching up here to our first right here for the French surfer, Edward Del Perro, Matt.
Yeah, clinical in nature as well. This is a great heat. All 3 surfers are really consistent. Edward with the 2-turn, 2 nose ride combo, racing down the wave for this section, looking for the barrel maybe, Kaipo.
Del Perro has already had success in a wave system. He took out a win in 2021 at the Surf Ranch, and his mix of powerful turns and great footwork and outstanding nose riding equals great scores for the French surfer. He's going to be one of the surfers here in the mix, Matt, that you're going to see doing more turns than a lot of the field in that swooping cutback you can see for the finish.
Yeah, one of the most maneuverable performance boards that he likes to use, not only when it's bigger, but when it's small and hollow as well. One of the lightest surfers on the World Tour too, so perhaps the board choice he chooses is not anywhere near the type of board you'd see someone like Taylor Jensen or Kai Salas riding. You can see, gets a close 5 there, not quite the 10, drop knee, stays in the top third of the wave so he can get through the section. If he gets too low, Mitch, see what happens. It gets stuck into the tube, but a nice completed wave there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this wave tends to be a bit quick through the middle there, and like when we've been, this here is our what we call our point break wave, profile 4. We've got a little bit more meat on the bone and some of our like other higher performances, but we thought that the longboarders would really enjoy this profile of wave. It's quite similar to like a Noosa point break, boiling pot. And it makes it quite challenging for the surfers, but they're doing an amazing job navigating all the different elements of the wave from the start to that middle racy barrel section and then the performance section at the end. So it's been great to watch.
And that is a great point in that there's a number of settings that you folks can put upon this wave, and that's all part of the KS Waveco groundswell technology with this big foil moving. And just, you know, talk to us about how this was developed. You know, you spent a lot of time making this happen.
Absolutely. There's been so many people involved, like first and foremost Modon, you know, developing the project and you know, collaborating with the team at KS Wave Co. to bring this thing to life. Many people to thank, many hands to shake. But, you know, when it comes to developing the wave, and I've learnt so much from the brains of Adam Fincham and all the team, James Matthews and all the KS Wave Co crew, to what goes into designing these waves, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. Not to mention the basin, you know, there it is on screen. There's our reef breaks, we call them. It's just, the contours at the bottom is what, you know, makes this wave what it is, with that racy barrel section and performance turn section. So amazing stuff. We can't wait to show off some of the extra waves, which hopefully we'll get to see, which will be on the tour event later in the year.
That's right. We're confirmed 2025. We're going to be back here with the championship tour in this basin. You can see the study of the bathymetry in the basin that creates this wave. It's just a science project, but we get to reap the benefits of this complex science project. Edward Del Perro on his right, Matt, a 7.27. Edward is going to be heading left. Here's his first left.
Staying high on this one, taking after that first wave, which is a really good score. I think the judges appreciating the rail work that he got done, hence the height of that score. This one gets hollow here, but he doesn't go to pull in. Getting up to the nose, this is on his way to a good score, Kaipo.
Yeah, nice nose ride there, gets a second nose ride. And this is what's gonna set the difference right here. Big, round turns, great maneuverability on the longboard for Del Perro. Combine that with some great footwork and some nose rides, and that has been a winning combination for the French surfer. 5.07 on the left will give him the lead over Kai Hamase.
It was interesting, Kai fell on that first right-hander after getting a lot of work done and a good barrel as well. You'd have to say the advantage would have possibly gone to Kai leading into that, but Edward, that was a smart left, and that's the type of form that he showed over at the Surf Ranch when he took the win in 2021. Consistency is the key right here, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a pressure cooker environment. As you see, Eduardo's just full style master on this thing. And, you know, these guys have two opportunities to basically show up, and, you know, if you can't put together two rides, it's kind of like a half pipe ride, you know. That's what's so unique about these wave pool events. You're setting a run rather than dictating the unknowns of the ocean. So, yeah, consistency is key. You got to be rock solid mentally, physically, definitely physically, because I know by the end of this ride, you are buggered.
Another thing that I think is going to open up, just the beautiful thing that we enjoy surfing, Mitch, is a facility like this is going to give surfing, it's going to make it available for a whole new range of people.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's for me, you know, when I was a young 5-6-year-old kid dragging my surfboard down the beach, you know, never ever would have I thought that I would end up in Abu Dhabi and taking, you know, we've taken some of the local community and Emirati teams surfing and showed people, even people who cannot even swim, we've got them up and riding, you know, on waves that a lot of us have challenged to catch in the ocean, and it's a real, you know, achievement for us and the team.
I'm saying perhaps in about 4 or 5 years, we could see an Emirati surfer on the championship tour, on the Challenger Series, because the one thing about these systems is your development as a surfer is accelerated because of the repetition that you're able to have through these systems.
Absolutely. Like, one thing I've learned this past year is not only that this wave provides great joy, it's an amazing wave, it's the best training facility I've ever seen for all levels. So if you're a beginner, like, you can learn the fundamentals of just standard surfing, and to, you know, we had Ethan Ewing and a few pros come through, and they were, you know, testing boards and working on, you know, developing their high performance surfing. It's incredible. It's something I never thought I'd be a part of, and I'm extremely chuffed to be a part of this project. It's incredible.
Well, here we got our top seed and the right coming down the track here for Tony Silvani, 37 years old, out of Carolina Beach, North Carolina. And here goes Tony, the veteran of the crew here. And Tony's another surfer on this longboard tour, Matt, that's able to swing his board around, that Stewart surfboard.
Oh, I was just about to comment. He went to a smaller board, Kaipo, to eliminate falling off in the barrel. He chose a lighter, smaller board, but that didn't help him there. The wide nose catching, hurling, going down.
Yeah, that first section on this is so, you know, you can see the guys now are really trying to push it. They know it's game time, and that section can be quite tricky. You see, he just catches his rail coming up here as it bottoms out, and see you later.
He perhaps anticipated that barrel a bit further along the line instead of just there where it dropped out.
Yeah, that's the mind game here. 3.33 for Tony Silvani as he sets up for his left-hander. Mitch, I want to thank you. Thanks for coming in here. Thanks for all your efforts. Like, again, we got this Longboard Classic 2025. We're going to have the CT over here. We'll see more of Mitch Cruz and the good crew over here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Thanks for joining us.
Great to have you guys. Let's have an epic weekend.
Let's catch a couple waves.
Hopefully.
Hey, maybe a wild card next year on the CT.
We'll be back with more from Abu Dhabi right after this.
The Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, and by Surf Abu Dhabi. Find your wave.
It's opening day for the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. Tony Silvani in heat number 3 is our top seed. He already had a right. He fell on the right for 3.33. Here goes Silvani on the left. Kuiper Girl, Matt Shanowski on the call here. And Silvani is up and riding. Quick to a nice hang, 5 to 10 on this opening section, Matt.
Looking good so far. Maybe a few nerves after the first wave, but off to a good start. Will he pull into the tube? He does. He stalls. Went past the first section, slides out. Stakes the low line. Sets up this next one, racing away. Gets a nose ride through the fast section, Kaipo, and he links up through the inside.
Had some space to throw in a nice down carve on the backhand. Silvani speeding trim line here. Looking to crank a turn for the finish. Much better job on the left for Tony Silvani. Right into the game here. Shot from up above, as you can see the shallow bottom that we're going to end up in. And you can see the train right there that pulls a foil, creating this groundswell technology.
It's pretty wild, Kaipo. Right there, that sucks up about where Tony was on that second smaller wave behind it. It feels like a slab on a reef where you're at. It drags you away, and you've got to stand up and chuck your board over the top. Pretty unique to have that feeling in a basin.
Here's a replay of the left, and Silvani did a great job of using the entire length of the surfboard here.
Yeah, he got a bit caught up after this nose right, holding that speed high line, the top third of the wave. And here the board drops pretty dramatically, goes high, and here drops down. He's so lucky to be able to hold on to that. He uses big, long, raky fins, which would have been the reason he didn't slide out there. And that power turn in the end, he'll get quite a few points just for that turn alone. We can't see it going into the excellent range. It's still a great score.
Yes, a study in slow motion of the great footwork for the surfer from North Carolina.
He's been working hard over there with his surf school. They've had a hurricane and another one about to come, so he's been under a little bit of stress coming into this event. But to get a wave like that, he'll be stoked just to get a solid score on the board. Waiting for it now.
Making his way up to the surfer's deck, and he's going to hear the news that he just scored a 5.83 on the left. So he's got some work to do. He's sitting in third place in this heat. He'll have another left and another right. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the second run for Kai Hamasi. Remember, Kai just needs a 6.01 on this right-hander to take the lead off of Edward Del Perro. Kai has a big number on the left, an 8.33. So Kai well poised right now, Matt, to take the lead in this heat.
Yeah, for that number and in Kai's repertoire, he just needs to surf it to the end. I think Kaipo just be able to surf, not safe, but just cleanly.
Knowing that you need a 6 and having that information is so valuable, right? Because just like you said, Matt, he knows right now he doesn't have to go pedal to the metal right now to take the lead. He just needs to make it from point A to the end point B, get some turns, but Edward Del Perro also looking to improve upon his heat score as he's putting some fresh wax on the board.
Yeah, coming in as the top seed there, Edward, coming into this battle right now. He gets to have a surf and after these guys, so he knows what he needs. Kai, yeah, only needs to better that 6 in the right, but that may change, knowing that Edward's on fire. But we'll wait and see. Here he goes.
Gets up to that 5 for the first section. Those soul arch action there for some extra style points. We can increase the flow and style. Wave bottoms out, tucks into the barrel. Nicely under cover there. A patient, poised Kai. Again, nice trim line and the beautiful hang 5, extended time on the nose.
That's where he fell last time, and he's gone one further, so he's looking at it good. He's going the barrel again.
Oh, risky maneuver, and it's not going to pay off for Kai, so just needs a 6.01. He would have loved to have finished off that wave. I don't know if he needed that second barrel.
I don't think so. I think that was a mistake, but he did some really nice work with that tube and that nose ride as well in the midsection of the wave. Clinical. The judges will appreciate the footwork and the length of the board, the way he was moving up and down cleanly with the tempo of the wave. And that word tempo, I think that's going to set the precedent for how the scores are going to be logged in. If you look like you're rushing and trying to score maneuvers, the judges will take note. But if you're looking in sync with the wave and flowing.
Let's see what happened here. So this was the first barrel ride where you got a little bit of cover and was able to execute that.
Yeah, that 9.3 looks really well suited, that Soida surfboard from Japan. This nose ride, he fell right there last time. You see his eyes open up, his face, he's in the middle of the wave. That's a really unique line to take that only the lighter surfers like Edward are able to do. And here he goes in, he's back on the tail, and the nose will get clipped right there. So that wave clamping a little bit for him, as it does typically on the end section. But some great work on the lead up.
Well, he's going to get a left. He's got a high bar, however, to improve upon his left. He's already holding an 8.33, so I mean, I feel for Kai, this heat is really going to be dependent upon the score that he's going to get on the right. I mean, hey, he could improve upon that 8.33, but that's a pretty lofty number.
It is. It is. I think he will improve on that 4 for sure. I don't know if it's going to be the 6, but we'll have to wait and see. He felt confident on that left, obviously.
Yeah.
He's staring. He's got a unique angle there, staring at the fence. I don't know what he's looking at. He's just perhaps staying in.
I feel like this is the point, and you experienced a couple of waves here as well, Matt. Is you really, and it's hard to do. You need to calm yourself because you're anticipating to hear that wave train to come through, and you're anticipating the wave to come through, and you got to just calm yourself at this point.
And you notice he's in front of the green flag there. There's flags on the top left-handed side of the screen, so you can take off a bit further out on that white flag, even a bit further deeper, but he's taking off right there on that pole. And he'll land just a bit behind the green flag. You can see it just in front of his nose there, just with the middle of the camera. And that's the indication of the generic takeoff zone. You can see the bathymetry of the man-made reef.
Well, it's 6.97 just checked in for his right, so he's going to hear that news right now and know that he has gone into the lead. So, good news for Kai.
Yeah.
Even without the finish there, did fulfill the requirement that he needed. Here he comes on the left, and this has got to be a good feeling. This is going to take away some pressure for Kai.
Wow, he just got that requirement before he took off. And here he goes. I feel like he's going to push it a bit further here, Kaipo. He's going to need to.
Yeah, he may as well. He's already got 8.33 in his pocket, so he can surf freely on this wave. Barrel section here, that one's going to run away, so he's going to hang on to that 8.33. And a 2-wave total of 15.3 is what Kai is going to hang on to as we turn our attention to Edward Del Perro, who will be up next.
Interesting to note, the wind has been a little bit of a factor in the last couple of afternoons of the practice runs. Not so much wind today, Kaipo. So everything's going pretty smoothly for the event. The rights in the afternoon have actually not been the choice. The lefts have been cleaner. Today, pretty glassy.
.43 for Kai. Didn't change the situation. Like I said, he's going to hang on to that 15.3. Edward Del Perro coming up next with a 14.34 2-wave total for Del Perro. So Edward will want to improve upon both his right and his left. And you can see this shot right here of the beautiful facility that we have here at Surf Abu Dhabi, as well as all the other Modon projects that we have going on this island. This is going to be Sport Island. Everything from a giant velodrome to outdoor trail riding to cool soccer or football fields. There's a giant skate park that's going up right here. There is going to be a national preserve, a 5-star hotel also going up. The development over in this place is absolutely astounding. I feel like I'm almost on a different planet.
It's phenomenal, Kaipo. Driving from the airport, it feels like you're in elements of Las Vegas, LA, New York. You've got those massive skyscrapers, but we're here in the desert and there's perfect waves here. Gosh,
and it's a good wave. It is wild. It is. And that's why, you know, we're so grateful to be able to be here for this third stop of the Longboard Tour, and we're also anticipating Championship Tour with a stop here in 2025. Del Perro getting ready for his right-hander. He's got 45 seconds before the swell train starts dragging that foil through and bringing that right-hander.
I think there's a lot of similarities between the surfboard of Edward's riding and what we saw out of JR Esquievel as well, with that speed shape design. Single fin, narrower tail, fits in the tight arcs of the wave, and that's why he's able to get so deep in the barrel.
Why is no one riding a 2+1 in this type of situation?
Someone like Edward can. He could certainly do that, but I think it's just leveraging the single fin for nose riding. But I mean, some people, they've just adapted to the single fins. I would ride a 2+1. I would try one. I have a great 9.0. I'd love to ride it out there.
Yeah, because I feel, especially through these steep sections, and we're talking about surfboard design here, that having those side bites would help a lot with your projection and your grip, and also allow you to maybe turn the board a little bit more on rail.
Yeah, you'll be able to bank off the bottom and the top, but it's the technical nose riding, the top third of the wave, where a single fin with more rake is going to hold you in, where the side fins will give and release, which is what they do best.
Well, here we go. Edouard straight to a 5. Oh, no! That is disaster for the French surfer, and you can see the anguish that he's experiencing right now. Look at this. We can just mind surf this wave.
That's a gnarly one to surf, actually. Look how bottomless it is. Wow. I feel like that barrel went longer than some of the others, but the good news is he still had a 727 to beat, so that was his best of the 2 waves. But all the pressure is going to be on the left now.
There's going to be some pressure on the left. Needs an 8.04 on the left-hander, Edouard, to take the lead off of Kai. Now, mind you, this, well, let's take a look. What went wrong here?
All right, so he's up in the top third, goes to the 10, see a lot of water splashing. He pokes the nose just a little bit, and unfortunately, very uncharacteristically, it's enough for him to fall off. So that wave backed off a little bit, and then it got super hollow after it. So I feel like he was always going to be behind the wave as well. That one was a fast wave, and some of them do differentiate at different times. That's not identical wave after wave, so that wave had a different mind of its own and threw him off.
Hey man, it's just surfing, right?
Yeah.
You still got to surf what's in front of you.
Yep.
I mean, these waves are very, very similar, and you can almost plan out the wave where it's going to be slower and faster through the sections, generally faster through the middle, but there are subtle differences just because of the basin, sometimes because of the wind. There's subtle differences on those waves, so it's still surfing where you got to ride what's right in front of you.
I didn't note where he took off as well. Sometimes that has a little bit to do with it, your choice of maneuvers, as we talked about. That would have been interesting to note in the mental logbook, that depending on where he took off.
So right here, he's going to be inching closer. You can see the green flag, so that would be the, you know, if you're just a civilian surfer, let's say, that would be your recommended takeoff area on the left. He's going to give himself a little bit more space, get into wave a little bit early, and now he's going to set a little bit of a different tempo on this left-hander, knowing that he needs an excellent score.
On a shortboard, where did you take off yesterday?
I took off, dude, I didn't want to miss the wave. I took off right on the green, you know?
Yeah, me too as well.
Yeah. But I'm going to tell you, I mean, we're watching longboarding here, and just to ride just the standard shortboard, it's such a good wave.
So this is counterintuitive, as we said earlier. He's actually going to be going left.
Right.
And he's going to be fading into it, going towards that white line slightly. And he's going to be fading into it, and the wave will bowl in. It's such a bizarre feeling. These guys are used to it. They've had
It's totally counterintuitive, right? Because if this was a pier, you would be surfing away from the pilings, right? Or if it was a jetty, you would be surfing away from the rocks. This wave right here, you're actually going to be surfing into the net. Actually, you don't want to be holding onto the net, to tell you the truth, but
they can actually hear us too, Kai.
It's okay. We're preserving the net.
There is a little bit of current there. You can see that groundswell. That's what it is. It's starting to rile up, and they'll wait for the foil to generate that water to come through, and it'll push through a perfect wave. And he's got the countdown. For those of you that are just joining us.
Yeah. And you can see the anticipation, getting the leash out of the way for Edouard, knowing he needs an excellent score. Waves on the way, the train is rolling. Here he goes, pulling that foil. The left pops up for Del Perro. Beautiful nose ride to begin with. Nice swooping turn there. Straight off the bottom, wave's gonna steepen up and speed off here. Pocket ride through this section. Gets a little bit of a cover up, needs to come out of this. That's gonna be it.
Jeez, it's such a good line in the lead up to that. And unfortunately for Edouard, he's not going to be progressing through, you'd have to say. But a great line. I thought he had timed that perfectly. That left ran away from him mid-tube. But he pulled in at the beginning. And some of the better tubes we've seen throughout the day, JR Esquievel, we've seen that from Kai, and we also saw it from Kaniela. They pull in on that next section, that second section.
Wow, so, I mean, even though he is, you know, the middle seed in this heat, I'm calling this an upset because he was certainly the best surfer at the Surf Ranch in 2021. Yeah. You can see just a little too deep there. And a little cavitation on the fins. The slide slips enough to kind of kill enough of that forward momentum. Lip hits the deck of the board and takes him out.
Oh, so unfortunate because oh, geez, he's passionate. We know that. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He would have practiced that line, and everything was going so well up until that point. It's difficult to handle that situation. It just ran away from him.
So currently in second in this heat. If he keeps on to the second position, he will have an equal ninth coming out of this event. Let's take a look at our heat standings so far. And 2 waves still to be ridden by our top seed, Tony Silvani. And Tony needs to do work on both the right and the left, Matt.
Yeah, I'm almost going to feel the pressure's off. It's a massive total that he needs, so he's just going to go for it. He knows he's going to need 2 new scores, and he's going to leave absolutely nothing left in the tank. We know Tony, the consummate professional, and he's been battling out on the tour for over a decade now, actually almost 2.
Yeah, Tony Silvani, like I said, the veteran of the crew, 37 years old. He's got a beach business there in Carolina Beach. Surf instructor, just a stoked individual on his Stewart surfboard. Multiple U.S. titles for Tony Silvani. Just got a room full of trophies over decades of competing.
Yeah, he's one of the friendliest guys on the tour as well. Always up for a chat, super wholesome. He really immerses himself in the culture in all the countries that he attends and all the events. And he's really taken to the traveling in the last few years, going to a lot of different places, even outside of the World Tour schedule. Places like the Philippines, where he's featured single and unattached to an event over there. They'll love to have him back. And down to Costa Rica as well. And he's a fan favorite. He's a great guy to have around the event.
Yeah, good energy. Sending him some good energy now. 5 seconds before we're going to hear the chatter on the rail and the foil formulating this wave. You can see it, the water moving through here. It's going to start feeling the bottom in the next few feet and pop up for this right-hander. Go. Starts off with a nice hang 5 for this first section. Powers through a turn, gets to the bottom, taps a 5. Steep middle section, looks for the barrel. Dragon is going to change his line here. Decides to go for some nose ride instead, styling through that section. Beautiful carve on the forehand, Matt. Looks like he's on his way.
Yep. Oh, that 9-2 bird model. And Stewart looking great, and he goes down. He had such a good line, and he got into the flats of that wave. I'd love to dissect what happened there. I was about to say, that board is an epoxy. I thought it was going to react better than the PU, and that it did, but it kind of freaked out a bit on that inside section.
I just feel with this particular wave is if you get too far on the bottom, it's hard to regain speed, and you kind of bog. You know, you don't want to get like super deep bottom turn. It looks like he got far on the bottom and stalled all his forward momentum. We'll take a look here at the replay.
All right, so some nice nose rides here. This is a unique board. It's like a nose rider, but there's a lot of rocker in it. It's maneuverable, and it does have a wide platform. See if that got in the way. So he does really well to handle it through here. Nice drop knee. That turn was sweet. And links up here. Good timing on that nose ride, the midsection, and here he's sort of in between, drives through the drop knee. And eyes follow the nose around a little bit, snaps it out. Eyes keep down the line a little bit, so not super committed, but it's a nice flary photo. Tommy Pierucci would have got that one there, just kind of wigged out. The board flexed, he went off the bottom, and it kind of reacted and pushed him up off the bottom. So that's, I mean, that could be the difference of that end section that gets slabby and fast, and it happens in when you're surfing the end bowl of a reef break, where it does kind of wig out a little bit and sends you in a different trajectory.
Even with that bobble at the end, he did improve upon his score on the right with a 6.7, setting himself up for a left. Now his requirement for Tony is an 8.6 to take the lead off of Kai.
You'd have to say that wave would have gone probably low to mid 7s if he was right out of that end section as well, but still has another opportunity, and it's not over yet.
There's the need at 8.6 for Tony Silvani. Just hearing the news right now for our on-site announcers. So he's got all the information. He's got 25 seconds until the left-hander starts down the track.
It's actually quite intimidating paddling for that left Kaipo as well, not just because of the counter intuition, but it's, you don't want to pearl, you don't want to nosedive.
Yeah.
It's super glassy, as you can see the clear surface there. When you stand up, it's really just like a super, in Australia we have those East Coast point breaks where it's white sand and it's really difficult to see where you are.
I agree, and depending upon the time of the day when you can see through the bottom, you don't want to get hypnotized by the bottom. If you look straight through the bottom, you lose that depth perception, and that can be disaster. But it looks like a nice takeoff here for Tony, no problem. Straight up to the nose, extended 5 to 10, beautiful lengthy nose ride getting through this section for Tony Silvani. He's gonna get hollow here, goes for the rail grab and gets through that section, no problem. Real high line there, kind of in between two thoughts, touches a 5 right on the tightrope, swings the Stewart around. Dropping the bottom turn to another hang 5. Really high on this one, has to get back down. On edge through this entire ride, man.
Well, he's asking questions, absolutely, to the judges. A little bit off tilt there, the last 3 quarters of that wave, but tremendous work, a nice opening hang 10. We'll have a look at the replay, but quite a lot of spray coming from the opening nose ride, which generally means it's not super critical when you see a lot of water coming from the nose of the board. But some phenomenal work there and definitely bouncing back from a disastrous start. Let's have a look at that opening nose out. So he goes high, as you said, Kaipo. You don't want to look down. Pushing, he is pretty deep. He's kind of in the pocket, but just spray coming from the nose there, so not super critical. A little shuffle back, judges taking note of that. And here, kind of missed the tempo a little bit with the tube, but he makes up for it with his drop knees and a real nice turn at the end of this nose ride here. Maybe his best wave yet, I feel. So just not that levitation that we often see there. He gets the 10 little touch there, and you can see the spray coming from the nose. But he had to do that to race down the line so he didn't get caught in the barrel. If you get too far back, like myself and Sam did yesterday, you just get buried in that tube and there's no coming back from it. That's the type of surfing you come to expect from Tony Silvani. He's a stalwart on the World Tour. And, he's a great guy to have around. I'd call him like the Jadson Andre of the Longboard World Tour. I mean that in such a nice, encouraging way. He's a great guy. Not a bad intention.
Bat tail on the Stewart board there. Still waiting for the number to come through. Again, he needs an 8.6 to take the lead. Step onto the surfer's deck.
They call it the bird tail, like a bird with the wings, I suppose, but a lot of edge in there, a lot of unique features in that model.
Gets a 5.6, not enough for Tony Silvani. He'll remain in third. Going to exit here, stop number 3 with a 17, and will be Kai Hamasi. On to the quarterfinals. So Hamasi with a 15.3, went excellent with that 8.33 on his left-hander. Taking a look at the final numbers for the opening round, heat number 3, and it is the Japanese surfer advancing to the quarterfinal. Well, world number 1 coming up in this next heat. Heat number 4 of the opening round is going to be Taylor Jensen as the top seed, along with Steven Sawyer and Augusto Olinto here from Brazil, the Brazilian goofy foot on his first right.
He got the wild card into this event. Kaipo has competed on the World Tour in the past. He's spends a lot of time in Bali these days here. Oh, and a real showman as well. Super active. Pumping down the line here. Whoa!
Survives that section. On edge. Still on edge. Hanging on through this ride. And makes it to the finish line on his opening right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lighter single fin style board by the look of it, made by Ross, who's here at the moment, but really pumping his way down the line, not wanting to get caught behind. He's surfing this one all the way through the shorey. So a stable opening wave there for Augusto. First time we've seen him back in the Rash Fest for quite a number of years. 2021, I think it was the last time he put the WSL vest back on. So nice to have him back.
Well, we're going to step away right now. We'll wait for the score for Augusto. When we come back, he's going to take his first left. More from Abu Dhabi right after this.
Welcome back to this wave riding oasis in the desert. It's the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon, live from Huderiat Island as we see Brazilian style master from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo. It's Augusto Linto, the goofy footer, riding his Ross Concept boards. Of course, Ross Williams, the shaper for Ross Concept, on site watching Augusto as he comes out that second nose ride, racing, speeding, low and lively, floats it, airdrops it, comes unstuck. Carla Roland Zamora, that was the first time we've seen someone go for a full lip float.
That was an entirely different approach from the rest of the heats that we've seen so far, so I can appreciate the creativity, definitely.
Appreciation in the nation of the United Arab Emirates, a place of great Arab hospitality, fantastic coffee, and of course this is a wave that will go on your bucket list. Riding the point break setting, this will be open to the public from October. It'll feature on the CT Shortboard Tour next season, and Augusto Linto is waiting for his second score to drop, Carla, but how about this airflow?
Yeah, he does a little more progressive maneuvering there, but not able to stay stuck onto his board and just slips right off. But as I said before, I can really appreciate the creativity and the approach, and I'd like to see a little bit more of this in the upcoming heats.
He's a cool guy, Augusto Linto. He's won the Byron Bay Surf Fest, the Noosa Surf Festival. He's won the Mexi Log Fest. He's won all of those great classic single fin events. And if you follow him on the Instagram, you'll know that he's got a lot of creativity in his surfing.
Yeah, he's definitely got all sorts of tricks and things up his sleeve. He's I've surfed with him out at First Point. He's very busy, likes to catch lots of the waves, but he's a really fun surfer to watch.
Great skateboarder as well. And so now having that start with, you know, those kind of lower scoring rides, you talked about the benefits of playing it safe potentially on your first couple of rides and building on that. How will that affect his psychology going into his next round of rights and lefts?
Well, I would hope that he's going to turn on the heat and he's going to really not only try to get some really strong scores and get some skills, some maneuvers in there, but he's going to want to not fall.
Well, Carla, talking of skills, Japanese style, Kai Hamasi books himself a spot in the quarterfinals, and he is with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how impressive that barrel was. Tony Silvani coming up and congratulating you on it. How did you prepare for that wave?
It's honored to be same feet with Tony and Eduardo. Eduardo and Tony really good surfer. I'm so happy to same heat, and yeah, I focused on for the barrel. I got 8 points. So happy.
As you should be, your first time competing here in a wave pool. How have you found it? How have you prepared for that?
Just I was image for the Good Surfers movie. Yeah, I saw every day.
It has paid off. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
日本で応援していただいている皆様ありがとうございます。次も、いいライドして勝ちたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。We'll see you in the next one.
ありがとうございます。
Congratulations, Kai. Great surfing. We enjoyed watching him, Carla. Precision, style, not too showy, but certainly extremely functional and also very classic.
He's got that really nice classic style, and something we talked about was I feel like a real testament to a stylish surfer is when they can have that control and that style on their front side as well as on their back side, and he's somebody that you really can't tell the difference. And another really strong, goofy foot, regular foot when he wants to be, Stevie Stoyer.
It's our 2018 WSL World Longboard Champion from Jeffreys Bay, representing South Africa. Stephen Sawyer grabs that rail, knees forward, climbing and dropping, pumping, pulling in. He's going to take a fall. He had a good line early on, some footwork, some rail work, but a different approach to the backside backside tube riding on that section.
Yeah, he kind of came from behind it a little bit, but I liked the knee pumping action, trying to get in front of it. And there was a moment there that he was gaining some speed, but as we talked earlier, the wave tends to kind of suck you into it as opposed to pushing you out of the barrel. So we'll see that here as he tries to come around. He grabs that rail to try to keep that rail out of the water. He's trying to get around, and he's going to try to tuck in there. And you can see that little gyration, that motion as he's trying to pump and get under it, but it just kind of clips him right in the head, giving him a bit of a haircut.
Feeling comfortable though here in Abu Dhabi. Of course, a lot of South Africans working at Surf Abu Dhabi. The general manager, Ryan Watkins, a South African himself. So both Sam Christensen and Stephen Sawyer say it's great to meet a lot of good friends from back home working out here in the United Arab Emirates.
This really is a international affair here over in the Middle East. It's awesome to have all the different countries come together, and that's what surfing really does for us. It brings us from all different parts of the world, and we get to celebrate and come together and enjoy each other's surfing.
So Augusto Olinto kicks off with a 4.33, backed up with that 2.77. Stephen Sawyer, our 2018 world champion, kicks off with a 2.57, and there he is on the list in 2018. We've got our 2010 world champion, Dwayne DeSoto from Hawaii. He is here with his children who are competing. Pua and Micah will be coming up later. And we've also got Harley Ingleby here coaching our two Australians, Tully White and Declan Whiten. And we've got 3 times world champion, Mr. TJ Taylor Jensen, in this heat, who'll be surfing on a wave pretty soon. So a lot of world champions represented. Our reigning world champion, Kai Salas, he's here, and really is special to have so many defending world champions present.
Yeah, it's exciting, and I'm sure they're all excited to be here and being able to compete on a wave such as this. It's a great new thing for our sport, and I like the direction that it's going, and kudos to WSL and the team with Modon bringing this event here to Surf Abu Dhabi. It's really a special, privileged experience.
Stephen Sawyer riding his self-shaped boards, of course, tutored by his father, fantastic surfer and shaper himself, Stephen, traveling with his partner Crystal Hewlett on the Sawyer surfboards representing Jeffreys Bay. He's going to get the opportunity to surf the left-hander on his front side. He's going to want to go big. What will it be? Into the nose ride or into the tube sections? We're already seeing that some surfers opting to commit to that tube section, but what we're also noticing is how hard it is to get that line to come cleanly out of those hollow sections.
Yeah, the guys are definitely trying to get some depth into that barrel section, and that's where it's getting tricky because it's not often pushing them through and outside of that barrel. They're kind of getting sucked into it. So it'll be interesting to see how Stevie approaches this. He's no stranger to getting that barrel, so I feel confident that he's going to tuck in there.
Surf Abu Dhabi team member Mitch Cruz was on the broadcast last heat. He talked about how this is like a run in a skate park, up and riding. Stephen Sawyer walks forward, walks back, nice down carve, radical right off the bottom, off into another 5, soul arch, arm up, looking cool, speeding through this section. He's going to get himself in position, tucks nice and low, eyes up the exit, doesn't come out of that one, but lines were good up to that moment, and that was exciting.
Yeah, I liked the lines that he drew, and you could see that setup. You saw him setting up for that barrel, and it was looking like he was going to come out that clean, but once again, it just pinches down and not able to bring that surfer all the way through.
So our 2018 world champion gets a 2.57 for his opening right-hander. Scores will come in pretty soon for the left-hander. Of course, length of ride not essential for excellent scores, but it opens up more opportunity for variety if you do make that whole wave, as we see the replay.
And here the replay, he does that nice kind of speed to get to that nose ride. He doesn't find the nose ride there, but he does that ripping carve back into the curl, and then he finds that with the 2 steps up to the nose, holds it, and like you said, that really nice style. I like his body English. You know, using the hands doesn't have to be a bad thing. It can be a good thing. And here I love the beautiful shot there with the glistening water. And it looks like he's going to do it, but then you see the lip just hit him in the head and he gets another haircut.
We're moving into the golden hour. It's going to be sunset local time, 6:15. Local time right now, 4:45. So we're going to really get the opportunity for the photographers to really capture some fantastic moments. We've already seen on the WSL Instagram some incredible work from the likes of Tommy Piruki and all of the social media from all of these surfers. I recommend you longboard fans tuning in and watching the fun they've been having over the last 2 days. Not only the wave riding, but also some of the cultural experiences.
And what's great is that not too long from now, you can come here because this will be open to the public, and it'll be a great opportunity for, you know, more surfing to kind of spread across the world.
Yeah, and also opportunity to build the grassroots surf community here. Over 20 natural surf breaks as well in the United Arab Emirates, a number of beach breaks around Abu Dhabi. So this is going to be a platform, a playground, not only for high-level performance surfing, but for people to approach saltwater surfing safely and develop that joy, that resilience, that confidence. I call it PERM: positivity, empathy, resilience, and mindfulness. They're the 4 gifts of surfing.
They are gifts. They truly are gifts, especially if you're willing to receive them, yes. I think it's awesome that we can bring surfing to a place that's like the desert here. And we've got some scenarios that perhaps may change depending on how this event wraps up.
Well, what won't change is the man on your screen, Mr. Taylor Jensen. He will secure that #1 seed because he took wins at Bells Beach and Huntington this season on the World Longboard Tour. So he has secured #1 spot moving into El Salvador with Virgilio J.R. Esquievel, Ben Skinner, and John Michael Van Hohenstein, also known as Johnny the Ripper, also qualified. So now, is it going to be an opportunity for the likes of Kai Salas, a reigning world champion, for the likes of a huge potential world champion, Kaniela Stewart, to move into that top 4?
Well, what's really great is seeing these names that we've got here with JR, who's somewhat new to the tour, and then John Michael. Johnny the Ripper is such an amazing surfer, and I really see a title in his future.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Taylor's parents, Karen and Marty, tuning in. They'll be watching, excited to see if Taylor can go for that 4th world title this year. Fantastic combination of boards he rides, designed by Dan Mann and Stu Kenson, straight into a down carve, high line up to the tip, holds that 5, walks cleanly out of that nose ride, and then whips that board off the top, smooth, and then high, and just eyeing up that line and keeping the speed and walking crisply into a locked 5, walks out of that 5, great footwork into a nice swooping down carve off the bottom with footwork, back up to the middle of the board, keeping that trim speed. And again, rail engagement, Carla, has been some of the strongest I've seen today from Taylor.
Taylor is such an amazing surfer. He's so consistent. And with this wave here, he makes it look really easy. He does. He's not a small guy. We've talked about that before. He's a good-sized dude. But he makes it look so easy, and I really like the body English that he gave us in this wave, a little bit of different style, a little finesse.
And how special it would be for Taylor to have this location featured in his potential 4th world title if he does win that, because from looking back to his wins in 2011, 2012, 2017, they spread across locations from Papua New Guinea to Taiwan to Italy to Sri Lanka, a huge variety of places, and it means a lot for Taylor to be here.
Well, and we see here on the replay, and you can just see how he just so coolly puts all of it together. Nice, and you see that little mid-line nose ride, but it really holds control. And then that just really stylish turn that he always is, you know, we know him for. And we'll see that kind of slowed down here. And you see the power and the spray that he's able to push off from that turn. And again, it's just strong, smooth, collected, and the flow in between the maneuvers is there.
Absolutely. Flow, a huge element of that ride, and also precision, you know, the certainty of the footwork in and out of those rail turns.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work since the change, if you will, of the WSL criteria, the longboard criteria, and you know, he's sat more on the progressive end for many years, but embraced the new criteria, and I think it's really done. It's beautiful with his surfing.
And what he loves is variety. I read a great interview with him recently, and he said how all shapers and designers and surfers gravitate towards certain equipment in certain conditions because it's what brings us the most joy on that day into those waves. And this is a guy who likes to ride a huge variety of boards, and he does that very well in all conditions.
He does. He does. He's definitely, I think, for any competitor, he's the one to beat. You're shaking in your boots a little bit because if you've pulled a heat with him, and it's just great to see all these guys being able to perform out here. We've got a great event format that's going to be coming up in El Salvador.
And Taylor will be the surfer ranked #1 in the yellow jersey there in that match 4, meeting the potential surfers from either match 1, match 2, match 3, or match 4. Who will it be? We're going to have to wait until mid-October to find out about that, but we know that Taylor will be going in as #1 seed.
Well, and it seems a big task for the rest of the surfers, because to be in El Salvador, it's going to be similar temperatures and climate, very hot, humid. To have as few heats as possible is actually your advantage. A lot of times in these contests, we want to surf as much as we can, but it'll be in his advantage to have just the one wave. And Taylor opening up with his best wave, the right that he just had with a 7.77. I think that's lucky.
Great start for Taylor. Lucky number of 7.77. Some judges going up into the excellent range. Taylor Jensen looking for the left-hander now on his second ride. Gets a high line, stalls it straight to the 5. Holds that 5, walks back to the tail, again getting back out on the face there on the lip line, smooth on the 5. He readjusted very well from that opening takeoff, and he's again back up towards the nose for a third nose ride, holds that 5, smooth, critical, walking back. Here's the opportunity for some variety. Nice top turn, bottom turn setup, trim speed fast off the middle of the board, back up for another locked 5, walks cleanly with good footwork, Carla, and again, just holding onto that rail turn, and he did put that together.
He put it all together. He got no barrel ride there, chose to kind of choose different lines and avoid that barrel, probably because he's on his backside. We talked earlier about the advantage or disadvantage of being goofy foot versus regular foot. Generally speaking, in a lot of our events, the regular foot seem to have the advantage because we're on rights a lot. But now that we have this element of the left, and the fact that the left barrel seems to kind of give a little bit more open opportunity, that there could be the prediction that perhaps the goofy foot could take a win.
It could be an opportunity for the goofy footers. We're going to have a short break. We'll be right back to find the scores of that opening left-hander for our 3-time world longboard champion, Mr. TJ Taylor Jensen. Welcome back, surf fans. An absolute pleasure to have your company here live from Huderiat Island for day number 1 of the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon, as we are halfway through heat number 4 with Taylor Jensen, 3-time world longboard champion, out there in the lead with a 7.77 and a 6.33, meaning our Brazilian Augusto Alinto needs a combination of scores to add to 11.33 to move up into first. And Stephen Sawyer, he wants to drop that 2.57 and that 3.5. Our 2018 world champion from South Africa, Stephen Sawyer, will be coming up in 2 rides time, but right now it's Augusto Alinto, the stylist who bases a lot of the year in Bali, here with his shaper Ross Williams in a nice 5 soul arch, smooth style, critical nose riding, cool on the tip once again, arms down, walks out of that second nose ride and then just climbs and drops again, goes to the lip. We saw some lip attack from Augusto Alinto on the wave from the left-hander on his second ride. This is his 3rd ride, and he grabs that rail and he comes out of that shampoo conditioner. That was a full power shower, Carla, and he's still going strong.
Power shower for sure, and he's not done yet. Now he's finally done. That was a really good effort there. Love seeing them really put it to the limits.
And the fact that this guy has not only won the Noosa Festival of Surfing, but the Byron Bay Festival, the Mexi Log Fest, the Single Fin Mingle in New Zealand, that says so much about the charisma and the skills of Augusto Alinto.
Yeah, it was several years ago I remember seeing him in Malibu, and he has so many tricks. He does so many. He's backwards, he's heels, he's forwards, he's walking there and here. It's fun to watch him.
Absolutely. And here's the replay. Look at that nose riding.
Yeah, it gets that nice high nose ride, nice and long. You see he's intentionally putting his arms down, trying to keep those arms kind of quiet, but he uses them a bit to kind of wield his weight up to that lip, and then he pulls in there, comes out the side, and is able to hold on. And this is one of the better barrel rides, if you will. Didn't take him out completely. He did manage to stick through until right now that it gets kind of clipped there at the end, but really, really nice ride from Augusto.
So Augusto Alinto dropped a 4.33 for his opening right-hander, so he'll be looking to improve on that, but the highest right-hander score so far has been Taylor Jensen's opening ride, which was a 7.77. So now Augusto Alinto from Brazil will go for the opportunity to surf on this left-hander, sitting there patiently waiting for that hydrofoil to just generate that wave.
Right, still has about a minute before that starts running again, and he's looking to get a much higher score than the 4.33 and the 2.77. Again, he's going to be going on. He just did his right, going to be doing his final left, and the waiting game is here.
We're just 30 minutes from Abu Dhabi Airport, 90 minutes from Dubai Airport on the western tip of Huderiat Island, surrounded by the Bul Sariyat Marine Protected Reserve. It's a striking area, and it's become not only a sports capital, but an extreme sports center with the opportunities to bike, to skate in the neighborhood, and now a bucket list world-class wave destination, which will be watering the mouths of all of you viewers tuning in around the globe, because just not only looking at the texture, the quality, but the watercolor and the fact that it's saline. This is a saltwater basin.
Yeah, it's really unique. It's the most unique place in the world, easily. It's a huge facility. We were given the map for the production. Make sure you wear your tennis shoes because you'll be walking around. It's really great, and we've got fans here watching. We've got supporters, and it's just great to have surfing here in the desert.
We got a Kelly Slater 2010 ASP, former WSL name, world title trophy in the museum area. We've got Sean Thompson, Mark Richards, Simon Anderson boards on display, quivers of firewires. We've got the Nalu restaurant, the Elois Beach Club, and up and riding right now. It's our surfer from Sao Paulo, Brazil, up to the tip. Soul Arch 5, holds that 5 all style, walks into a second nose ride, and then cleanly out of that nose ride. Little drop knee setup, but just uses it as a stool for a high line, and then a side slip boogie Herbie Fletcher-esque maneuver, but not able to keep going.
That was pretty epic there. He almost lost it, like you said, the Herbie Fletcher side slip boogie, almost loses it, but then pulls into the barrel. Unfortunately, gets clipped, but I like the approach.
Flamboyant. the salsa dancer of the male longboard community, bringing some Brazilian samba to the dance floor here.
Yeah, some flair, some flavor, a little bit of spice.
Absolutely, we love that. So the score will come through soon. Taylor Jensen in the lead with a 7.77. Back that up with a 6.33. Here's the replay of our goofy footer from Sao Paulo.
Yeah, he struggled at first there to get to the tip. Tail slides out there, but then watch as he almost nosedives, but then pulls in. That would have been epic. That would have been epic.
Well, I have to admit, I've just loved the creativity. Of course, you can see the frustration. He wants to go big. He wants to complete things. But what we see from this goofy footer is creativity at the highest level.
Yeah, and that's something that I've really been yearning for personally, is just some creativity. I'd like to see new lines being drawn. And he does better his 2.77. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Augusto is going to be taking that first place.
So the scores have come in. It's a 2.80. Steven Sawyer has got a 2.57 and a 3.50. So as it stands right now, Augusto Olinto in second. He's not going to be able to move into first and get to the quarterfinals, so he will at least have a 9th place finish unless Steven Sawyer can get the scores he needs to move into first or second. So Steven got a 2.57 for that opening ride, backs it up with a 3.50. He will be our next surfer.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see Sawyer taking his second right. He's going to want to improve his situation. I'm excited. I'd like to see a little switch come from Stevie. I think it's time.
It's a cosmopolitan affair. It's Brazil, it's USA, it's South Africa, of course. 200 nations represented within the communities within the United Arab Emirates. There are 7 Emirates in this country. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the famous. We're in Abu Dhabi, a short drive from the airport, but what a joy to be here, Carla.
It's so great. Other than the heat that we have to kind of escape occasionally, it is really awesome to be here in the UAE and to have surfing bring us here. It's just phenomenal.
Steven Sawyer hanging, waiting. The hydrofoil will be coming real soon. So the beach announcer gives the surfers that opportunity to just know it's 30 seconds until that ride comes.
And then your heart really probably starts going. The nerves get there. You're ready to do it. I know for me, whenever I've done a contest, it's the moment you hit the water that kind of things can settle. But in this dynamic, you have these pauses, these waiting moments that, you know, it changes things. It changes the mental work that you need to do.
Steven will want to channel that inner energy that he adapted to when he won that 2018 World Longboard title, beating Kai Salas in the final in Taiwan. Having a look at this wave. Here it is. He's going. Our 2018 World Longboard champion from Jeffreys Bay, Steven Sawyer. Up to the tip, holds the 5, gets the 10. Nice critical nose ride on that opening section. Walks out of that nose ride, back up for another 5. Great controlled footwork, keeping pace with the cadence of this wave. Nice line on those opening 2 nose rides, and then just locks in for that stance. Looks out of that barrel, looks to be on that perfect line, keeping it clean, coming out of that barrel with style, and then just washes off some speed with a couple of cross steps, and then just putting in a down carve. And this is going to be a really significant score, Carla.
100%, and I think he's feeling good right now. I'm feeling good for him. Here he's going to go for that second little barrel section. Does get a little tuck in there. This was what I think we've been waiting for.
Wow.
Really putting the maneuvers together, getting into that little curtain, the curtain call, and coming out. He really put it all together. He's going to give Taylor a run for his money.
And of course, channeling a bit of inner Jeffreys Bay. Of course, all of those iconic waves have been an inspiration to the design, the bathymetry of the wave here. So he was really comfortable in that steep section. Looking to rival now that 7.77 for Taylor Jensen's opening right-hander. You feel like this is going to be a really significant score for Steven. There was a lot of good work done.
And here's the replay. We can see he gets that quick bottom turn. He runs to the 5. I'd argue the 10. I like a little tighter 10, but it's there. Does for the 5 again with the 2 steps. He's going to end up resetting again, and that's when he's going to get this little tuck-in action. And there we can see it, and how lovely the light is right now. He just opens it up. He gets in just enough. Oh, so beautiful, Stevie.
Yeah.
We love it. And this is what we've been waiting to see.
Great technique as well. You know, set that line, innovation in the way that he pulled into it, and readjustment, and then really keeping a clean line out of that tube section.
Yeah, holding that outer rail and then using the front arm to kind of help guide him. He didn't drag or anything, and then the cross steps and the bottom turn back into it, and then here he goes again. He's going to get that really critical nose ride, keeping that body English favorable and clean.
I think one of my favorite moments was that bottom turn that we just saw, the lift and the release, the way he just took all of the weight out of everything as he came off the bottom, really demonstrating great technique. Something that would be recommended to rewind, watch the replay, and learn from that maneuver.
For sure, he kind of compressed himself a bit, and then pushing off the bottom, and then using that weight and that energy from the bottom turn to lift then and set him into that higher line, preparing him for that next nose ride.
And Carla, the judges have got that great benchmark of Taylor Jensen's 7.77, a near excellent ride. So when the judges can look at that replay of Taylor's and think how that fits relative to Stevens, they've got a really nice benchmark to reference.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to play out. It looks like the score is dropped, and he did beat out Taylor's 7.77, coming in with the 7.83.
I liked it. It was great. It was lively. It was innovative. And I think the readjustment, the line, the commitment to that tubing section was the point of difference that just brought it up. We saw a lot of great rail work and footwork and flow from Taylor, but the edge for Steven was the work in that hollow section inside the tube and out of that tube. And
he got some depth to it, and that's really too what we're wanting to see. Earlier in the practice days, I was watching some of the barrel rides, and they just seemed a bit shallow. The right is a bit more shallow, say, than the left. But some of the guys have that technique and have that skill, and they're able to find it, get themselves deep enough in, and then be able to create more speed to get out of it.
He just needs a 6.27 to move up into first position and then put the pressure on Taylor to chase those scores up and riding off the bottom, high line, 6 steps into a 5. Great footwork out of the nose ride, significant rail work into a down carve, back out on the shoulder, back to the pocket, high in the lip, on the nose, walks out of that nose ride. Things get steep here. He's on his front side though. He's going to be able to keep that line. He's following that leading arm, and it's looking good. He's right in the pocket. He's coming out of that money section with flair, and he's walked back to the tail with a down carve, and we can hear the crowd joyous about this ride, because this is looking absolutely incredible from our 2018 World Longboard Champion representing South Africa, Steven Sawyer, ending in style, Carla.
Such a great wave. You can see all of the supporters there. Kai, I think that's Emma. Ben's going to be coming up soon enough here. Really great put together wave from Stevie. I love all of it. He only needs a 6.27, and it was really an advantage to him how he kind of started. His waves were right and then left, and so his final wave is on his front. I feel like that's a good confidence builder for him, kind of letting him mentally sit in and be like, I can do this, I can get the score.
Yeah, great stuff. You know, unable to attend the opening 2 events on the World Longboard Tour. Steven Sawyer putting it all on the line in style here, Carla, looking absolutely ice cool, incredible.
The way he went from the nose ride, which was such a nice tight nose ride, subtly into the barrel, really, really high performance and showing a lot of skill.
And the use of the bottom turn in the last right-hander we saw and this left-hander, his use of the bottom turn has been really distinctive, covering all of the board and all of the wave.
Yeah, he's really doing the dance. He's using the entire length of the board. You can see the little tuck-in action here. Such a pretty shot.
Wow. Technique perfect there, just following that leading arm as well, Carla.
Yeah, and he's one of the few that's gotten the backside barrel and also now a front side barrel, so he's now going to be one to watch.
So 8.07 goes up into the excellent range, so puts Steven Sawyer in first position. Taylor Jensen now chasing a combination of scores pretty much. He's got that one score of 9.57 would make the difference and put him into first, but he'll be thinking of just replacing both of his rights and lefts rather than thinking, I just got to get that 9.57 on one ride.
Right, and that's such a really important thing to kind of point out, that the dynamics of your heat strategy is going to be a little bit different.
Absolutely. So he knows that Steven's got a 7.83 for his highest right and an 8.07 for his highest left. So Taylor's just thinking, you know, I'm carrying that 7.77 for a right. It's a pretty strong score, but if I can just better both my right and my left, I'm there.
Yeah, and I'm sure Stevie right now is hoping that something horribly goes wrong because he's sitting in such a great place. But Taylor, you know, this is what we know him for. We know him for these kind of situations, being able to deliver when the time is necessary.
Good vibes there on the slip, as we can just see Stephen Sawyer coming in, being congratulated by Crystal Hewlett, who'll be surfing tomorrow. Kai Ellis-Flint, unfortunately eliminated, but looked like he was pretty stoked to see Stevie put it all on the table then.
Yeah, it's really nice to see when there's camaraderie among the athletes. It's important, I feel like, because that's how the bonding and that's why this is special, is because they support each other.
So here it is, it's coming up soon. You can just see that wave starting to feather as Taylor Jensen, going for his 4th world title, has got 2 more waves.
And here he is, he's on the right, does a nice drop knee, gets the 5. He's gonna reset again. Just nice, cool, and composed. You know, we've talked about hands, quiet hands, and there is a distinguish between using the hands. They're not necessarily loud. He uses his arms to project.
Wow, some of the carving work that we saw. I mean, the innovation in the opening line for me was already extremely exciting, and then the down carves, the bottom turns, the continuous flow in and out of the nose rise. This has been just a joy to watch. I mean, flow in capital letters written all over that ride, Carla.
100%. And he's looking to better that 7.77, which was already a pretty lucky score. And Stevie here, he is sweating it. He is just hoping that maybe the cards will go in his favor.
What I really liked that was distinctive about that from Taylor was the opening line, the risk he took. You know, he really put that into an opening drop knee straight on the money. Here it is, bang, early in the wave, high degree of difficulty to do that.
And again, some variation. We're seeing some more variation with the drop knee. We haven't seen a ton of drop knees throughout the event so far. And then a nice power carve into the whitewater so he can regain speed. He's gonna get around this little whitewater moment. And again, he's just looking for that. He's playing smart and carefully. He's not overdoing it, he's not rushing anything.
But nice, I mean, the flow. And look at the rail engagement here, the displacement of water off that single fin and the control. He opted not to get too stuck behind the pocket. He didn't want to pull into anything that he couldn't come out of, but he surfed all of that wave in the pocket with control, using a lot of the board and a lot of the wave.
Yeah, and he uses his body. There's the body movement. He has his hands that are following suit with where he's going. He's always got his eyes forward and taking him on the journey on the wave. So we'll wait for that wave to drop. And it looks like it's come in at a 6.93, so not going to better that 777. Clearly that 777 was lucky for him.
But he now needs less of a score. He's not chasing that 9, he's now chasing an 8.13 on this last left-hander. So as it stands, Stephen Sawyer in first position with a heat combination of 15.9, that 7.83 and that 8.07. Taylor's carrying a 7.77 for his best right-hander, now chasing an 8.13 for this left-hander, Carla.
Yeah, and here it's going to happen. It's going to be on the left. Not his favored probably stance, but again, he's a strong surfer. He's a consistent competitor. He knows what he needs to put together in order to garner that 8.13. So I think we're going to see hopefully another nice strong drop knee perhaps, and going up to maybe a 10. I think we're going to see some 10 action.
And this is what we want to see. We want to see it coming down to the last exchange. You know, great performance from Stephen Sawyer, our 2018 world champion. But this surfer has won world titles in 2.11, 2.12, 2.17. Of course, his wife Nava, of course, the daughter of the great Nat Young, who won world titles from '66 and then into that early Renaissance longboard period through the late 80s into the early 90s, won 3 more world titles, and then his brother-in-law Bo Young's won 2 world titles. So it's a huge family legacy.
Yeah, it's truly royalty, surfing royalty, if you will. Stephen anxiously waiting on the sidelines to see how this last final left of Taylor. Here we go. It's all or nothing right now.
He needs to better that score of an high or a low 8 from Stephen Sawyer, straight up for a 5, gets that 10. Nice opening turn there. Sets himself up again, back up for another critical nose rise. So kicks off with a 5 into a 10, sets that rail line again, speeding through this section. Controlled footwork, locks in a roll of the 5, little lean back, holds that 5 really long amount of time on that nose ride, walks cleanly, and then into a big swooping turn, and using that distinctive drop knee setup high up again, gets that 5, holds that 5, arms down, hips forward, walks cleanly out of that last nose ride, and here's an opportunity to really sweep it back and swing it into the white water, and that was dynamic, and he's feeling the vibes.
He's definitely feeling it. Is it going to be the 8-1-3? It's yet to be determined yet. We're going to see in the replay in a moment here. He does hit that 10, but he almost missed it. He almost set his line a little too high. He's a big boy, so he was able to bring it back down without any problem. But it'll be interesting to see how the judges see that. Will they acknowledge that as some control? Will they see that as maybe a bit of a hiccup? Will it garner the 8?
Well, the interesting difference between the approaches is Taylor opting to surf in the pocket through rail work and footwork and critical nose rides and critical 10s, but not pulling into those tubular sections. So here we get to really see the difference between the two approaches, Carla.
Right, and so Stevie scored an 8.07 on this ride. What an interesting split screen here. You really get to compare. And just totally different lines being drawn here. Stevie opting for the barrel, whereas Taylor opted for a nice long nose ride, probably because he's on his backside. But again, I really liked the dynamics of Stevie's wave. I would probably give that the nod. Nothing to be taken away from Taylor, but I want to see what the judges think.
Stevie's there waiting for that score to drop. That was a great opportunity for all of you surf fans around the world to really compare both approaches. The tube maybe could be the point of difference for Steven Sawyer, but certainly Taylor put a fantastic combination of critical nose rides and rail turns, and you know, a lot of maneuvers as well. He was busy, he was active, but also drawn out maneuvers, a really long hold on that 3rd long nose ride, and then real covering a lot of ground on the rail work.
Taylor always covers tons of ground. He really traverses on a wave, and you make a short, even in Huntington, he can make the beach break seem like a much longer, more fruitful ride, if you will. So we're still waiting for that score to drop. All of us kind of on the edges of our seats. No one more on their edge but Stevie Sawyer.
And due respect for Stevie to have not had the opportunity to come to Bells, to come to the competition in Huntington, as Taylor Jensen drops a 7.73, so it's not enough to take the win. Steven Sawyer books himself a spot in the 2nd quarterfinal to surf against Kai Hamase from Japan. Taylor Jensen will finish off with a 9th, but of course with the best 2 results of the 3-event tour counting, those 2 wins means he has booked a spot in El Salvador. He will be going to El Salvador as the top seed, but he won't get an opportunity to move through to the quarterfinals.
No, and a bit of an upset, if you will. I think a lot of us kind of had Taylor in to possibly win here. He's such a dynamic surfer. He's surfed wave pools before, so a little bit of an upset.
Wow, there it is. Steven Sawyer, our 2018 world champion, takes the win with that 7.83 and that 8.07, almost pipping him on that last ride. Taylor Jensen gets 2 scores in the high 7s, and the style master from Sao Paulo, Augusto Alinto, he will be getting a 17th. And with that, let's go straight down to the positive energy from our South African. It's Steven Sawyer on the glass with AJ McCord.
You can feel the energy here from Steven. A massive moment for you to take down Taylor Jensen in your first longboard event of the year. What was going through your head as you were watching him surf those final waves?
You know what? It's the toughest thing being on land, and I can do nothing about the scores that he's going to post next. I mean, I was as solid as nails up until all my waves, and then as soon as I hit the deck afterwards, all the nerves just came over me. I'm still shaking. My eyes are fluttering. It's like, oh my word, first event of the year, so good to get a win. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. I'm just so stoked to be here. Wow.
Solid as nails indeed, especially on those last 2 waves. What did you lock into that you were able to put together those scores?
You know, my first right, I was like, I'm going to push this turn, and I overdid it, and I know I just got stuck behind, especially with the wind. So that was my only adjustment I needed to do. My left, my barrel, I just needed to get a little bit lower because it clipped my head. And so, I mean, it's the same choreographed thing as I've been doing. It's just, I don't know, it worked in the second half, not the first. So I don't know what to say. I'm just so stoked.
As you should be. See you in the next round.
Yeah, let's go!
Well, congratulations, Stephen Sawyer, booking himself a spot in that second quarterfinal against Kai Hamase from Japan. And we're halfway through this opening round of men's. We're going to have a short break pretty soon. We're going to be coming back live at about 5:38 because we know the wave times, and it's going to be a good heat. We got the likes of Ben Skinner coming up pretty soon. But reflecting on some of the surfing we've had so far, I mean, who's been the highlight for you?
That last heat. I think Stevie, for me, I really liked the way he put it together. I obviously got a soft spot for JR. JR's my boy. But I think those two, and oddly enough, both goofy foots, I think they're going to really show us some really hot surfing tomorrow.
Well,
or rather, the day after tomorrow.
Yeah,
because we'll see the ladies.
Absolutely, and we've got more coming up real soon. It's been a joy to have your company, but stay with us because we're going to have a short break. We're going to feast on some highlights and tune in for live action 5:38 local time for the continuation of the day one here at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon.
No surrender and no retreat. It's time to give a little more, never regret it. There ain't no surrender and no retreat. I'm still inside, but the world is ending. I give my life for you.
Welcome to the Lexus US Open of surfing. It's the Huntington Longboard Classic.
Show your love for the people when they come, when they go. Meet your next generation and the next episode. Call me on.
Check the footwork, Strider.
Look at the rail work right there. When he gets back, leans into it, great work.
Gaining fans in front of us. Takenoe on to the round of 16.
I've been lost in the moment, I've been spending my days. I've been listening to the ocean and the breaking of the waves. What once was a remedy, now fades away. Dimming the lights, turn our music, microphone and the stage. Back to the rhythm, now we back, yeah, we moving. Everybody's getting down and everybody's moving. Rhymes are a sign of the times that we're using. Loving the life you live, live the life that you're choosing.
Goes straight to the nose. 5, 10. Soul arch. Hands above the shoulders on this one. Trying to give it everything he's got. Maybe his best wave yet.
This is a dance done from north to south. This is a dance done from north to south.
Chase planted on the nose, extended nose ride for Chase Leader.
Elise Kaliopaa, the favorite in this event, she will not be going back to back. And it's finals day for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Rachel, that's a long 5 there. Takes the midline of the wave. Power carve, expressive there. JR Esquievel, the winner of the last heat. His competitor, Richie, didn't want a bar of it.
Gets that nose ride from behind the section and then throws it into the 10 and holds it. And he just holds it, continues to hold it, and that's that critical section there.
Kyle Flint's just clapping his opponent. He's given up.
Chase Leader on the hotline bling right there.
Wow, that was a great answer back. Oh, they don't give it to him.
Jess comes under.
Scores getting locked in right now. It is not enough. Sophia doesn't move forward. Sole Errico moves into the final. We're seeing her come up against Rachel Tilley.
And Taylor Jensen will be meeting JR Esquievel in our men's final.
She feels it, and that emotion of winning one of the most prestigious awards has just become a reality.
Congratulations to Rachel Tilley.
Dominant performance every single heat. Family on the beach, excited for the 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen, our men's champion.
Honestly, the hardest part of this was to match the beginning of the wave when I was landing at a really high speed. And honestly, to do that, I went before to the wave and talked to the engineer. So I did the timing since when the engineer pressed the button in order to the foil start moving or the sequence of the wave start until the wave was really properly a wave. So from that gap, it was 50 seconds from when he pushed the bottom until the wave is on the, probably I think it was the white flag. So when you catch the wave, those are 50 seconds. So what I did is I always do the same pattern with my parachute and my sky surf. So I end up realizing that I was always at 2,200 feet. So what I have here, it was the same what I have now, but in my chest, I have a communication system that it was straight to the engineer. So when my altimeter shows 2,200 feet, I was always saying, wave, wave, wave. And then they press the bottom, and then I do the same pattern all the time, and I was able to catch the wave. So it's way more complicated. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I was ahead or behind 1 second, and it kind of like make it a little bit difficult, but good thing we did the right work and the right homework and the math, and it worked.
Buenos dias and welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, day 3 of competition. A long right-hand point break, and it's firing. The perfect day to help decide who will make it to the Malibu Finals. Police play Opa. High-speed section through to the inside. Little airdrop there, adding to the excitement. Honolulu, 3-time world champion, and there's why.
Superior performance by Zoe Gropiron. How was the composure right there?
Rachel Tilley hanging all 10 toes over. Soul arch her way down the line. Maria Fernanda Reyes. Chloe Kalman now, doing Chloe Kalman things. Always so stylish.
Chloe Kalman securing her spot, World Longboard Championships.
The surfer from Waikiki, Kaniela Stewart, is just so amazing. Gotta love the feeling of just finishing the wave like that.
Kevin Scavana up and riding, toes on the nose, into the 10.
The goofy footer from Southern California. The no leash again, all the way back right there.
That was radical.
Strong nose riding right there for Takayama.
Kai Salas.
Beautiful roundhouse there on John Michael Van Hohenstein. Gets a 5 and a 10, standing tall.
Quarterfinals in the water now. Kaniela Stewart.
Whoa, what a killer 10 again, once again.
Kaniela Stewart, our first semi-finalist, is set. It is truly becoming an underdog story here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. The Skin Dogs celebration begins.
Surf City El Salvador, for the first time ever, hosting a World Longboard Tour event at one of their premier waves. El Sunsal has been delivering for the first 3 days of competition.
We are in Surf City where the waves always seem to be pumping, so we're on.
Starting with quarterfinals for the women, Kalis Kaleopa'a, straight to the nose right there, the surfer from Waikiki. Uses the rail well there. Such a beautiful style. That was a sick fade. Honolulu Bloomfield, the 3-time world champion. That's a strong 5 right there. Great nose ride for Hono. Now Soleil up and riding. Brings the rail down and just loses control.
It is the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon here in Abu Dhabi. Surf Abu Dhabi, a state-of-the-art wave facility. We're halfway through the day in the opening round for the men. I'm Kaipo Guro, along with Matt Chinaski. And so the top half of the draw has already been decided. We're going to get the bottom half of the draw, but we already came off of an upset, I would say. The #1 ranked Taylor Jensen just was eliminated from competition. Stevie Sawyer moving on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Stevie Sawyer, the 2018 world champion, looking really good here in the pool, and I couldn't have seen that result going that way. Taylor's looked so good all year. He looked great in the pool, but Stevie just showed some unpredictability, and the judges really appreciating it.
Yeah. Well, regardless, Taylor Jensen will be our #1 seed when we're talking about the World Championships at the El Salvador Surf City World Championships. But like I said, back half of the day, back half of the opening round, we got Ben Skinner as the top seed here, #3 in the rankings, already qualified for that world title opportunity up against Sam Christensen out of South Africa, and a wild card here, second generation pro longboarder Micah DeSoto, son of the 2010 world champ Dwayne DeSoto. And there is Micah. Got the call up from Hawaii, made it halfway around the globe, and here's his first right. Smooth style for Micah. Has to navigate this midsection, a lot of speed, caught between two mindsets there. Nice down carve. And Micah gets to the 5, touches that 5. We're bringing the board back around. Looking for inside barrel sections. Sneaks through there. He's going to make it all the way through on his opening right. We'll be waiting for the score for Micah DeSoto.
Yeah, composed first wave there for Micah, putting any nerves to rest as well. A few shuffles up and down, but the timing was good. The tempo was really good as well. So that one, you'd have to be stoked to open up with that.
Yeah. 26 years old, from the west side of Oahu. He calls a classic longboard wave, a classic wave actually in the history of surfing. Micah DeSoto calling Makaha Surfing Beach home. And here's a replay of the opener for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, to see just wanting to get down the line and not get caught behind the tube, which so many surfers have. They're sort of stalling there, which is unusual. A lot of the surfers have actually had to try and race through that section and don't want to be any deeper. But I have to say, some nice tip rides here, but just a little short of the nose there. It does do a little adjustment. The judge will take note of the big two-step there and the little shuffles back. But just staying on that top third of the wave, nice relaxed arms, good composure, body torque through that turn. And just sets up for this inside section. Really enjoying the relaxed approach. You can see how smooth he looks through his turns and transitions. Looking relatively natural out there.
Nice baseline to start for DeSoto, completing his wave. So a 3.83 checks in. Feel like the numbers that we've seen so far today, he's going to have to improve upon that number. Waiting for the left here. We got a minute until the left starts its way down the tracks. Sitting right at the green flag there, Matt.
See him lining up there. So he's sitting right where the takeoff is, where they recommend you to take off from that green flag. You can sit a little further out, but you're just at risk of potentially missing that wave or really not gaining anything from it. But that's where the machine's based off. That's where they want you to take off and where it's calibrated to. And look forward to seeing what he's got on the left.
You can see the track there and the train that's going to pull the foil, creating the left-hander. See the concrete bottom and the bathymetry of this marvelous KS Waveco technology, groundswell technology here at Surf Abu Dhabi. This is a facility that will be getting open to the public next month. And it is an absolute dream here. The hospitality off this chain. And an incredible facility here. Left on the way for DeSoto. straight to a 5. Hangs on through this section. Finds a nice trim line on the nose. The Makaha native, Micah De Soto. Looking good so far. Clears that middle section. Back to the nose again for another 5 through the steep section. Just touches it there. Boy, bottoms out just a little bit. And it's going to score that for the left for Micah De Soto. Pua, like a sister, will also be in the women's opening round when we shift our attention to that women's opening round. That's going to happen tomorrow. And we'll be waiting for the score for the left for Micah De Soto.
Another relaxed approach, composed surfing there on that left, similar to the right. I suspect the scores may come in a little higher even than that 383. Let's have a look at that replay there. Backlit, sunset in the background there. So he gets on the 5 early, and he didn't get stuck behind, that's the key, but not overly deep. Just looking at where the tail's located on that wave. It was critical at the moment, but you can just see him sort of running out. Although the nose was clear of any white water, more so to do with the rocker of that board. Gets up on the nose for a moment there, nearly slips out. He gets a little carve here at the end. So relaxed approach there for Micah. Really like the relaxed body language too, Kuiper. The arms in check as well. Relatively smooth through the transitions.
So the opening sequence, opening run, all finished for Micah De Soto. A 3.5 checks in for the left-hander, 3.83 for the right-hander. He's going to get one more right and one more left. Making his way to the surfer deck. We got, next up is going to be Sam Christensen, the South African surfer. And there's Sam on the paddle back out, 26 years old. A couple of 9th place finishes in the first 2 stops of the World Longboard Tour, currently sitting number 13 on the rankings coming into this event, number 3, with an opportunity to make it into that top 8 and a chance at a world title. But it hinges upon his performance here at stop number 3 in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, look forward to seeing this. Sam had some great practice waves and watching him getting in tempo with that section, with the wave on his backside in particular. And with 8 practice runs for these surfers, going left and right, they're able to really, I mean, they're on even playing field, Kuiper. None of them had surfed the wave beforehand, so they're all learning it together. You see him hanging on to the fence there, just interested to see where he's going to take off as well. Stevie Sawyer, the other South African, won that heat against Taylor Jensen. You'd have to say Sam will take quite a bit of influence from that and some confidence moving into this one.
All right, train's left the tracks, and the foil is on its way to deliver the opening right for Sam Christensen. Deep breaths in preparation. Here from Sam. Nice long hang 5 through multiple sections to begin with.
Leash tangle.
One more time to the nose again. High line, hang 5. Nice down carve. Wave slows up a bit before it's going to get steep on the inside here, and Sam finds the nose once again. Maximum soul arch there. Dragging his fingertips. Yanks on the rail for a nice, powerful finish.
Yeah, nice wave there to open up for Sam, relaxed as he makes his way through. A nice combination of maneuvers using 4 steps to link the tail and the nose, maximizing the wave there. That 5 at the beginning, interesting, functional. Although it was way out in the face, it gave him that speed to link through that ever so fast midsection. And interesting to note that wind that did breathe up about an hour ago, it seems to be backing off again as we approach the sunset, which is a godsend for these surfers, because you don't want that right to be too crumbly, Kuiper.
Here we go, replay of Sam Christensen.
So just stretching out way out on the face, on that opening 5, but he does that so he can get through that tube section. He goes to the 10 momentarily, and he steps back. So he didn't have to deal too long with that super steep tube section, but he did have the leg rope tangled around him, doing extremely well. That one just soul arching back with the hand way back into the off the inside rail, and as you said, yanking that turn, grabbing the rail and just trying to stay inside the bowl. Full rail carve there. It'd be a nice photo moment there for Sam. I think that'll be a strong opening wave.
It'll be interesting where this number lies for Sam, in that there was a great work of the entire board. Didn't go tube seeking on that wave, but did some great footwork, great trim, great nose ride, and that powerful turn at the end. So I'm really, really interested in where this number is going to come through when the judges pump it in. Meanwhile, Ben Skinner preparing, our top seed in this heat number 5 for his run.
Yeah, just taking the breath and trying to be present, which is all you can do here. You know there's waves coming, a different dynamic we have here with the basin. We know the sets are arriving. It's up to these surfers to really capitalize and put on that performance. And a lot of the time, it's that intuition with the ocean the surfers are relying upon to pick the best waves. But in this case, you know they're coming, and practice really does make perfect. But there is still elements of luck out there. Not every wave is exactly the same.
Left's on the way here for Sam. So 5.83 checks in for Sam on the right-hander. Left forming. And Sam has been impressive on the backhand on the left. So let's see if he can continue for what we saw in the practice sessions. Nice 5 there to get scooped through. Cross steps again, another 5. Wade bottoms out just a bit, drags the body, gets the pit ride there. Well placed. Golden light shining through here, and Christensen again. Little bit of a bobble, but makes up for it. Saves himself there on the finish, and he's going to go complete.
He's really feeling that wave there, Kaipo. Narrower nose that board and a wider tail, a little piggy in its outline, and it's performing well for him. Sitting in the pocket, he's got a unique backside nose ride style. He's got a really cocked back knee where he really bends it inwards and extends the hips forward as well. It looks good, but it's functional. It pushes the momentum forward. It's not just a stretched out 5 where all the weight's on the back foot. He actually leans forward.
See the bank that Sam's going on right here to make the walk back up? Those banks on the side are the dampening. You know, we talk about the bathymetry of this wave. Those banks on the side there are dampening features that take all that swell energy, and instead of leaving all that energy in the pool to jumble up the water, it's actually one of the signature features of a KS Waveco is this dampening wall that allows the water to get still in between waves.
It's taking a unique path back, not using the ski as well, so understanding now after 8 practice sessions. And here he goes. Here's that backside semi-head dip, nothing deep there, but it was enough speed line for him to jump through, going to the parallel stance. And here's that nose ride. I think it was the opening one, but it really had that back knee bent forward. You can see him wash off all the speed there. That wide tail didn't like driving off the bottom, but it sets him up in the pocket. Doesn't outrun the wave. Relatively good tempo. And then he almost fell there. Was
nice
able to recover. Yeah. I mean, that could be the difference in this heat. See his back knee really bent in, knock-kneed there. You see him go up to the nose, put all the weight forward. That's very unique. Not many of the men are able to do that. Something we see in the women's side of the draw a lot with the style. I think of Avalon Gal. She's one that does it notoriously. Natalia Mondelik and Khalees on the backside. But
well, walking away from the first one with a 2-wave total of a 10.83 for Sam. gets the news from the on-site announcer. Up next is going to be Big Ben Skinner.
Interesting that Micah was actually riding a Ben Skinner skin dog board as he hopped out of the water. We saw that. So this is the shaper Ben on a self-shaped board, and that's something in longboard that is so unique and sets it apart from other forms of surfing, where a lot of these guys are riding self-shaped and designed surfboards and really putting them to the test here. Stephen Sawyer won his heat earlier on a self-designed shape. At Kaniela Flynn, who bowed out, he was on a self-shape as well.
Here comes the right. And here comes Ben. Paced approach so far on this wave for Ben Skinner. Known for his powerful surfing. Stalls here, looking for the pocket. Finds a quick cover up there. Second section barrel. And a nice one, powers out. Ben Skinner setting himself apart. Now high line to the hang 5. Beautiful cross step back, and there's the power surfing that we see from Ben Skinner. Inside tube section, tucks again, bit of a head dip for Big Ben. And applause from the poolside viewers for Ben Skinner's right.
He handled that phenomenally. The whitewater on his board and the way that he was able just to staunch through those tube rides. I haven't seen that all day. That was really well done from Ben. Most of the surfers have been getting bucked off with any water displacement on the board. Any disturbance, they've been knocked off. But Ben really powered his way, warmed up. It's a bit subtle at the beginning, just wanting to get down the line, make sure he completed a couple of stretched nose rides. And here he just stands on the tail, or actually stalls. And here, most of the surfers have gone down on this section here. But Ben just motored his way through using his heavy frame. He's one of the heaviest surfers and tallest surfers in the draw.
What you gotta do here is that I like is you really gotta compress yourself, get really low. It's not a big barrel. You don't want a lot of the lip coming over you. And so he makes this first section, and it sets him up here, Matt, to go through this clean second section. And then this is when the power comes through as he's able to break through the chandelier.
That's Pancho Sullivan-esque. That's something you do not see very often. Surfers able to withstand that much lip. Really well surfed for Ben. I mean, a little messy, but I would say most of the men would have fallen off in that position. And Ben was able to turn that wave potentially a little bit too deep into what I think will be a keeper score.
He's got some time to think about it. He's got a minute before the left comes through, but the feeling is that he's did some excellent surfing. Ben Skinner, and there's the numbers, and it is an excellent number, 8.33 for Ben.
Yeah, well rewarded, I think. Double barrel, regardless of the size, he really was able to navigate his way through that properly, and he had enough speed to be able to punch through the chandeliering lip. That board looks sweet. Really a little tapered approach at the beginning and just relaxed into that wave and warmed up towards the end. I fear for his second right-hander. Poor wave's going to get decimated.
Gosh, looks like that board's got quite a thick, like a 3/4 inch stringer on it. Ah, the beautiful sunset here in the desert. Temperature's still very warm, water temperature extremely warm. Again, difference between this KS Waveco wave and the Lemoore is this is salt water coming through here in the basin. So it gives a little bit of a different characteristic as far as the wave power and the wave feel, as well as the buoyancy for all the surfers.
It's pretty cool. We started off the tour at the coldest location on the WSL tours across all the events at Bells Beach in the middle of winter. Here we are in Abu Dhabi, and we'll finish off in El Salvador.
Time to go left for Ben Skinner. Oh. And he's going to have to throw away that left. Started with an excellent score, and now the pressure is going to be on. Remember, it is your highest left score, your highest right score. So pressure certainly is going to be mounting for Ben Skinner when he has his second shot at the left.
Yeah, we don't get to see Ben go left all that often, actually, and that was my first glimpse of him. I have seen him on the right in the free surf, not the left, but yeah, pressure cooker moment, but it's Micah now who's going to have to claw back. I mean, it's one of the few places where you really will your fellow surfers to fall off.
It's a beautiful sight here. We're stepping away of this heat number 5. We'll be back with the conclusion. Can Ben Skinner come through? We'll find out when we return. You can add surfing to your list of things to do when visiting the UAE. Surf Abu Dhabi is the place to be. So many things to do, and now you got the addition of surfing. First professional contest ever held in the United Arab Emirates, right here at the facility. It is, just a wave system, the biggest so far built, and using that groundswell technology from KS Wave Co. It's a dream. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's warm. The facilities, they're 5-star. The waxhead, Matt Chinoski, he's been reveling in the treatments over here. And now we're going to see Micah DeSoto out of Makaha Beach on the island of Oahu, trying to mount a comeback, get into this heat. Started off with a hang 5 through that first section. DeSoto, quiet upper body, nice style. Touches again for a 5. Wave speeds up here. Looking for a barrel, gets into just the trim line. Just a little pocket ride there for DeSoto. Wave grows down the line. Some opportunity for Micah. Eases into a beautiful carve. And tries to duck late into that inside barrel. Outside rail catches, Micah goes down.
It was a shame he couldn't complete that. He was on his way to perhaps one of his best scores yet. You can see how shallow that is on the end section there. A really nice pace throughout that wave. Missed that first tube section, but a couple of nice turns, really wrapping it around. But at this point, I know Ben has the 8.33, but in terms of the right-hander, he had a real opportunity there to claw back. But hey, it still might improve on that 3.83. We'll have to wait and see. But the pressure is now on the left.
There's a replay of DeSoto.
So the 2 steps up to the nose, this is just a link, nothing overly critical at the moment. And he looks for this next section, gets the 4 steps up, stretches out to the nose there, and here starts to get a bit steeper. And just goes a little head dip there, high and tight in the pocket, carries the momentum. It's a nice sweeping carve here. Comes off the bottom, just sets it up for more work here, and he lines up another nose ride there, stretches out again, and almost a little 10 there. And he really felt like he needed to add something on the end. Micah just getting on the nose. There you can sort of see the board, you know, high and tight, just keeping it from that steep section there. And he lines up this inside, just looking for something critical. You can see the eyes turning around, sort of still looking a little bit down the line. So the judges will take note on those committed calves versus the setup calves. Can't see it going super high, but it may eclipse the 383.
He's got a minute until the left rolls through here. Still waiting for the score for a second. Right for Micah DeSoto. Skyline in the background as we're in golden hour here in Abu Dhabi. Sport Island. And if here's just the first time seeing this, the first time we're unveiling this to the world on this WSL broadcast. And now it's out. This is going to be a heavily traveled area, I feel, for surfers, just because of, one, the deluxe amenities, and two, the incredible wave.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got so many different sports here. You got F1, you got the golf, you got cycling coming up as well, but it's a family destination. There's theme parks and 2 international airports really close too, so easily accessible from anyone all around the world. But yeah, they really did roll out the red carpet. It's elevated longboarding in many ways. The surfers are feeling so grateful to be here.
The 4.47 does improve upon Micah's scoreline. Looking at the left, DeSoto at the moment needs a 6.36 to move into the lead. However, you have to have the caveat that Ben Skinner, who's currently in second place, just has a half-point second ride. So the math's going to change here. Here comes left for Micah. Setting up for this section. Nice extended 5. Gets high, grabbing the rail. Looking to stall through that section. Waits for the inside, tucks it, and again, just gets a little caught up there. So needing a 6.36, your thoughts, Matt?
I don't think it'll be the 636, but it was a great start on the lead up to that. The flow and the tempo up into the midsection.
Check it out, it's cooling down over here, and our general audience making their way. We got food trucks over here. We had thousands of tickets being sold for our general audience, making their way to see this new wave here and a new attraction in Abu Dhabi. It's about 91 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 Celsius at the moment. Things are cooling down, if you believe that. It gets pretty hot here, but the action's been just as hot, and it is, again, you talk about the facilities here, 5-star. I'm booking the ticket, I'm coming back.
Yeah, for sure. Never in my wildest dreams thought we'd be surfing here in Abu Dhabi, but everyone's loving it. The food's amazing too.
Then you have your desert sunset and all the gradients thereof. Lights starting to come on as we transition into nighttime. Remember, we still have 3 more heats to run. So we're gonna go right into the evening to finish off this opening round for the men and setting up the men's quarterfinals. Tomorrow we're gonna start with our women's opening round, and then get into those men's quarterfinals tomorrow evening. Sam Christensen, he wants to be a part of that conversation where we talk about tomorrow's quarterfinals for the men's. He's currently in the lead, needs to improve upon a 5.83 on his right. He's got 40 seconds until that right starts rolling down the track.
Kaipo, I mean, to the viewers at home tuning in, why is he so close to the fence? I mean, obviously you've got that small little avenue, but is that similar to what you might get at Lemoore, the takeoff?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be super close to the fence. I feel it's more of where you start paddling in your trajectory, where you're pointing your board when the wave comes through. The interesting thing is the waves start on the swell train right now is moving back, is that you kind of hear the wave coming first. Over here, this is an improved facility where there's actually like a visual countdown timer also, but the wave will come and you're just gonna see some disturbed water, and it's not till it hits right about there that it actually shows itself. Here we go with Sam. Taking a different line on right number 2. Looking for the barrel. Oh no. He's going to leave it all up for improvement on the left.
What a bummer. He was setting up for the barrel, knowing he needed to eclipse that 5.83, but that's, I mean, I would dare say that the vision out there has changed a little bit.
See him underwater there, Sam, and he's okay, but a bit of frustration and just realizing that now he's got to leave everything on the left. And this is a transition heat as well, Matt, in that we're going to go from light to dark within this heat, and things will change.
Yeah, at the beginning of this heat, the sun was still, it's gone, completely gone below the horizon there, and it was beaming when these guys paddled out. A beautiful backlit sunset. In fact, it was super hot in here just before this heat started, and these surfers, as you said, adjusting. But hey, it's an even playing field as well, so all these surfers are dealing with it, as opposed to what we've seen in previous events in wave basins where it's been accumulative. It's a heat by heat basis, and the scores are judged accordingly.
Yeah, again, first place moves on to the quarterfinal. Second place takes away equal 9 from the stop number 3. Third place an equal 17th. Ben Skinner preparing. Let's hear from Ben Skinner and his thoughts coming into this stop number 3 on the Longboard Tour.
About this event and competing in wave pools in general?
I have to be honest, it's very stressful competing in a wave pool. You don't really feel pressure like that in any other competitive environment. And it's bizarre, like I even know the minute that my waves are gonna be arriving and taking, and so it's pretty intense, you know, to like, you got to try and figure the wave out. The wave goes fast, it's noisy, it's powerful, it's quite intimidating. Like all of a sudden, you don't see that when you see it on the screen. There's nothing else really like it. It's going to be a challenge, but I'm really excited about it. I think we're really lucky as a tour to be going there. I mean, look, as much as there's, you know, a lot of people will talk down wave pools, but if you have the chance to go and surf it, you're going to go.
That was Ben Skinner. Look out for his son, Lucas. Lucas is a star on the junior tour and has a bright, bright future. So the Skinner name is going to be a part of professional surfing for a long, long time.
Recently took out his first QS victory as well. And yeah, Ben hopefully taking out a maiden world title. Has been knocking on the door, has been one of those standout surfers for over a decade now in that conversation of winning a world title. But he has respect in droves.
Left on the way for Sam Christensen, looking to improve upon a 5-point ride and extend his lead in this Heat 5 of the opening round for the men. Here we go. Reaches for a nice hang 5. Adjusts his speed, gets back up to the nose. Wave starts to cup out a bit. Body drag just to get in the pit. Second section, it's going to skip through there. Touches the 5, little down carve. falls down, and that was a missed opportunity for Sam Christensen, and you can see the frustration for the South African. The door is open for Ben Skinner.
Once again, he was on his way to a good score there, Kaipo. Needed a better of 5. Leave that one with the judges, of course, but some great work done up until that point. I feel like he actually may have improved on that if he could get the completion, get the speed run there through the mid section. Not quite a barrel, got pretty close to stalling for, yeah, I guess from that angle. Got a little bit of a head dip there, but nothing overly critical. But that nose right, he went hard too. That hurts. See here on the replay, goes high. Everything was timed really well. Just got on the heels, and the wave cupped out for that second tube section. Just went steep, and that narrow nose and wide tail couldn't save him.
Well, Sam's still in the lead. Still in first place position. So talked about, we heard, you know, the mention as Ben Skinner was talking to Dave Proden on the live lineup podcast. It's a mind game right now.
Yeah, it really is. He's got to come from behind. Still needs to chase the score. He's got an 8.33 to better on the right.
So he's got his keeper on the right already.
Yeah. Well, you think
it's going to be the left.
The scary thing is, though,
he could improve.
That's, I mean,
such a good surfer, right?
Yeah, but Ben gets a warm up. That's why I said I fear for the next right that he gets, because he's going to rip this thing to shreds. Well, that'll be the mentality, of course.
Right. Got nothing to lose, right?
But then on the left, you need a score, so you have to play it safe because he only needs a mid-range score.
Sam did slightly improve upon his standing with a 5.9. So 11.73 is the heat total right now for Sam Christensen in the lead. So it's not over for the South African.
I thought he would. Some really nice moments on the lead up to that, but I feel like that was a mid-6 or even a low 7 gone begging at the end of that wave. He's stoked. That's all you can do, just improve on this scoreline right now. A few South Africans on the job site here too, Kaipo, offering their support to Stevie and Sam.
He's got a dead leg.
Checking out the scores so far in this heat. And it is Sam Christensen out in the lead with 11.73. When both his runs are done, Ben Skinner, our top seed, getting ready for his run number 2. And really, it's going to be the tail of the left for Ben Skinner. He's going to be free on this right. Here we go. Right number 2 for big Ben Skinner on his Skin Dog surfboard. Lengthy hang 5 to start off. He was so successful in this barrel section on the first right. Stalling here, finds the pocket. Just a little shampoo on that one. He's going to have to alter his run. Back onto the nose. There's the big, powerful turn that we've learned to expect from this surfer. Once again, styling, board control, using the whole length of the board. And goes complete on the right. Don't think he's going to improve upon that 8.33 on the right.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at that. He didn't put a foot wrong. Smooth surfing, some big power turns, but obviously not the same sort of tube riding that he got done on that first 8.33.
This is the pressure point for Ben Skinner, is going to be on this left. But let's take a look again. Replay of the right.
Yeah, taking the high line there. He's up on the nose, just speeding through that section, nothing critical. Goes to stall, gets low again. Interesting, he's standing on the tail on the ball of his back foot. He's on the ball of his foot. And up on the nose. That was a critical section there. He took the mid line there, carving back around that transition. The judges will eat that one up. You can see here just stepping back onto the heels, keeping the rail engaged off his toes here and stepping forward. That's full length, that's traditional longboard surfing epitomized right there from Ben. That is something you don't get in other forms of surfing, and going into Soul Arch 5, that was a really nice wave there for Ben. Look forward to seeing where it locks in.
And Ben Skinner already qualified for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championship, so doesn't worry. We're going to see him in El Salvador starting October 9th, where Ben Skinner will be surfing for a world title. As we take a look at that event format for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. There's a seat 8 through 6. We'll surf in match number 1. The winner of that match will go into another 3-surfer heat. Then we go head-to-head match 3, match 4, and the title match will be the best of 3 format for a world title. We know number 1 for the men is going to be Taylor Jensen surfing that best of 3 title match.
That's just so wild to have to maybe surf 8 times if you go in ranked 8. We've seen Steph Gilmore do it, surfing at the surf ranch in the final 5, but 8 times at that long wave of El Sunzal, that's really difficult. So these surfers are really going to try and climb up the rankings and really don't leave anything to chance, because that'll be a tough task.
So the right for Ben Skinner, not going to be topping his opening right, 7.73. He's going to hang on to the 8.33. But right now, Ben needs a 3.4. Now on the surface, that seems like that's a small number, Matt, but that's what the pressure of the pool does. Here comes the left. It's on the way. Skinner needing a 3.4. Ultra important to clear this first section for Ben Skinner.
Goes high again this time. He's able to get down the line.
Now you can tell the reserved approach right now by Skinner. Just wants to compete this wave, and oh no.
Wow. Unbelievable. I mean,
just needs a 3.4, however. Did get a couple of nose rides there.
Yeah, I think back to, Micah's 3.27, where he almost completed that wave.
Oh.
Think back at the beginning.
I mean, the scale's set. We see Micah DeSoto with that 3.27. Here's another look at this one for you, Matt.
So he gets to the nose, he stretches out, so nothing overly technical, just a setup. Takes a high line again, up on the nose. That one a bit steeper. And here, as it starts to barrel, he trims through it. So no scoring there, and he jumps up to the nose again, stays high, and it sort of missed it off tempo, goes to the 10 and incomplete. So,
yeah, this is going to cost Ben Skinner. We talked about the mind game, the pressure, the noise of the train moving through, and we're waiting for the number. And it's in at a 2.5, but not enough for Ben Skinner. So it will be the South African Sam Christensen moving on into the quarterfinal. Another upset, Matt.
Yeah, Ben, wow. You just see him there. He did fall on that wave. So that in scale of the heat, a 2.5. A look at the 3.27 from Micah. He completed almost the whole wave. So upset again, exactly.
Another upset happening in this opening round. Great sportsmanship there. It will be Sam Christensen moving on into the quarterfinals, and the South African has a chance to earn his spot in the Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championships. He's going to be in the quarterfinals when we return to men's competition.
The 2 South Africans down there progressing through, causing the upsets. The big dogs, Ben and Taylor Jensen, going down. Talking points here at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
That's right. So number 1 in the rankings, number 3 in the rankings out of competition. And that sets up some drama and some opportunity for the 2 South African surfers to be able to surf for a world title if they get through this one. Coming up next is Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hohenstein up against Taka Inoue and Martin Correa out of France.
Yep, it's going to be a great heat. Fireworks in this one, 3 the busiest. I would have to say most fireworks in this heat between Tucker and John Michael. We haven't seen too much of Martin, but he did push JR Esquievel all the way in their matchup over there at Huntington Beach, and he's got a point to prove. He lost by, I think, 0.1 in that heat against JR, and he had Edouard Del Perro, fellow Frenchman, in that one, so look forward to seeing more of Martin.
Right's on the way for Martin under the lights here. And he's off. High nose ride gets to the 10 there. Nice control through that first section. Once again, he gets to the 5. Wave really steepens up and speeds up here. Grabs the rail, tucks through. He's going to survive that section. Another nose ride down the line. Wave really cups out. And he controls that nose ride through a difficult section. Stays up there and just camped on the nose. Inside hollow section here, keeping the rails free. And a nice turn to finish.
Long nose ride there, super critical for a moment. Look forward to watching the replay of that, Martin, but good form.
We're waiting for Martin's opening score on the right-hander. We're stepping away for just a few. We'll be back with more of Heat 6 opening round men here in Abu Dhabi.
The Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, and by Surf Abu Dhabi. Find your wave.
The sun has set, the moon is rising, and the floodlights are on as we move into the evening session of day 1, live from Hudayrat Island in the United Arab Emirates for the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, presented by Modon. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Carla Roland Zamora, as we can see the Frenchman, raised in Reunion, currently based in southwest France, a former French champion, a former vice champion of Europe, the goofy footer Martin Correa. He's going to be getting this left. He kicks off at the 5.33, pretty significant score to start things off, as you can just see that floodlight activating that line up for him as he sets himself up with a high line, 4 steps into a nice cool soul arch, clean walking back to the tail, runs back up for a 5 into a 10, walks quickly out of that 10, pumping, and then just getting nice and low, just really stroking that wave face, little shadow, little shade, little hide, little release, and he's out, back out onto the open face. Again, a little curtain raiser, just trims his hairline as he gets back up to the tip, holds that 5, and we can really see the glamour of night surfing at the cutting edge here in Abu Dhabi, Carla.
These are 2 great opening scores for Martin. He's going to be pleased, I think, with this start. And I'm curious, I don't know if you'd had a chance to talk to any of the athletes yet that have been able to surf at night. how much of a difference is there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all surfers have had 8 waves, and most surfers have had at least an opportunity to get that nice surfing experience, but certainly different than in the day, you know, because that whole line, that feel, and we all know that sensation when we stay in as late as possible and get one last set, and we have to just surf by feel.
Well, and this feels like one of those moments right here, and we see Martin just pulling in to that little curtain there, and you know, we saw it from that other angle. He kind of dragged his hands to kind of stall himself a bit, and he's gotten some really tight 5s. I really like the way he put these waves together. He's got that 5-3-3 that he's opened with. Gets clipped there at the end of that little curtain there, but 2 quick steps to the nose. Another replay here, the earlier part of the wave. It must be a bit challenging with it getting dark, and maybe at this certain twilight time where it's not quite dark, not quite light.
Yeah, but he's put on a really strong bit of surfing, a 5-3-3 to kick things off. We'll wait for that second score pretty soon, but with that, let's go down to our reigning 4 times South African champion. Sam Christensen has just booked himself a spot in the quarterfinals, and he's on the glass with AJ McCord.
So Sam, the first question, has your heart rate come down after that last exchange?
Not at all.
What was going through your mind on your final wave and then watching Ben on his last 2?
Not too much on my final wave, but when I was sitting out on the deck and watching him go, I don't think I've ever had as many evil thoughts in such a short space of time. So I think the deck out here brings the worst out in you.
Well, for you, it's bringing out the best because you're on to the quarterfinals here at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Walk me through just what that means to you to get a chance to surf in this basin.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't think, without this event, I don't think I would have ever had a chance to get over here, so really stoked. And to surf against Ben and Micah, such a privilege. So really, really stoked, and hopefully we can come back.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Sam. And all 3 surfers riding Skin Dog surfboards, they all have the double scoop model in their quiver. So a huge statement for the prowess of Ben, not only going for his world title, but also shaping some of the best longboard equipment, being ridden by other elite longboarders.
Being married to a surfboard builder myself, I know the pride that is involved when you have champion level surfers and a number of them riding your equipment on the stage that it is. We've got a score that's dropped for Martin.
Yeah, 517, Carla. Good start. He's going to be happy with that. Something to build on, having that safety score in the bank. It's going to give him a lot of confidence, but having a look at this wave in blue from Japan, it's Taka Inui. Expect electricity from the Piccolo Clemente team rider up to the tip. Hood ornament, Soul Arch 5, hangs on that 5, just moves that back foot just to keep that board moving, and then tightens it a little bit, walks cleanly out. Here comes the sucky section, gets a wide stance, and then just compresses, grabs that outside rail, not a full cover up, but in the pocket as he walks back up to the tip, and now climbing and dropping, Carla, for the Japanese surfer.
This is an interesting approach, I feel like, from Taka. I feel like he's kind of slowing himself down a little bit and giving himself time and space to have nice, solid, complete maneuvers. We see a lot of energy always from Taka, and he can be very creative, but sometimes it can throw him off. And so it's nice to kind of see him be a little bit more composed.
He's like a coiled spring, bing, 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 you know, and when it works, it is magic, but sometimes so much happens that it's almost too much, but that was nice.
I really liked the approach, and I think you could kind of see the strategy. He had a very specific strategy on how he was going to approach that wave. He got the tip time in the beginning part. We'll get the replay in a minute, but then you saw him very intentionally set up for the barrel that he didn't quite get in, but we see nice classic style here with that tip grind. Could be a little bit tighter into the curl perhaps, but we'll see here as he comes off it, he's already waiting for it. And that is the crouching tiger hidden track.
he's 5'5". He's one of the smallest competitors. I'd say he got himself down into about like 2 feet of space there. That was a real compression.
Yeah, I think he was imagining that barrel maybe being a little smaller than it really was, but really solid ride from Taka, and I like that he's just, again, kind of keeping it all together.
He just missed the top 8 last season, didn't get to compete in that final day at Malibu, so he's currently sitting in 10th on the World Longboard Tour ranking. So waiting for that first score to come through for Taka Inui from Japan. Martin Correa, originally from Reunion, now based in France, the 28-year-old currently living in Anglet, 2022 French champion. He gets ousted on that opening right because Taka Inouye gets a 6.17, so it comes out higher than Martin Correa from France, who got a 5.33 for his opening right. So in pole position right now, it's going to have to be Taka, but pressure's on the left because Martin had a strong score of 5.17 for his opening left.
Sure, I really agree with this. The judges right now, the 6.17 I think is the right spot for Taka. He did have some bigger moments, but there were some spaces in between where the flow didn't really connect together, so I think that's kind of where it didn't go into the excellent range.
There's a real kind of phosphorescence look now to the basin as the floodlights just reflect off the salt water there. It really looks enticing, and what a great experience to surf under the floodlights.
It's almost galactic, right? It's very like otherworldly, truly. And now with the lights, and as you said, it's almost this phosphorescent kind of look. It makes you feel like we're on like another planet surfing.
We went past the sunset at 6:15 local time. There's a 3.5-minute break between the rides, so the surfers get that pretty much a minute-long ride, and then they have that opportunity to hear their scores, to kind of reflect, to kind of think, to develop that poise, that calmness. Because yes, there's that surfing in the moment, but there's also that sense of how much preparation it could require, because you know the score you need and you know the ride that's going to come.
Right, and so it can hurt you as well, because if you don't really have a good idea of that picture that you want to paint, if you will, you can kind of get yourself flubbed up in the moment.
On his Piccolo Clemente boards, of course, Peruvian Piccolo, 2-time world longboard champion for the World Surf League, watching his team rider Taka Inouye from Japan into a second nose ride, kicks off nicely, gets low, looks ahead, drags that outside and inside knee, and then comes higher and starts to accelerate, pumping off the middle of his board, going back to a little grab, and then here's a steep wall ahead as he goes up to a 5, gets a touch of the 10, soul arches, hips thrown forward, walks out of that nose ride, sweeps it round, and then comes hard off the bottom, stalls it. He's going to tuck in. Things could get a little bit fiddly here. He does come unstuck, but that was a lively ride, Carla.
Yeah, I think that was a nice ride. I think it's going to kind of come in a similar range of this first ride. I liked the approach of that ladder nose ride. I think some of the earlier nose rides could have maybe been a little bit tighter in the pocket, and I think he's just narrowly missing getting that curtain over. So we want to see him in his next run push it a little harder and go a little deeper.
He got a 9th in Bells, losing out to JR Esquievel from the Philippines. He got a 5th in Huntington, losing out to our tour leader Taylor Jensen, but this was nice.
Yeah, this is, I think, that ladder nose ride towards the ladder end of the wave, and I really like the way he had set up into it. He kind of had this mid-range line that he drew, but held it really nice and strong and had a lot of control.
And riding a 2+1 setup, so pretty much a 7-inch center fin and 2 smaller side fins. One of the few surfers to be on a 3-fin board.
So who else do we have?
Sometimes we say Zoe Gropignon on a 2+1. We'll have to wait and see. She's got both designs with her. So, but right now, this replay, he's got that arch dialed, hips forward.
That steez. He's got that steezy style, and it's something I think he's definitely been working on. I think we've got a score drop.
But it doesn't come in higher than Martin Correa's 5.17. It's a 4.77, Carla. What do you think held this back?
I think that was the barrel dodging. With all due respect, that one moment, the moment that he really needed to tuck in there, he was really quite far ahead of it. So again, he's going to want to work on, in his next run, harder and deeper.
And of course, his sister Kaidi, she is competing also for Japan. So he's here with his mum and his sister, which is super exciting. Taka Inouye has got a 6.17 for his opening right hand, as we can see Kaidi there filming on the GoPro. She will be competing in the women's first round tomorrow. He backs up his opening right-hander with a left scoring a 4.77. So as it stands, his combination of scores put him in the lead, but only just. He's got a 10.94 total. Martin Correa from France, a 10.50. So now the #1 seed in the heat, John Michael van Hohenstein, known as Johnny the Ripper, here with his brother Michael and his dad Mike. Of course, the Michael name really kind of running through the family legacy, but Johnny has been outstanding this season. His 2nd place finish at Bells Beach, losing losing out to winner Taylor Jensen was a real great display. Unfortunately finished 9th in Huntington, lost out to Kai Ellis-Flint, but he's going to be hungry in El Salvador, and he's already guaranteed himself a spot in El Salvador.
That must make for an interesting call to dinner in their family. Michael, come on, let's all go. No, I'm really excited to see Johnny here on tour. I find him really exciting. I like the creativity, it's a long day, that he brings to the tour, and he's younger, he's a fresh face, and we're going to see it right now.
He's dynamic. Born in the Philippines, moved to Thailand at the age of 4, then Oahu, age 6, where he learned to surf, up and riding on the tip, long opening 5, back to the tail on his mark. Lydell beat Bill Board, of course. Mark Lydell, a legend of surfing, and he locked into the bowl section there, keeping it clean, great line, takes a readjustment there, accelerates out of that as he comes off the bottom, off the top, good covering of ground, variety, demonstrating a bit more footwork up to the touch of the 5, and then a nice sweeping drop knee cut back turn, coming off the bottom, pulling into this section. Can he keep riding out, Carla?
OMG, OMG. You get it, boy.
That was special. That was a fusion of cultures. That was a bit of Philippines, a bit of Thailand, but a lot of Hawaii.
Oh, man, he's got a beautiful style. I just love the way he put that all together, just so composed. For somebody new on the tour, it's really special to see how put together he is.
And dynamic. The lines there, there was places on the wave he got himself to that few surfers have ridden so far today.
Well, he showed also a lot of wave IQ, because there was that one moment where we're going to see here, nice tip time right away. We're going to see him pull in, and there's a moment where it almost catches, and he sees it, and he reacts to it. And I love the speed, the flow, the power, all of it right in here. I think we'll get the other angle.
It just rises up
right
on that.
into it.
Yeah, and also the use of the wave coming off the bottom. I mean, look at how it comes out of that turn. Things get difficult here, but he still punches through.
I mean, can you love it? Or how much more can we love this? He pulls out of it, and you can hear the crowd. Everyone's going wild. I really think he's a favorite.
Yeah, exciting surfing, and that kind of keeping this, not only the judges but the spectators on the edge of their seats. That wow factor. That's what he brings, the wow factor.
He really does bring a wow factor, and it's such a joy to have that. This heat right at the moment is one of the tighter heats. We've had kind of a bigger spread in some of our heats so far. So this one's pretty tight, but I have a feeling he's going to come in here and kind of blow the score away.
And all of a sudden, Martin Correa will be ready to go next. The floodlights are on. There's that sense of an arena even more now, that sense of a kind of boxing match, a sparring competition. The lights are on, the stage is set. This is a theater, and the pressure to perform even higher under the floodlights.
Oh, I love it. And in this corner, we have Johnny the Ripper. It's great. It really makes it exciting. This is what we need for longboarding. This is what's going to bring the sponsorship and the support that longboarding has just so desperately needed for so many years, a generation, if you will. So kudos to all of these guys for really showing what longboarding can be.
So we've got those benchmarks of the 617 and the 533 from Taka and Martin, but Johnny the Ripper drops an excellent 817. So you can see the spread of scores there. Those 5 scores, a highest and lowest eliminated, and an average taken from the remaining 3 to drop that score out of 10, an 817. He's going to be feeling the vibes, Carla.
Definitely. I think the only thing he needs to do in order to bump that just a little bit higher is nail a couple 10s.
Absolutely. As we can see, just getting that leash, kind of stretching that leash over the shoulder, as we can see the wave, the hydrofoil coming through. It's going to be the first left-hander for John Michael van Hoyenstein, known as Johnny the Ripper, sets himself up nice and high. There's the 5, holds the 5. Pretty difficult place to ride on that wave, but he managed to recover, and he's still going strong. That was impressive, Carla, because that looked like he'd lost it on that early nose ride, but he's right in the bowl section right now. A little Ala Moana bowls feel to this wave.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely something maybe familiar for him, except for the stadium light situation.
Wow, close. Yeah. I mean, he went for it, he attacked that section, but the mistake was at the beginning, wasn't it? That he just lost that tempo. But the fact that he recovered and he gave himself a chance was pretty impressive.
Well, we've noticed that on the back side, when the athlete is on that back side, we've seen this happen a few times where they run up to the nose a little too quick, a little too high, and that there's like almost this foam ball, and it pushes you out of it. And so that's kind of what happened there. But amazingly, he brought himself back down into it. That's something we would see more from our larger statured gentlemen like Ben or Taylor, being able to use their weight. Johnny's not a very large man, but really strong. And again, that wave IQ.
Well, let's find out the score real soon. We're going to take a short break, but stay with us, longboard fans, because we'll be right back. Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company as we are halfway through heat number 6, the men's opening round 1 here at day 1 of the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, presented by Modon, as John Michael Van Hohenstein from Hawaii drops an 8.17 for his opening right-hander, backs it up with a 1.5 for his left-hander. You can just see him on the screen there talking to Kayamana Takian. Kai's going to be coming up surfing pretty soon. Taka Inui's got a 6.17 and a 5.77. Martin Correa from France, a 5.33 and a 5.17. I'm Sam Blinkley, still in the booth with Carla, Roland, Zamora. Cara, the energy of this nighttime session, for me, this is like super exciting. And wow, Martin up and riding, and look at the shine and the line on this wave.
It definitely feels like what it's all about right now, you know, to have this experience. He's got this nose right here. He's going to follow it up with another 5. He's on his backside here, so he's going to try to get around this section perhaps. Some of the backsiders are choosing not to pull in. So here he gets another 5. We're going to want to see that 10 there. Gets kind of a quick 10, a little wide stance 10.
Yeah, good commitment to the 10s, you know, all trim-based surfing. Breaking it up now, putting that board on rail, variety, but impressive on the backside to have made all of those opening nose rides. Looking to replace a 5.33, Carla, what do you think?
I think it's pretty strong. We weren't in here quite yet for the first ride, so it'd be interesting to, you know, compare. But I think that he's gonna probably better his 5.33.
I like the way he faced into those 10s on that opening nose ride. You know, the high degree of difficulty to really adjust that body, to have that chest pointing forward. As we can get to see the replay here, Carla sets himself up here, gets that 5, and then faces forward here on the 10. High line, good control, high degree of difficulty. At times a little bit scrappy, but he did pull it off.
Yes, that was going to say, there are some moments where it feels a bit scrappy. I think that's a great word for it. It's difficult when you're riding on your backside. You have to really be careful. Like, you see his stance. Sometimes his chest gets a little too over the front of his knees. As a goofy foot, I would like to see a little bit more upward stance, but also your backside is kind of your power side. and that's where you're going to really be able to harness the power and the energy from like bottom turns, and sometimes that requires you to kind of lean over.
And taking that high line on the nose, as we can see here in the replay, locks in that 5 wide stance, just keeping the pressure on the back foot there, but then pulls up facing into the 10, just real tight and quick for that 10, walks out, and then almost loses the fin slide there, but just gains control off the bottom of the wave.
Yeah, there's these moments that if you're stuck a bit high on the wave, the wave bottoms out. And if you're not careful, we've seen during the practices when they were still getting used to it, a lot of people purling, and that's where their nose would go down or go under. So it's really important, you know, how he's working the wave and keeping an eye on the wave and the wave IQ.
Well, if you're fantasizing about the warm, salty waters of the Arabian Gulf, they're right here with perfect waves. This is a saltwater wave basin, of course, using that Kelly Slater Waveco technology, that patented hydrofoil, that unique bathymetry that dictates the shape and the location of the breaking wave. This is the point break setting, great for longboarding. We're going to see the Kelly's wave setting for the WCT next season, and that's going to be fireworks as well.
Oh yes, I think we're going to see some pretty explosive surfing when that happens, and this is the debut, if you will, and so now we can really see what is on potential here in Abu Dhabi.
Absolutely, we're all experiencing and loving the Arabic and Bedouin hospitality of the United Arab Emirates, the great coffee, the fantastic atmosphere here, brilliant food, as we see that on your screen, our French surfer keeping it cool. Now he's moving into position. He knows the scores he's got. He just drops a 5.77, which replaces his opening right-hander. So he's improved on his situation. Looking at the left-hander scores so far, the highest left is that 5.17, which is his ride. So he's in a pretty decent position, but knowing that Johnny the Ripper could go strong, he really needs to try to replace that 5.17 as he goes high. Critical into a 5, uses the 10, and what was exciting about that, Carla, is when he locked the 10, it brought the board down further into the wave and allowed that continuation of trim speed. So functional nose riding as he now gets into the pocket, a little bit of shampoo and conditioner, a little 2-in-1 treatment there, comes out clean, rises, accelerates. I love this part of the wave where it really gets sizable, and now we want to see some variety.
Yeah, we want to see him work the rail like that, bringing it around. He's almost bringing it a little high and getting himself kind of stuck up on there. But as you said earlier, that 10, where he brought it back down, I mean, you can't be a more functional 10.
It was a great example of using the full transition of weight over the very tip of the board to allow that fin to really lift and then drop back down into the wave.
Right, it was really exciting, although the second time around it didn't quite have the same effect.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful about where you're positioning those.
And that's something the judges will pick apart, is, you know, what was intentional and what was perhaps a correction of a mistake.
Absolutely, absolutely, they're going to be looking for that. Here's the replay. Nice, right into the little tube. Great viewpoint right here. And he's going to power around it again. He's using some rail work, get some steps in. And like you said, that really pretty part of the wave here, where it kind of starts to stand up a little more. He gets some tip time on it. Bottom turns to get up some more speed, but you see right there, he gets a little high and hung up. He comes down, but it's not as pretty as that first round.
But he did complete the ride. He's got a 5.77 for his best score on a right-hander. He's got a 5.17 if he wants to replace his higher score for his first left-hander, as we can really see this theater, this opportunity, this new format and nighttime surfing. I mean, it really is exciting me. I mean, this is like a stage set, and we've got a lot more action to come. We'll see the continuation of men's round 1. We'll be moving into a huge day tomorrow with women's round 1 and then the men's quarterfinals, and then we'll have finals day with the women's quarterfinals all the way through to the men's and women's finals.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous event so far, and we're only in day 1, so there's plenty more of excellent surfing that we're going to see. Tight run going right here with Martin. Martin currently got us a 5.5 and a 5.77, so he's got the first place slot at the moment. Taka needing a 6.5.
Yeah, at the moment, with Taka and Johnny the Ripper coming up, because we've already guaranteed some quarterfinal spots, and the winner of this first round will meet Sam Christensen in quarterfinal number 3. That was a big one, beating Ben Skinner. Ben Skinner had an excellent range, high 8 on his opening right-hander, but he just couldn't back it up with requiring just a score in the mid-3 range on his left at the end.
After witnessing that first ride of his, I kind of was like, he's going to win this event. He really is one to beat. He was so cool and collected in 2 double barrels right on the one wave, but not able to get a second score to bring it up.
Let's have a quick recap. It's Martin Correa out there in the lead with a 5.77 and a 5.50. Taka Inui, he's going to be up and riding on the right-hander next. He's got a 6.17 and a 4.77. But our highest seed in this heat, Van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper, he's still got 2 rides to come. Martin Correa has had his 4 rides. It's the top left and the top right counting, but it's our surfer from Japan, the electric, the elastic, the ultra spontaneous Taka Inui. Expect fireworks on his Piccolo Clemente board. A midline, 6 steps, quick, tight to the 5, touch of the 10, soul arch 5, back into the 10, and then accelerates. Great footwork, just now getting nice and low. And he does the same thing that he did before, where he compresses his 5'5" frame into about the space of 2 feet. But it's successful as he comes off the bottom, gets a soul arch bottom turn, nice and high, 6 steps into a 5. There's the elasticity of the rubber man, Taka Inui, looking good.
I like that. He's the elastic man. He really is. He can get his body contorted in some very odd positions. I want to see him approach that stall to the barrel a little bit differently. I feel like he's missing an opportunity to connect some maneuvers a little bit more fluidly. He kind of has a little awkward kind of stall situation that I think the judges maybe, wanting to see a little bit more skill set.
So he's currently carrying a 6.17 for his highest score on the right-hander. As we can see the replay here, into a 5, into a 10.
Yeah, I like this score. I think he's going to better. I do think he's going to better, but it was so much similar to that the first right we saw, and you see he gets so compact like that. He wants to make sure he doesn't get his hair wet. Yeah. Brings it all around here, and then here's that final part of that section where it kind of stands up a little more. I like the rail work and the push off the bottom, and then some style, a little bit of steez.
Yep, back arm up on the soul arch, nice drop knee turn, great work off the rail, but again, yes, the soul arch is great, but the use of the body language compressing through that suckier section, too much compression, almost like hiding from any bit of danger that might knock him off the board.
Yes, I agree, and I think he's doing such because we've seen a lot of that happen. A lot of our athletes have been clipped by the lip in that barrel section, so he's being extra cautious.
That was a nice drop knee carve.
Beautiful drop knee carve from Taka. He's really got a lot of tricks in his bag. And it's nice to see him kind of bring it in a little bit, just kind of slow it down, not do everything on one wave.
So he's just moving to the middle of the basin there, waiting for that score to come through. He's carrying a 6.17 for his highest right-hander. It not as high as John Michael Van Hoyenstein's 8.17. So getting himself into position, waiting for that score. Taka Inui comes off the back of a 5th place in Huntington. He got a 9th place in Bells Beach. He's looking in a good position to qualify for El Salvador if he can get through to the quarterfinals. As you can see, his sister, Kaidi, she will be competing in the women's tomorrow, and she is an incredible talent, Carla. I mean, a huge potential for a world title.
Yeah, 100%. There's actually quite a number of fine surfers coming from the Asian region. It's an area that hasn't had a lot of attention in maybe the past, but they're really starting to come on scene and come on strong. So we've got the last score of Taka coming in at a 6.3. So he is now looking for a 4.97 to move into first place.
He's going to be pleased about that, replacing that opening 6.17. He's a great athlete, fantastic shortboarder, great SUP rider. He's been a SUP world champion in the ISA, so demonstrates his prowess riding all equipment, and he's going to catch this left-hander. Here he is, takes a middle line, straight to the 5, goes for a touch of the 10, runs out of that nose ride. Good body language here, just climbing and dropping, accelerating, and then cross-stepping back up for another 5. thrusts those hips forward a little bit and then climbs and drops and then uses that footwork. So no break in rail line, a lot of trim-based work, but in comes the rail work. Big sweeping turn, stalls it, gets himself low. Sneaky, innovative approach there, just almost bringing that head lower than the shoulders into that little rebound off the foam, chasing a score of a 4.97. Taka Inui looking good, Carla.
Yeah, that was looking strong. I liked the approach. I liked the skill set, and the footwork was nice. The little end barrel little squat session was good. Will he better the 4.77? What do you think?
Let's have a look at the replay. Let's analyze this.
Yeah, so he does that a little bit, almost too high, but he brings it down and gets it down just in time. Little body English there, just trying to get into that next part of the section. Different viewpoint, that nice 5, toes over. And like you said there, then finally kind of breaking that rail line up. I like the rise and climb and then going right into the steps while he rises up. That's showing technical prowess.
Yeah, real rock and roll, kind of like, engaging that rail, but then walking in and out of those accelerating maneuvers.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I can appreciate that. It shows a lot of dynamics.
A nice finish there, just gets the rebound off the foam. This is the first time he got to put that board on rail, and did he put it on rail? Hard edge board though, one of those boards that will go on rail nicely.
Right, when you look at the Clemente boards, they're an odd kind of look in comparison to the traditional longboard. There's kind of a lot of rocker in them. You can see a bit of kick in the nose right there as he tucks into the little curtain there. Almost all over him, but just a little bit in front.
So Taka Inui is chasing a 4.97 to move up into first position, but of course, once we get John Michael van Hoyenstein out in the water with an 8.17 right-hander to add to his left, the situation could change. So as it stands, Martin Correa from France has got a 5.77 and a 5.5. Taka Inui with a 6.3, and he's looking for that score, and it comes in at a 6.7. So it pushes him up into the lead, and it now means that John Michael van Hoyenstein will need a significant score on his left.
We're finding a bit of a Groundhog Day here. We had a heat earlier that was a very similar situation with Ben, and came in hot with that 8 and couldn't get that backup score on the left. So hopefully Johnny won't repeat, and he will be able to knock himself right up there. And I should say knock Taka out and put himself in the front puts.
Sponsored by Moku Surf Shop in Hawaii. He's been riding for them since age 10. His surname actually a German name. It means strong rock.
Oh, wow. And that's very fitting.
Absolutely. We love what we saw on that opening right-hander. So he's got an 8.17 to replace John Michael van Hoyenstein up next, Carla.
I'm excited to see Johnny and see the journey that he has for the next few years on tour. I think we're going to be he's going to be a familiar face, and I think he's going to win a title sooner than later.
Here it is. There's that wave. He's got 2 to go. He's got this right-hander backed up with the left. You can just see that fin exposed as he set himself up high into a 10, soul arches, and then readjusts, widens the stance into a drop knee down carve off the bottom. And then here things are going to get juicy. He gets low. He's got a great line here, Carla. This looks safe.
It looks more than safe. I think he's looking good. Oh!
I just kind of started to get slippy and slidey.
Spoke too soon.
It was interesting because it just looked like everything was all about acceleration out of that. And then, then things started to change.
Things changed quickly, and it can happen very quickly.
And the difference between his opening 8.17 is when he was in that tube, he was in a position where he was in a classic low stance where he was able to readjust his line, whereas when we get the opportunity to see that stance, it was one of those ones where once you're locked in that, you can't readjust your line.
Yeah, we'll see it here. I believe his shoulders weren't quite faced the direction he really would have wanted them to be so that he could direct that line. He's going fine. Like here, we're saying, oh, looking good. It gets deeper. And that's when we were talking about the wave sucking you in as opposed to pushing you out. And that's that moment where it started to suck him back into there. He's not able to redirect it. He's got his backhand dragging and then his front hand grabbing the rail, little yoga pose. So yeah, not quite as foundationally sound to be able to negotiate through the barrel.
But he's got an 8.17 for his opening right-hander, so it wasn't so important for him to put it all on the line, but he now will be chasing 4.8 score. He needs a 4.83, so a very similar situation we saw for Ben Skinner, who is chasing a score pretty much in the mid to high threes. So a very attainable score, but demands riding the wave, demands commitment.
Right, and for both gentlemen, left maybe not being their preferred direction. I think Johnny may have a little bit more in his favor being out of Waikiki and having the opportunity to surf rights and lefts probably a lot more regularly than Mr. Skinner. So I think Johnny should be, you know, in a good position. We just got to hope he can put it all together and that the pressure of this moment is channeled into good surfing.
So less than a minute to go until this wave comes through. Taka Nui from Japan out there in first position with a 6.30 and a 6.7. The surfer who takes this win will be looking to book themselves a spot in quarterfinal number 3 against South African Sam Christensen. John Michael van Hoyenstein chasing a 4.83 to book himself a spot in that quarterfinal.
It's such an attainable score, but none of us, nobody, we must hold our breaths. We must still wait and see what happens. We've already had major upsets, so anything can happen at this moment, but Johnny's gonna try to put it together and show us you know, some more tip time and hopefully get covered up.
Look at that beautiful view. As you can see, the floodlights just sparkling off the saline water there, this kind of Arabian climate, you know, so warm and low level of humidity, high level of heat, but the level of stoke from the surfers is next. I mean, it really has been a special day, and this is an innovative new format. This is the first time we've got to showcase this incredible world-class facility, and what a joy for the longboarders to be here putting on a show.
It's really a privilege to be able to be a part of this and kind of help debut the Surf Abu Dhabi venue and the park here. And here we go. Here is Johnny's final left.
So 4.83 he needs. Midline, up to the tip. There's the 5, holds the 5. Nice, long, critical nose ride. Staying true to that 5, and then climbs and drops. Things will get steep here. He really needs to keep this wave going. He's started strong. He's chasing at a very attainable 4.83, back up to the nose ride, touches that 5, pulls up for a tight 5, runs back to the tail, and now sweeps it into a top turn, uses the rail to just come off the bottom, and now widens the stance and then loosen an electric off the tail as things get a little bit steep and sucky right through the latter part of the wave here, Carla, and you just get the feeling he's done enough.
He must have. It really does feel like, I like the way he put everything together. We had the power, speed, and flow. We had critical maneuvers. I think he can bring in that 4.83 quite easily.
Impressive. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Johnny there. Of course, already qualified for the top 8 in El Salvador to go for his first world title. Last year in El Salvador, he made himself all the way to the grand final, lost to Kaniela Stewart, who went into Malibu as the #1 seed, but lost the world title to Kai Salas. So Johnny's very comfortable in El Salvador. You get the feeling that he's going to get the score here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be dropping, and it's what he, you know, while you, like you said, he's already in for El Salvador, but he's trying to improve that seed position because he wants to have less heats to serve. And I like the way he approached this left. He didn't let it get up too high, and the moments that he did start to get high, he was very cognizant of bringing it back down into the face. And then you kind of can see this just a little bit of refrain. You know, he knows he doesn't need a huge score, but he wants to get a big enough score, and he wants to complete the wave.
Yeah, but we have to really analyze this. It's a 4.83 is a pretty significant score, because if you reflect on some of Martin Correa from France's lefts with the 5.17 and the 5.53, you know, they weren't so much bigger on the score range, and they did involve some quite critical nose rides, but he also did get a little bit stuck.
It's going to be interesting. I think that there was some more flow and connectivity for Johnny's wave, and that should give him the nod. Obviously, we're just commentators, and the judges are doing their job, and we're just here to let you guys know.
Big moment here for Johnny the Ripper, waiting for a score. He needs a 4.83. There's a sense of uncertainty. Johnny's waiting to hear. You know, you can sense the nerves. This is important. This is a great sporting moment, Carla.
Yeah, I mean, we're all on the edge of our seats, clenched jaws, breaths held. You know, he's new to the tour, so this is something, he's come on big, he's come on strong, he's made a big impact right away. So of course he wants to keep that momentum.
Absolutely, you know, he's been putting on a great show, fireworks, dynamite, creativity, and that's what we want to see. He's fresh, he's lively, he's innovative.
I really appreciate the innovations, the creativity, and the youth. We need to get some youth into the longboard. It's not just old guys rule, right?
Waiting for those scores to come through. John Michael van Hoyenstein already qualified for El Salvador, looking to book himself a spot, and he gets the score that does he get the score that he needs? He does. It's a 4.93, Carlos, just enough, and he makes it.
What is that? Amazing, so great. I think we kind of predicted after that first ride of his that he was going to be a strong contender. And here's already up and riding. This is Heat 7 in the white jersey, Antonio Dantas.
Antonio Dantas from São Pedro Estoril, a fantastic right-hand point break in Lisbon. The stylish goofy footer on the Luffy built boards. Nice opening nose ride. We have just seen a fantastic opportunity for Johnny the Ripper to improve his seeding in El Salvador as another rising talent from Portugal comes out of that third nose ride, sets himself up through this last part of the wave. A very stylish surfer, Antonio Dantas, of course, from a great surfing family. His brother João, also a great surfer. Antonio kicks things off in style there. So what will it be? He's going to be surfing against Declan Whiten, who's just taken out the Australian titles, and Kevin Skavana. We'll find out what the score will be real soon, and Kaipo Guerrera and the Waxhead will be back in the booth to call the action.
Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. Opening round for the men, heat number 7 under the lights here at the Wave System. Surf Abu Dhabi. Antonio Dantas just started off, the Portuguese surfer, with a 4-point ride on the right-hander. Here he comes up on the left, Kaipo Guerrera, along with Matt Chinaski on the call here. And Antonio eyes up this left-hander. And here he goes, the goofy foot out of Portugal. Quick tap to the nose. Another extended 5 to 10. And clears that. Just a bit of a head dip. Lost some forward momentum. Is going to pay for that. Dantas goes down. So he's going to lean on his second left-hander to give himself a chance of getting out of this heat. Johnny DeRippa is into the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Johnny. He's with AJ.
He is, and still can't believe it because you needed that 4.83, just barely got a 10th more. How did you want to surf that final wave to make sure you locked in your spot in the quarters?
Crazy waves, crazy heat. I wanted to play it safe. I was gonna like kind of dodge the barrel on my right, but I was like, it's a little extra more points. Just it's like the risk you take. Just go and do that barrel and just surf out there and have fun. And then the left, I set it up wrong, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna take this and learn from it and catch my next left, and just got it. Just got the score, so I'm thankful for that. Yeah.
You've had a chance to practice on these waves and now surf an entire heat. How would you describe what it's like to surf this wave at Surf Abu Dhabi?
Unbelievable. It's so beautiful here, and everyone and the culture, and I'm so happy we're all here and just having fun. And yeah, it's a really crazy experience, and I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Excited to have you. See you in the next one.
Thank you so much. Allah. Habibi.
Habibi. Yes. The saying here. Love to you. Johnny the Ripper into the quarterfinals, and the score checks in for Antonio Dantas, just a 2.7 on the left-hander. Next up is going to be Kevin Skvarna. Kevin out of San Juan Capistrano, California. The goofy foot has been a standout in some of these warm-up sessions. We'll take a look at Kevin. He is in the blue jersey. As our secondary seed, Antonio Dantas, already had his first run, and our top seed, Manly Beach's Declan Whiten. He's going to be coming up last in the order for these runs under the lights here at Surf Abu Dhabi. And the support squad for Johnny DeRippa.
That's right.
Feeling it here. And I think everyone's just been a little bit spoiled by all of the amenities here at Surf Abu Dhabi. It's much more than just a wave system. Of course, this is center field, but 5-star accommodations and facilities here, hospitality through the roof. Everyone's been enjoying their time here in Abu Dhabi. Kevin Skvarna's getting ready for his opening right hand. He's going to take this on the backhand. Here comes Skvarna. Infinity surfboards under the feet of the Californian. And a nice controlled hang 5 through this section. Grabs the rail, drops to the bottom, looking for some tube time. Tube eludes Skvarna. He's not going to give up on it. Going to the second section. Wave bottoms out just a bit. And this one's not going to offer a barrel. Oh. And a nice closing turn for Kevin Skvarna.
Wow, slicing turn there to finish for Kevin. He's got the new sideburns. It's not Ivan Florence, it's Kevin Skvarna, fellow goofy footer. But I tell you what, Kaipo, that first nose right high and tight, he was really able to maximize the potential. It's a shame he didn't get the barrel, but that'll still be a good number to post up. I think it'll rival that opening wave before. It'll go high, and perhaps of Antonio's. See him stick nice and tight, sort of stretching the front foot out there, but there's a moment it does get critical. Right there, you can sort of see him staying in that top third or the top 8 for the wave. Yeah, I thought he was a little too deep here, but the wave, it held up for him. He was able to keep his momentum. He's got on the tail there to slow down a little bit, just not enough for that wave to barrel, but it'll be a completed wave for him nonetheless. And just eyeing this up for a nice end section slice. See him silhouetted there in the dark, a little shorter the nose on this one. Here, steps into this down carve. Slicing through this turn. Wow, full commitment on that end turn, reaching out. So that one would feel good for Kevin, and he's just warming up. Both Kevin and Declan standouts in the free surfs.
Score for the right for Kevin Svarna, 5.33. On standby for his first left. He's about a minute countdown before that left rolls through for Skvarna, 26 years old, out of San Juan Capistrano. Riding that great legacy brand, Infinity Surfboards, out of Dana Point. Steve and Barry Bainey founded that label way back in the 70s. Dan and Dave Bainey continued on with their family tradition of crafting surfboards. 40 seconds to go here, and Abu Dhabi, certainly a sporting city globally, hosting giant sports events from football to golf, cricket, F1, boxing, UFC, and tennis. And we can add surfing to the allure of classic sporting events here in Abu Dhabi, making history here with the first professional surfing contest in the United Arab Emirates. Here comes the left for Kevin Svarna. This train is starting to move here. They're setting up this left-hander. We see Kevin on the forehand. He's had some interesting lines in the warm-up sessions. We'll see if he sticks to that routine on his opening left, and here he comes. Kevin fades into this one. Straight into stalling for a barrel. Just a little bit of a cover up there, pocket right if you would. A couple of nice turns though. Quick radius there, gets onto the nose, trims through this section. Looking for the tube once again, not presenting itself, so Kevin's gonna have to alter his approach here. Bottom drops out, stalls for a bit. Gets a little bit of a shampoo on this one. Pumps off the bottom, nice turn off the top. Carve to finish for Kevin Svarna, so that'll be his first left. It's going to leave him a little bit something to improve upon. Did a little bit of tube seeking on that wave and not being able to find it, so went a few meters down the line without it finding that barrel. We'll see how that affects the score line for Kevin Svarna. He's going to have a second run coming up though. Waiting for the score on the left.
I enjoyed the unique line on that one, Kuiper. The takeoff that Kevin had, a couple little S-turns. As we see the replay here, and the way that he goes high on the wave. The entry into that, though, was what I found curious. It was a unique entry. Getting some work done on the outside section. Yeah, and you're right, tube just eluding him there. A little bit of a head dip through there, a bit of a chandelier. But a nice opening wave. Similar tempo to his right-hander. Really like those down carves where he's stepping up out of them. You can see him using all the wave. Top and the bottom of the wave, and seems like this wave just didn't quite allow him to do what he had pre-planned, and shuffling back into that turn. This one a little boggy on the end section there, was able to wrap it back into the foam. That wave dissipates in power towards the end, but it is shallow, so you are able to whip it around, unlike the Lemoore surf ranch where it runs out of power and you can't really bring it all the way around. See where the judges go with that one.
Good looking three-stringer board there for Kevin. Coming up on the deck, got a 6-point ride for Kevin Svarna on the left. Let's check out some more happenings here that we can find in Abu Dhabi. There's a lot to do here.
Hi everyone, it's John Michael Van Hoyenstein. We're here today in Abu Dhabi at the Louvre Art Museum.
We've got all the best female and male longboarders from all over the world, and the artwork and everything that we've seen was just breathtaking. The Louvre Abu Dhabi has a great mix of like ancient artifacts all the way through to modern art.
And seeing a lot of Egyptian sculptures and Roman sculptures was probably my favorite.
Watching the Japanese old pictures, it was very good.
The three best things about the Louvre, I think, are the architecture, the ancient artifacts that they have in there, and then our tour guide was incredible as well. He did an amazing job telling us all the details and the depth and significance of everything. So yeah, definitely a must-go-to.
All of the longboarders are super excited to be here in Abu Dhabi. Super excited to surf in the pool and get some perfect waves.
Abu Dhabi's been incredible. It's just been a couple days so far, and we still have another week or so to go, but we've already been to the Louvre now, and next we get to go to the wave pool, so everything just keeps building on top of each other, and yeah, I'm enjoying every moment of it.
Quite a cultural experience here in Abu Dhabi. Cut into Declan Whiten, a top seed in this heat on his opening right. Surfer from North Stain, Manly Beach, Australia. Has been an outstanding addition to the Longboard Tour. Finds a pocket, gets through there. Whiten looking smooth. Using the entire length of the longboard, swings through a nice carve, stalls that bottom turn, gets back up into a trim line, casually hangs a 5 there. And just a power carve at the end. You can see he put everything into that wave. So nice opening right-hander for Declan Whiten.
You can see maybe his legs burning at the end of that wave there, and just a sigh of relief as he finished that. That's a great opening wave there for Declan. Get the replay of that shortly. Got a lot of work done.
Declan opened up this season with the quarterfinals over at Bells. 9th place finish in Huntington Beach. Wants to build upon that. Currently number 9. Wants to get into that top 8 scenario to qualify for the World Championships. Did a great job on his opening right here, Matt.
Yeah, and that board, just a semi-performance single fin shaped by Steve O'Donnell. Looking really positive. Looks like it's got some edge in the tail and some sort of 60-40 down rails, allowing him to drive and generate speed off the tail of the board, not just a soft rolled bottom board, but is able to utilize all different elements of the wave here, and sort of tries to get all solely here, upright there, and low body language. Judges will appreciate the relaxed hands, and he is sort of stepping into this turn, engaging the rail there and sort of adding a little bit of body torque at the end. Kind of like similar to Kevin's, but perhaps would have got the jump on Kevin there. I feel that was a well-completed wave, and he got the barrel at the beginning too, so may even be nudging the excellent range.
We'll be waiting for the scores. Declan readies himself for the left, in on the green marker there on the left-hander. About a minute till the left starts pulling through here in the system. 8.37 checks in for Declan Whiten. Goes way up in the excellent range, and a great start for the Australian.
Yeah, tickled the excellent range there. In comparison to that 6 from Kevin, as we said, he got the barrel, and that wave just dished it out. Really nice takeoff for Declan. He timed that first tube really well. Set him up on a great trajectory.
Taking some deep breaths here is getting the news from the on-site announcer of that excellence 8.37. And there's the judges' spread, Matt. One judge going as high as a 9.
Yeah, I think courtesy of those rail turns, really engaging the full rail, not just the tail, and didn't have a lot of setup in there. A lot of it was functional maneuvers, it was critical moments as well, and had a really good tempo throughout, which is what the judges are looking for. Someone who's not necessarily hunting for the maneuvers, but they're just happening intuitively, and that's what happened on that wave. Just kept giving it to him, and he was performing in sync with the wave.
Trains on the track, pulling the foil through here, and we're readying ourselves for the first left for Declan Whiten. Doesn't need much to go up into the lead, just a 2.96 to go up into first place after the first run. On the back end for this one. 5 to 10 combo. Nice nose ride. Skips through this section with that 5. Nice footwork, just a touch there. Wave bottoms out just a bit, adjusts his line. Working the full length of the board. Now getting some turns in, fades that down carve into a bottom turn. Power gouge there, cuts it short just to finish. Little exclamation mark. We'll be waiting for the score for the first left of Declan Whiten. No doubt he's going to go into the lead.
Yeah, doing a lot of tune-ups in the lead up to this event, Kaipo, over at Urban Surf in Sydney, a new waveguard and technology there. Very different to this. It's about half the length as well, and a lot less power. But being familiarized with it's a basin technology, different setup once again, but did a lot of prep work with Tully White, also from Manly, in the lead up to this event, and it's showing. Super sharp on this wave. This will be a great backup to the right. Getting that opening 10, and that set him up with a nice tempo down the line, staying high again. Some of these waves really cup out and grow down the line. This one stayed at a pretty steady size. It was about waist to chest high throughout the whole wave, and really put an exclamation on the end turn. I think the judges will appreciate that one too. Just a different line. See him lining up this section here. Lots of nose rides, and there, just gouging that end turn, deciding not to go for that last little turn or a head dip, and just leaning into that turn. Be interesting to see where the judges go with that. I think that's a great opening left though.
I think it's smart surfing to take a different line from what we've seen today. So committing to that big turn while there's still some power in the wave for Declan Whiten. We'll see if that was a good choice for him. I feel that there was a great expression there, and then it was a great change to the typical lines that we've seen all day long. So trying to set himself apart, Declan Whiten on the left, and we're anticipating the score. We know he's going to go up into the lead. It's just by how much he will go up into the lead, because he just needed under a 3-point ride to take that lead. So the 8.37 for the right, highest score of the day for Declan Whiten. So great opening showing for the Australian.
He'll wait for that score to be locked in as he makes his way back up onto the deck. So unique seeing this place at night time as well, but an even heat. All the surfers dealing with the lights on a heat by heat basis. It's not, as we've seen in previous events, where you do have the accumulative scores.
Oh, once this place is open to the public, which will be next month, you can see all those chase lounges filled with humans enjoying the facilities here, not just the surf, but everything else that surrounds it. And wanting some advice from Hardy Inglesby, as well as Tully White. There's the Australian crew sticking together and working together. A 5.77 checks in for Declan Whiten, so surprising score on the left-hander, but enough to put Declan in the lead right now. Second run coming up for Antonio Dantes.
Yeah, I feel like that wave, I mean, it was smooth. There was nothing of a statement except that last maneuver there. It was exactly what he needed to do right now. 14.14, that's a steady total there for Declan. Out on an early lead, but Antonio, let's see what he's got an answer back on this right.
The Portuguese surfer, second run here. Antonio looking to better a 4-point ride on the right. Looks like he's on his way through this section. Casual on the nose. Good looking section coming up here. Let's see what he does with it. Once again, a high line on the nose, maximizing the time there. Skips through that section. Still perched on the tip. Fades into this inside section with more opportunity. Looking light on his feet. Quick feet, by the way, with those cross steps. Little bank on the whitewater, so nice finish. I feel like Antonio Dantes, the Portuguese surfer, will improve upon his scoreline and will improve upon his score for the right-hander. Your thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's a great wave there. I think it's going to definitely improve on that fall. He did everything the wave asked of him there. He had really good tempo throughout. Didn't go for the barrel, but he had some technical nose riding as well. So I think that one will score really well.
He's going to ready himself for the left. Dantes with under 2 minutes before that left will come rolling through. Judges reviewing some replays on the right. And when we return, we will give you the score for this ride for Antonio Dantes. We'll be back with more Surfing Under the Lights in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon, and Antonio Dantas sitting on the left waiting for that wave. Wave is formulating here. He did improve upon his heat total, 5.4 on the right. Second wave of his second run. Left-hander here as the train pulls the foil, and the Portuguese surfer looking for an 8.74 to take the lead. This is his opportunity on the left. Beautiful 5-10 combo there on the nose for that first section. Eyes up the barrel here, just gonna have to skip over it. Wave does not give him that opportunity, still stalls. Little kick stall, and just the pocket ride there is gonna have to make up for that. Gets on the nose now. Carves and swoops into the final section. Touches the nose pokes, and he goes down. And that was very unfortunate for Antonio Dantas. Looked like he was on his way to a great score, but that lack of a finish is going to cost him.
Yeah, shame he missed that tube section. Great opening nose ride there. And he went down hard at the end, and that'll be the most likely end of his campaign, as we'll wait to see the replay of that one. But great nose ride to get things started. Good relaxed style, good tempo. You can see him there thanking Surf Abu Dhabi for the opportunity. Let's get this one replayed. He gets up on the nose, and here gets that midline nose ride, gets a close, there's a 10. A lot of water coming from the nose, so not overly critical. And here pumping down the line, it just didn't quite open up for him. But he goes for this second section and really needed to get barrel, drop anchor there if he wanted to get into that excellent range. Didn't open up for him, and then he went to the nose, cupped out. And this is how you snap a longboard kaipo. Oh, you can just see the pressure on that board. You go forward, the leash brings the board over the top. Thankfully, it's scooped out on the top. Healy seems to be okay, and the board as well.
Judges were quick with the score of 4.13, so Antonio Dantas will walk away with the 17th from the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. And that will be the end of his run this year on tour. But great place to finish here, and it's been a great experience for all the surfers. I'm still grateful for everything that's been going on. Great season. Great sportsmanship.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kevin Skvarna, second run for the California surfer, focused here. Skvarna, 5.33 on his first right. He needs to do better than that on right number 2. Matt, we're 25 seconds away from that right.
Yeah, focused, ready to go. As I said earlier, Declan and Kevin have been standouts in the lead up, both of them riding the tube really well, getting some critical nose rides. Kevin's going to leave absolutely nothing to be questioned. He's going to go for it on this. He needs to right now. One of the more technical surfers we've seen in the basin. If he can get into that tube or get on the nose and get some of those hang 10s, we know he's good for the turns. That's something Kevin's really brought to the World Tour on the single fin longboards. He's been doing it for a long time, campaigning for close to a decade now on the World Tour, and he's always been true to the single fin style, that traditional style that has come to fruition now. It is a mainstay on the World Tour with that adjusted criteria. Here he goes. So deep.
Nice start here. Nice footwork. Controlling the nose ride and the trim. Drops to the bottom, drags the body, looking for the bubble, finds it, and comes to a nice hollow section there. Pulling up and down on the rail, goes down. That was, talk about walking the tightrope, walking the razor's edge. Look what he was right there, and that is going to be really unfortunate for Kevin, and he's going to have to lean all on his left ride to see if he can make it out of this opening round heat.
Yeah, it looked like he thought he was already past the tube section there. He spent a lot of time in that pig dog stance and in the barrel already. And that one just ran away from him. I just had a feeling how deep he was on that. Didn't even get a turn in. It just kept running down the line, but nose ride to get things started. Great form in the tube, just went a little high.
I enjoyed just watching with the push and pull on the backhand tube ride. We're going to see that on this replay. So that was something unique that we haven't seen much of today. We've seen a lot of nose riding, but just this, pulling, pushing, pulling, kind of weaving on the backhand. It was working in his favor, Matt.
Yeah, he saved it here and then slid a little too much. And I thought, okay, the wave's finished, the tube's finished. But it kept going. He just went a bit too high, dug the heels in. So I feel like with the sense of this wave, we've watched so many waves today, Kaipo, I feel like most of them would have ended by then, the tube, but that one just kept going.
Yeah, that was just, you know, that was just inches from a great make, and on was his way to an excellent score. And speaking of excellent scores, that's what Kevin's going to need right now. He needs an 8.81 on this left to take the lead off of Declan Whiten. Great surfer, great longboarder. Also, I believe he's a world junior kneeboard champ. So
he is.
Really, really versatile.
Multi-dimensional. He can ride the tube really well and obviously adapted to kneeboards, prefers that over riding your regular shortboard.
Hey, man, if you're going to ride the barrel, kneeboards are something, we don't see a lot of it these days, but some of the deepest barrel rides you'll ever see are, you'll find kneeboards. It's kind of like an art that needs a little bit of a revival, I feel.
Well, Kaipo, Steve Liss, and we talk about George Greeno as well, two of our most formative shortboard revolution starters, really, in San Diego. Steve Liss and George Greeno.
Sunset Cliffs, and George Greeno up north.
And their exploits.
Invented the fish.
Absolutely. And the fins, the type of fins that Greeno went on to do. Peter Crawford went on to do some of the first color photographs as well from the water. And he was a kneeboarder from DY Point. And a lot of the images in the Australian surf mags came from kneeboarders.
Hey, you think of Stephen List. I mean, he didn't mean for that fish to be stood up upon. It was made as a kneeboard, and then people started standing up upon those fishes and discovered, hey, this thing surfs pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't think we need all that board. We can have this little board here and explore new spaces on the wave. Here comes the left for Kevin Skvarna, Matt.
Let's go. And yeah, kneeboards, they weren't around for a short period. They're around for a solid decade, maybe more as well, throughout the 60s through to the early 80s. And here he goes now, Kevin.
All right, needs something excellent here. That's the kind of power turns that we expect from Kevin Skvarna. High line there, gets a nice nose ride on his way. Looking for the barrel, a little caught up on the rail there, doesn't give up on it. Looking for a little shade under the lights tonight, and he's gonna find a nice section. Loads up for that power turn that we were waiting for. Cross steps to the nose, high 5 to 10, soul arches through there, looking beautiful on the aesthetics. Lit up basin, and I don't know if it's the number, but I like what I'm seeing there.
It'll have to be the highest wave of the day, but great surfing. Definitely Kevin's best wave for sure. Didn't put a foot wrong, got the hang 10, got a bit of cover as well. Critical in nature. So yeah, a couple of elements there. We'll have to wait and see where this one goes, because it is a scale, a heat by heat scale, and here he gets that hang 10, sets it up, comes from behind the section with good pace. I thought he'd outrun the tube. He was stalling for a long time, and it did come back, and he did get a bit of coverage there, Kaipo. Not super deep, though.
Yeah, I like he's got a unique style that I really enjoy, Matt. And that kind of stuff right there, just like leaning into a turn and then being versatile enough to have just this beautiful nose ride at the same time, all the same wave.
That's a fairly critical moment there for that nose ride as well. That one just linking in. And here you can see him sort of anticipating this turn. And more of a tail turn there. Didn't sort of come back into the whitewash like we saw Declan do on the end of that 837 on his forehand. The judges might be using Declan's right as a comparison. I think that'd be a good one to go off. You're right, unique lines there from Kevin for sure.
put it out there. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh. Kevin Svarna did go excellent, but it was not enough. An 8.17. Wow, at least he went down swinging, I'm saying.
Yeah, he got that opportunity and he gave it everything, and
there you go.
Well, that could be a crowd favorite right there.
Look at this place. Look at this place. I mean, talk about an outstanding situation that we have right here. And just talk about a 5-star experience.
That's the competitors area for those watching. They're the competitors with that cool ice pool. Well, ice pool, it's about 20 degrees Celsius or something. So, but you kind of need it to cool down.
Well, Declan Whiten now just has his second run, but he doesn't need a second run because he's already advancing into the quarterfinals. So this is for pure pleasure for Declan Whiten. And what a treat. You get a right and the left to express yourself upon right now. Look at, this is a dream situation for the Australian. Let's see what he's got.
Drop me to get things started, setting up for the tube. He shuffles forward. He's really deep on this one.
May as well. Oh, no harm, no foul. It's going to set up for the left-hander now. I guess the main thing in this situation, Matt, is not to do any damage to your equipment because Declan's got some surfing to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
And potentially finals day.
Well, as we've seen at Lemoore, we've seen a lot of surfers who have won just cruise their way through and, just save their energy, save their legs, save their equipment as well. Very good point. A lot of these surfers only brought 2 boards. Some of them brought the 1 board as well.
Yeah. And just to kind of refresh you on the format, is this is a 3-man heat. The winner goes to the quarterfinals. When we talk about the quarterfinals, those are going to be head-to-head. There will be man-on-man challenges through those quarterfinals, as well as the semifinals and on to the finals.
So a brutal cut there. So Kevin getting knocked out there with Antonio Dantas as well. So that's the end of their campaign.
Yeah, hey, let's take a tour of Surf Abu Dhabi with the 2015 world champ Rachel Tilley shows us around.
Surf Abu Dhabi, we're gonna go take a little tour, so follow me. Over there we have a restaurant and you can see the waves from the restaurant, but we're gonna go through the athlete locker room right now. It's training day 1, so all of the surfers are getting their boards set up. We have our lockers for our boards here, and then this is the women's side of the locker room. Everyone gets their own little locker with their name on it and a little towel and, things to put our stuff. So this is where we actually get to watch the action. Here we have a little cold pool because it's like 100 degrees out here right now. So we get to hang out and relax and then watch the waves come back and forth. So everyone's getting their very first waves out here in the pool and it's very exciting. I surf in a couple of hours and I'm really excited.
And we are back under the lights here. Opening day of the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. Declan Whiten already into the quarterfinals and he's going to get a bonus left for the surfer from Manly Beach. Got 35 seconds before the train starts rolling and creating that left. Kaimana Takayama, he's going to be coming up with the last heat of the day with Michael Van Hohenstein and Kai Salas. Surfer's deck right there. Where everyone enters the water. And the flag signifying takeoff spots both for the left and the right. And in free surf sections, those flags in the middle, that's for the poachers. In case someone falls off, you get a second chance for a second person in the system. Here we go, Matt Declan. Just gonna get this right just to enjoy. I mean this left just to enjoy.
Took off pretty wide on this one, so he's hooked in nice and tight on this hang 10 on the outside section. Putting a bit into that bottom turn, climbing high. Steps back, Kuiper makes his way through the inside section. He gets down to the pig dog stance. Lines up this section, hasn't barreled yet. Slides a little bit.
Whoa! Does a good job, Matt, of getting through that section. I liked the little bit of drift that he got. I like a fade there to a drop knee bottom turn. Glimpse of what we got going on for future heats for Declan White. To remember, he does possess the highest score on the right all day today with that 8.37. Did a really good job on the left.
Yeah, great left. I think he would have improved on that 5.77 for sure. And that was a good opening heat there for Declan. Just turning into the consummate professional, very consistent and just growing. And I think a lot of his repetitions he was doing there at the Urban Surf in Sydney, just to familiarise yourself with the concrete, the different setups. It is a different experience here in the basin. And when you get comfortable, may feel a little bit awkward going back to the ocean. Although he did win an Australian title last week at Cabarita on the North Coast in challenging conditions.
Nice.
So
yeah, just saw him check his fin. That is one thing, you know, when you're talking about 10+ inches of fin at this facility, it gets very shallow on the inside. It's very easy to, you know, to scrape your fins. Make sure you don't do any damage to the fin box or your fins.
And that board, that is the 10-inch Connect FCS fin, a neutral fin and a neutral board, tail and nose, not overly wide, not a big old nose rider, just an all-rounder, and it allows him to do stuff like this. Gets a little bit of drift in this tube as well. Didn't poke the nose. Doesn't have the big ears on the nose like some of the surfers. They've got these massive platforms, and they get in the way of the barrel, and they are professionals after all. They don't need all that area to be on the nose. Declan doing really well, just staying in the pocket. A lot of these nose rides are pretty close to the power source, and I think it'll be a good score.
Yeah, well, coming out of this replay, we can tell you that the score he did improve upon his left with a 6.37. So Declan Whiten, his opening showing here in the basin, a 14.74 heat total. Some hefty numbers.
Yeah, well, great. It'll take heaps of confidence out of that. As see him walking up there as an outline of that board. The equipment discussion's really starting to come into it. We saw a few upsets already today as well, and I think it's going to make a big impact in the coming days.
Well, who will Declan Whiten meet? We're going to find out. We got the last heat of the day coming up, but check out the numbers here for the Australian. 8.37, 6.37 on the left. And Whiten walking into the quarterfinals. Kevin Svarno is going to take away a 9th place finish from stop number 3 on the Longboard Tour. And a great opening season for Antonio Dantes. Look forward to seeing him back on the Longboard Tour in 2025. Time for us to move on into the last heat of the men's opening round, heat number 8. We got Kai Salas, Michael Van Hoenstein, as well as Kaimana Takayama, all taking to the water. 2 runs apiece for each of the surfers. Remember, only first moves on into the quarterfinals. First up will be Kaimana Takayama. Kai, from a great family tree in surfing. And Kaimana threading. Nice pocket ride there. Roller coastering through this midsection. Nice turn for Takayama. And the spirit of the sea, Kaimana, working his way to the inside, tucks again into the barrel. Exit, little slash to finish, man.
Yeah, that one will feel good, that, especially the barrel on the end section. You see him getting swept up there on the ledge and it sucks out. You really got to watch your finish, you said before.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's gonna go dry right there, yeah. And there you go. Protect the fins. Good call.
I did scrape my fin yesterday a little bit. That'll be a nice opening wave there for Kai, but he got his work cut out for him with Michael and Kai as well.
We're going to come back with the score for Kaniela Takayama. We're going to have more. Michael Van Hohenstein, Kai Salas, all coming up. Heat number 8 when we return.
Welcome back, surf fans. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company for day one, live from Hudayrat Island in the United Arab Emirates for the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon as we move through this final heat with a score being dropped for Kaniela Takayama from California and Michael Van Hohenstein waiting to get his first right, but it'll be a left coming through pretty soon for our surfer in the white singlet. And coming up soon in this heat, our reigning world longboard champion, Kai Salas. I'm back in the booth with Carla Roland Zamora. And Carla, Kayamana kicking off with a 4.5 up and riding right now.
Yeah, up and riding here on the left, riding his dad's shape. Opened up with the 4.5. A little bit of a shuffle back. He's gonna set up for that tube. Not able to keep a clean line on that, so he's gonna try to go for another run, of course. And now we've got Michael. I don't know if you saw earlier, they had a shot of him and he was trying to put his leash on. It's pretty obvious that he doesn't wear a leash because he was putting it above his knee. And then it went, oh, down here. He probably never wears a leash.
Kai Takayama drops a 2.33 for his opening left-hander. He's got a 4.5 for his opening right. This guy's got style for miles. Of course, his dad, Michael Takayama. As we get to see the replay here, Carla, of him pulling in, things get a little bit fruity here. He eyes it up, but unable to ride out of that section.
Far too spicy. Far too spicy. Definitely was too hot. And he's gonna wait for that next round of the right and left to improve the situation.
Super snazzy surfer Kayamana Takayama, and somebody who just comes off the back of winning a third Australian title and booking himself a spot in the quarterfinals is Declan Whiten on the glass with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Sam, and what a way to do it, starting with that excellent wave in 8.37. We talked about just how intense this environment is because you know the wave is going to show up. How did you decide how to surf that wave to the best of your ability?
Yeah, well, we were really lucky to get a few practice waves leading up over the past few days, but I don't think anything will really prepare you for that. It's so stressful out there, and kind of knowing I wasn't chasing massive scores off the bat was good for the first run, and yes, to get that 8 to start, that was frothing.
Well, and then in the last two waves, really setting yourself up for some success, to have no stress, just going into the quarterfinals, how much confidence does that give you?
Yeah, so much. It's that first round is so gnarly, like 3-man heats, and then now we're moving to man-on-man. And yeah, just to get that run out the way and know that you can get a good score, excellent score is like 90% of it. And then just catching the wave too. It's when you're paddling in, you don't know where to take off, and it just comes up behind you out of nowhere. So yeah, I was just stoked to get into it.
Well, you got into it, got the scores you needed, and one of the things that's so interesting is despite the fact that it's the same wave, we've seen so many different approaches. How did you develop your lines every single time?
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to be here with Harley Ingleby, like former world champ. He's been coaching us through, and we've been just trying to treat it like a bit of a run and have a routine down. And then, yeah, just trying to execute that to the best that you can. And yeah, I think there's still room to move for sure, particularly on the left. So try and tidy that up a bit and move forward and hopefully go all the way.
Another chance tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff, AJ. Fantastic questions and really good insight from Declan, and also emphasizing the impact that Harley Ingleby is having. Of course, Harley Ingleby, a WSL World Longboard Champion in 2014 and also in 2009. 2009, he won that in the Maldives. In 2014, he won that in Hainan. And he's here with both Tully and Declan, not only being that positive support, but just holding that space, you know, bringing the best out of the surfers. It says so much about Harley's impact with the way that Declan just surfed.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to become close with Harley. We shared some words earlier. You can just really tell the energy, the calm energy that he brings, and the experience that he has, and I think that's really key.
A 2-3-3 for Kaimana Takayama's left, but up and riding right now. It's the first right for Michael van Hohenstein. The young Hawaiian has just seen his brother book himself a spot in the quarterfinals. Also a surfboard shaper, custom built boards, the MVH. This is known as the Cherry. It's a 9-4 single fin. You can follow him at Monkey Surfer. This is Michael van Hohenstein locking in the pocket, taking a high line, coming out. He's going to widen his stance off the top. Low bottom turn using that drop knee setup with 2 cross steps. Back to the tail, off the top. And then not quite riding out of that last re-entry, but a lot of great work done up to that moment, Carla.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the high score so far of this heat. He put the things together really nicely. He could have made some improvements. I really liked what Declan had to say about, you know, making improvements. Looking, you know, it's really important to have, you know, good feedback. You want to have good self-talk and talk yourself through. So here's the replay here of Michael. He gets the 4 steps to the 5 right off the bat, holds some time on it, then brings that drop knee down to redirect back into that nose right section, and then we come up with that more hollow. He kind of squats down, does a little bit of the reverse taka.
Yeah, a lot of variety. There was the rail grab, lean back, and then there was the foot forward. It was like he was kind of changing gear, using the clutch and using the gears.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Or maybe a little break dance kind of maneuvering. But you see there, he goes for the hit, which we saw earlier with like Augusto, pulling those little off the top hits. But he comes a little too high, not able to bring it back down. So that's the end of the ride there.
So judges will be dropping that score pretty soon. Out of 10, of course, using the same criteria that they have been using all season about controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire board and the entire wave. And variety, a huge important element, and degrees of difference, you know, creativity, unusual lines, but that speed, style, flow, all of those elements really coming into fruition.
I think that's what makes this event really interesting, is that you do have this perfect wave, and it's a predictable wave, somewhat like Malibu. We have a, you know, it's very predictable, and you know where to set up certain things at certain times. That can make it a bit boring if people are approaching it the same way. So this variety and this use of creativity really helps the surfers stand apart from each other.
Surf Abu Dhabi, of course, a world-class facility, the world's longest artificial ride, the largest barrel at the full Kelly's wave setting, and it really is an incredible feat of engineering and a saltwater wave, the world's first filled with salt water, and at 690 meters long and 150 meters wide. The scale of the place is sensational. When you arrive and you're greeted and you get to see the scale of it, that really does blow minds.
It does blow your mind, and it's just hard to believe that here we are all the way in the UAE, getting to, you know, experience this privilege. It's such a unique experience that I know that will set in all of our memories forever for the future, you know.
Absolutely. We're on the western tip of Hudayrat Island. We've got a lot of good resources near us. We've got a great skate park, Masana skate park just nearby. So this is really going to become an extreme sports capital in the next few years.
Yeah, you can see, if you can see the most updated aerial of the maps, you can see all of the construction and the different tracks and things that are being built for this, you know, basically X Games island.
And this is the point break setting of the wave as we see straight up to the tip. Michael in a 5, in a nice 10, held that 10, dropped down lower into the wave, walk back to the tail, nice readjust, quick footsteps up to another speed point further up the board, back to the tail, stalls it, gets a low line, and then just eyeing up a high line, back up to the tip, toes on the tip, little curl of the front tootsie there, all wrapped nice and high. He's got control, lifts that back arm. Carla, this is looking cool.
Yeah, this is looking good. He opened up on his first right with a 3.93, not a super high score, so he's definitely, I think, going to improve. You know, this is going to be a stronger score on this left. You can tell he feels a lot more comfortable. Exciting surfing from the Hohenstein brother. He's feeling good about that. We're going to see the replay and we'll break it all down.
Yeah, Philip puts a layback at the back of that turn as well.
Yeah, I like the creativity. Again, we got some new elements, something a little bit fresh. I don't want to see just the same things over and over again. I was talking to you earlier, and I love him dearly, but Alan Sarlo of Malibu, we love him. He can predict those turns, but not here with Michael. We've got the 5, he gets a nice long 5, really holds on to it. Throws some nice English there with a power carve into the white water, and then he's going to set up again. Kind of taking his time, being careful. He does not want an incomplete. And another nice rail gouge. Strong surfing from Michael.
And you know, the fact that we're now into the floodlights, it just really emphasizes the value of this location as a competitive venue. I mean, it really is exciting, and that was exciting rail engagement there. On the single fin as well, you could just see the uniqueness of the way that board just shifted planing edges at the end of that turn and slid a little bit.
And they didn't quite show it in the replay, or the vantage that we had in the replay didn't really acknowledge that 10. He had a really nice 10 in there that really had some nice traditional style, and the judges awarded that with a 5.83.
So strong scores for Michael. The highest scoring left ousts Kayamana Takayama's 2.33, so Michael van Hoyenstein is out there in front with a 3.93 and a 5.83. But watch out, surf fans, because there will be longboarders tuning in from around the world to watch our reigning world champion Kai Salas. He is going to be surfing the right-hander first. Coming up next, his season so far has involved a 3rd place finish at Bells Beach, losing out to the eventual winner Taylor Jensen. He backed that up with a 9th place finish at Huntington, losing out to Richie Cravey. So Kai Salas needs a big result here.
Yeah, he's going to need to come out and show us why he is the current world champ. This is an all Hawaii heat, so these boys know each other well.
And Michael gets a 5.83, so the strongest score of the heat so far, and he's going to feel good about that. A lot to build on.
He's definitely going to feel good, but I feel like there's a lot more in the tank, so we're going to want to see what is out there. And as you said, we still have yet to see Kai, and we know we're going to see some explosive surfing from him.
So Kayamana Takayama, he's got a 4.5 and a 2.33. Michael van Hoyenstein has got a 3.93 and a 5.83, and up and riding next. It is gonna be our reigning world champion, of course, founder of Pro Surf School in Hawaii, and founder and surfboard shaper for KSLC, the Kai Salas Longboard Company, traveling here with his wife Alphon and his daughters Coral and Sissy, both fantastic surfers. But this man on your screen, he took the world title last year. He's up and riding on his Blue Moon model 9.5 single fin speed line. Off the bottom, off the top, cuts back, carves high, walks up to the tip, gets the 5, locks the 5, holds the nose ride, high line, streaking into a soul arch tight 5, walks out of that nose ride, accelerates to the middle of the board, and then just sets his line, looks at the tube section, gets himself ready, prepared, keeps that body weight over the middle of his board as he comes out of that section with style, and then into a wider stance down carve turn, cross steps back up to the nose collar, and this has been dynamic from Kai Salas.
Yeah, definitely exciting surfing coming from Kai, checking off all the boxes, including that barrel, and getting into that little curtain moment. And we were talking earlier about what's really starting to set the athletes apart is who can set up in a way that's still stylish.
Yeah, that was excellent. And I love the line at the start. It was the rise and the drop, the climb and the fall, and then a really dynamic opening turn. High risk. We saw Taylor Jensen put in an early turn on one of his high-scoring right-handers. Here's the replay.
Yeah, he gets that 5, some nice time on it, gets a little closer to the tight 5, throws some body English into it, and then we're gonna, almost comes a little unglued there, almost sticks that nose under, drags the hand, but no rail, no rail grab, which I really like. Not as clean as some of the barrel rides that we've had, but you really can see his wave knowledge here, and then how he sets everything up and connects the turns and then into the 5, into the nice tighter 5 here to finish off the wave with a nice finishing turn. Strong ride.
And you know, his contest prowess represents that, a winner of not only ISA World Longboard titles, the reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, but also having won a Mexi Logfest back at La Saladita, the left-hander, in 2023, and looking like a good favorite to go far here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, he's definitely looking comfortable out here this evening, feeling the wave, definitely feeling this right. We'll see how his left plays out. About a minute left before that train runs again and lights up the stage, the stadium, if you will.
The theatre, and of course he's got his team riders on board as well. He's got Kaniela Stewart, Kalis Kiliapaha, Kiani Kanula, all riding his boards, and his daughter Coral here, who's a fantastic young longboarder. What a great opportunity for her to know that she could be here competing next year if she qualifies.
100%. I'm honored to have them come to our first Queen of the Point, Malibu. Coral was a part of it. And, you know, it comes to the DeSotos, the Salas, you know, the Hawaii contingent's an important part of surf culture and history, so it's great to have them included in all of these events.
Big shout out to Dwayne DeSoto, who's here, the 2010 World Longboard Champion, iconic Hawaiian, does so much for the global surf community, and to bring that aloha spirit, that ambassadorial touch, has been special.
Well, and he's here with his kids and has the coach hat on, and that's kind of what's been interesting and fun, as we've all, those of us that are a bit on the more mature end of the community, you find new life in surfing, and it's not always about competing, and it's great to see him still involved in the scene.
Absolutely. As we move into the opportunity for Kai Salas to add to his scores, he's dropped a 7.43 for his opening right-hander, so it's the highest right-hander score. Michael van Hoyenstein's got a 3.93. Kaimana Takayama has got a 4.5 on his first left, up and riding our reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, crisp to the tip. Locks a 5, holds the 5, hang time, controls that nose ride. Really nice clean footwork out of that opening critical long hang 5, and now setting himself up low, stalls it, pulls in, grabs the rail, points forward, comes out, accelerates, releases that rail, cross steps back up to the tip, locks a 5, holds that 5, soul arches, cleanly walks out of that 5, and just look at the technique, the way he switched edges with his footwork, cross step, kick out. That was splendid, Carla.
Yeah, that was really well put together. And what I like about Kai surfing on the left is that he still looks like he's surfing on the right. His style is the same. There's quiet hands. You do see in some of the surfers a difference when you put them from front side to back side, but Kai, it's seamless, really is seamless.
Absolute style for miles. Kai Salas, what's the score going to be? Kicks off with a 7.43, but stay with us, longboard fans, because we'll be right back to find out what score he drops out of 10 for this ride, live for the rounding up of day 1 here from Abu Dhabi. Welcome back to the second half of the last heat of day one at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, presented by Modon, as we are deciding who is going to fill that last quarterfinal against Declan White. And we've already got Kaniela Stewart and JR Esquievel matching up in quarter number one. Kai Hamasi from Japan against Stephen Sawyer, our 218 World Longboard Champion, in quarter number two. Quarter three, we'll see our four-time South African champion Sam Christensen against John Michael van Hoyenstein. But quarterfinal number four, it's Declan White, and already in there, and Kai Salas has just dropped a 6.4 for his last left-hander, Carla.
That's right, and here we have up and riding on his second right. This is Kaimana Takayama.
Straight to the tip there, walks back. Kaimana, cool cat, riding his dad's Michael Takayama built boards. Of course, Kaimana involved in the shaping and the designing as well. Big shout out to Michael, who'll be tuning in as Kaimana pulls in, gets the look, gets the line, feels that joy, that tube ride, but didn't come out of that one.
No, it sucked him in instead of pushing him out, but I really liked the setup. I think that's what we're looking for as far as setting up for the barrel, having kind of that, it's almost like a stretched five. You're not on the nose, but you're doing kind of a stretched five situation. No rail, no hand rail or grab, and little drag as possible.
This is a new model he's developing called the Ace of Spades, a 9.5 diamond tail. He did tell me that he might ride Chase Leader's white Perplexer Michael Takayama board, but clearly he's opted to go for this new Ace of Spades. He's got a left to catch next. He's got a 4.5 and a 2.33. That right-hander comes in at a 2.07, but how about the way he sets up for this tube after the nose ride?
Yeah, really classic nose ride. He's got great style. And then the way he sets up here, just sets up, little hand drag, gets a little cover. This was the first ride, but comes clipped. Can't be able to, he's not able to make it through the front end of it. Comes out through the side, but not on his feet.
So Kaimana, of course, the son of Michael Takayama. Of course, his uncle Donald had a kind of huge influence on his longboard love growing up. And Avalon Gall, she'll be coming up tomorrow in the women's round one. And in the practiced surfs and the practice rides, Avalon has been looking amazing. I think she's a real contender to get to the final.
She looked really smooth, really put together. Some of the rides, the riders, there's almost this feeling of walking on eggshells, but with Avalon, you didn't feel that or sense that at all. She seemed really comfortable on the waves, so I agree. I think she's one to watch.
Kaimana Takayama, of course, a big association with the foundations of Ryan Cannon's log wrap. Him and David Wiedster featured in so many of those early videos, and also the photography of Tommy Perucchi. Tommy has documented a lot of Kaimana's nose riding and stylish surfing, and there's one iconic nose ride shot that he uses for his profile picture on Instagram that is a famous Tommy Perucchi shot. Tommy Perucchi here working for the WSL, documenting the event, getting some great action.
And really special to have somebody like Tommy at his level, just bringing out the images for us. And here's how the breakdown is right now for this round.
So it's a good start for Salas with a 7.43 and a 6.40. So big scores required for Kaimana Takayama. He needs a near perfect wave, a 9.33. In second position, Michael van Hoyenstein. He's got a 3.93 and a 5.83. So Michael in a good position carrying that 5.83, but Kai Salas really in the driving seat. That's why he's our reigning world champion.
Yeah, he's definitely showing us exactly why he is where he's at, why he will be, you know, the one to be watching and wanting to move up that seed.
So we got that left-hander coming through for Kaimana Takayama. This is that last heat of the day. We're going to have two more waves for Michael van Hoyenstein and two more for Kai Salas, but up and riding straight to the tip. I love that. Stood up early, hit that 5, pedaled back, grabbed the rail, dropped down into the wave, cross steps back up. So he did well to readjust his line early on from risking that critical nose ride. Pulls into that section, doesn't come out. Last ride for Kaimana Takayama, so it's not going to be enough for him to move into those quarterfinals.
Unfortunately not, and he's not going to be super stoked with his performance on these 4 waves. He would have wanted to do much better, but Kai is still young. He's got plenty of time ahead of him, and you know, he's a wonderful gentleman. He's a really nice kid, and so he's got a long road ahead of him.
Yeah, and he'll be here supporting Avalon, who will be surfing tomorrow. We've got a real exciting day tomorrow. We're going to be kicking off with women's opening round 1, and then we'll be shifting into the men's quarterfinals. So big day ahead tomorrow as well.
That's right. We'll be starting a bit earlier, I believe, tomorrow.
Yep.
So we can fit all those heats in, and it'll be exciting because we'll get to see the women. I'm excited to see how the women dance on this canvas.
And one of the great things is that all of these surfers have had the opportunity to get at least 8 training rides here, but when they've been doing that, they have the opportunity to poach as well. So if a surfer falls, they can catch the shoulder of that ride. So some of the surfers might have had up to 12 rides, you know, eight rides from takeoff, but maybe, you know, be interesting to know who's had the most.
Right. Definitely, I think that would have the most advantage. You see Kai stepping out here in the basin.
And some surfers have had the chance to feast on the culture. Check out this, the best art in the world here in Abu Dhabi at the Louvre.
Hi everyone, it's John Michael Van Hoyenstein. We're here today in Abu Dhabi at the Louvre Art Museum.
We've got all the best female and male longboarders from all over the world, and the artwork and everything that we've seen was just breathtaking. The Louvre Abu Dhabi has a great mix of like ancient artifacts all the way through to modern art.
And seeing a lot of Egyptian sculptures and Roman sculptures was probably my favorites.
Watching the Japanese old pictures, it was very good.
The 3 best things about the Louvre, I think, are the architecture, the ancient artifacts that they have in there, and then our tour guide was incredible as well. He did an amazing job telling us all the details and the depth and significance of everything. So yeah, definitely a must-go-to.
All of the longboarders are super excited to be here in Abu Dhabi.
Super excited to surf in the pool and get some perfect waves.
Abu Dhabi's been incredible. It's just been a couple days so far, and we still have another week or so to go, but we've already been to the Louvre now, and next we get to go to the wave pool, so everything just keeps building on top of each other, and yeah, I'm enjoying every moment of it.
Longboarders at the Louvre Abu Dhabi, which opened in 2017. 23 galleries in that fantastic location. An amazing building designed by famous architect Jean Nouvel with a huge geometric steel dome. It really is a masterwork, and a lot of the longboarders have had a great time experiencing the Emirati hospitality, the great food, the culture, and now they're competing on the forefront right now as that opportunity comes through for our next ride for Michael Van Hoyenstein. We just saw his brother Johnny speaking in that little segue about the Louvre Abu Dhabi gallery, but his brother up and riding right now, cross steps with 4 to the tip, holds the 5, nice toe curl of that nose ride, walks cleanly out of that and uses the drop knee setup back up for a walk towards the nose, and then pedals back to the tail, takes a lower position, has to pull that front foot forward, really doing his utmost to keep that body weight over the board, but the fin and everything started to slide.
Yeah, that side slip, as soon as it starts that almost speed wobble, if you will, it's hard to get control of it. We've only seen a couple people be able to regain control from that moment, so unfortunate for Michael in that moment. It was a really nice ride up until that point. We'll see how the judges fare it in as far as his 393, which would have been his first ride.
And it can be a pretty hefty tumble when you pull in. You know, it looks gentle, but you get a bit of a beating. I kind of pulled into one, wiped out, but you were lucky enough to be able to catch that wave because I wiped out.
Yeah, thank you very much. That worked out in my favor.
I did that for you.
Oh, thanks.
But how's this? Pulls in, and look at this. Look at it climbing and dropping. The fin disengaged.
It just not able to keep that rail engaged into the wave, the fin. You know, that happens with this wave. You've got a lot of water moving. It is fast. With the single fin, it can get tricky. Sometimes the side bite might not be aesthetically pleasing, but there would be moments in this wave where it would maybe be advantageous.
So it's a 2.10 for that right-hander, so the left-hander now will come through. This will be Michael's last ride. He's currently sitting in that second position, so he's chasing a 9.90, pretty much a perfect wave to book himself a spot in the quarterfinals, Carla.
Yeah, and I spoke about this earlier, about having an advantage depending on your stance, and which, you're starting with rights first, finishing with lefts. In his situation, he's a goofy foot. I think he prefers the left. So it would be an advantage for him at this moment to have this final wave be on the stance that he's most comfortable with. He needs a very hefty score with pretty much a perfect score, a 9.9. He's part of the Johnny Ripper squad, so we can't put it past him, and he may be able to pull it off.
And he's also part of the large number of competitors here who build their own equipment, the likes of Kai Salas, Ben Skinner, Kai Ellis-Flynn, all surfer shapers. Michael, also a surfer shaper, riding his own equipment, MVH surfboards.
I was not aware. And how old is Michael?
How old is Michael? That's a good question. He's 21.
21. Wow, that's really cool. That's great to see too. Again, being married to a board builder, that's how we're going to keep this going, and we need more builders, more shapers, more glassers, people that are building the equipment that we're riding. We can't just surf. We need the equipment too. So it's really great to see this next generation getting their hands dirty.
Big shout out to Ian Zamora, who'll be tuning in, a surfboard shaper himself, and of course your fine partner, Carla.
Oh, I'm so lucky. I knew when we met that I wasn't going to be rich, but I'd always have a surfboard.
Well, rich in spirit it is here at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, presented by Modon, as we move into the last third of this final heat of the evening, with Kai Salas out there in first with a 7.43 and a 6.40, and up and riding the goofy footer straight to the tip, locks the 5, holds the 10, committed, walks out of that nose ride, and then back to the tail, widens the stance, a little speed check turn, climbing and dropping as things get fruity and smooth into this pocket, gets low, climbs high again, and then opens up the stance, speed drive off the top, high line, 4 steps up to a 5, uses that 5 to drop down, and then rise back up to the top of the wave, and then walks out of that nose right into a nice sweeping turn, and coming off the bottom with clean footwork into another 5. This is really nice from Michael.
Yeah, I think he's going to, at the very least, feel good coming out of the water from this heat after this wave. He's shown his stuff. He's put it together. He's feeling a bit frustrated. He's probably tired. He's had to wait all day long to get to this moment. So it's been a long time coming.
And that body language, it says so much about his ambition. He knows he can go far. He wants to be here on the big league, in the big stage, on the theater, doing his thing. And he can be proud of how he surfed that last wave. So he's got a 5.83 to replace, which was his strongest score. He kicked off with a 3.93 for his opening right. He got a 5.83 for his opening left. His next right-hander was a 2.10. Will this better his 5.83, Carla?
I like the start of it. He gets that nose ride. He gets it it's a little high, but he's able to bring it back down, and then he engages the rail. So we've got a change in trim line. And then tucking in, it doesn't quite get deep enough to really consider it a barrel, but he definitely times it, and he completes the wave, and I think that was really what was going to be important. He gets that nice nose ride, and then that nice turn to get back into that power zone to reset again for another nose ride. Really strong surfing from Michael here. He should be very pleased with his performance.
On that middle of the ride nose ride, I love the way when he locked the 5, he lifted, dropped back down, and then lifted again. He gets a 5.27, doesn't go into his top 2, so it means that Kai Salas takes the win, and he's still got 2 rides to go.
I mean, there's no better way to hit the end of your heat. Now you're just surfing, you're already in. He's going to enjoy himself, not worry about it. But really great showing by both gentlemen. Kaimana and Michael, we'll be looking forward to seeing them next time.
Yeah, they can be proud of the way they've surfed. So Michael van Hoyenstein gets a 5.27 for his last ride, so his top scores are that 3.93 and that 5.83, his opening 2 waves. So it means that Kai Salas already carrying a 7.43 and a 6.4. He's booked himself a spot in that last quarterfinal to surf against regular footer Declan Whiten, 3-time Australian champion, and now Kai Salas gets that opportunity to just enjoy himself on these next 2 waves.
Yeah, perhaps maybe try choosing a couple different lines, maybe trying a couple things differently, since there's no risk at this point. So he could take this moment to see what he can do without feeling any pain.
And, you know, what a pleasure as well, knowing that he's going to be competing again in the quarterfinals tomorrow. 2 more waves to enjoy. You know, is it going to be take some risks, try some new lines, or just feel the flow and not cause any damage?
Well, we have a few minutes before we find out, and that train starts up again. He's working with the 7.43 and a 6.4. As you said, he's already moved into the quarterfinal. And he's just going to be playing.
Here we go, live action. Reigning world longboard champion Kai Salas. Speeding, climbing, dropping. Beautiful top turn off the bottom, cross-stepping to the tip. Holds the 10, locks in that 10, stays on that 5, back into a 10, one of the more stronger dynamic nose rides right in the pocket, and then sets himself up here as things get steep and fast, and realizes that he's got wall ahead, and now climbing and dropping in a big top turn off the bottom, stands tall, readjusts his line. Things are going to get steep here, pulls in, doesn't come out, but I love that hang 10. One of the stronger hang 10s on the right I think we have seen today, Carla.
100%. We haven't seen a lot of really strong 10s that we are used to seeing at some of the venues that we've been to in the past, like Malibu, for instance. But this wave, it's a different wave. It's a bit trickier to find those moments, but Kai showing again why he is world champ.
And, you know, this is an important opportunity for Kai to book himself a spot in El Salvador in the top 8 to back up his world title. But look at this 10, Carla.
Yeah, he throws it into the 5. He gets, I'd call it a tight 5. I'd argue a tight 5. But you see how he doesn't just stall too. He does redirect his board to try to put himself into that barrel section, and that's something that the judges are looking for, not just dragging a wave or stalling the tail, but really maneuvering the board from one maneuver to the next.
Absolutely, because the judges did send out some notes for the competitors, and they talked about, you know, the rail surfing with major nose rides and major maneuvers, but they did talk about when it comes to barrel riding that depth would be important, technicality, the likes of using no hands would be heavily rewarded, and how one entered and exits that tube section can create the point of difference for those excellent range scores. But they did say that it doesn't mean that you have to ride that tube section to get an excellent range score, but they do want to see surfers riding that critical section with a high degree of difficulty, whether that's on rail, in footwork, in trim on the nose, or inside that tube.
That's right, and Kai came in just under his left, came in at a 6.27, so he's not going to factor into his situation. He'll still sit with that 7.43. And it's just such a, look at this shot here. It's just so amazing to be here, like you said, at night with the lights going. It's just really exciting. It's kind of surreal. It's getting to be the end of the day too, so you know, you start to feel a little loopy. So it's like, who am I? Where am I?
Well, this is the last wave of the day, Carla. There's going to be a post-show next to celebrate what we've been through today, but Kai Salas, our reigning world champion, somebody special, is going to get the opportunity to ride the last wave of the day.
Yeah, so it's great that, you know, he gets to finish things out. He knows he's going to proceed into tomorrow. And Declan's going to be figuring out his strategy. I know he was already talking about how he wanted to improve his lefts from today, and that's really what's going to probably come down to it, because they're both really strong on the rights, Declan and Kai. And the left might not be their favored stance. So I think that might be what ends up setting the two apart.
And something else that came up in the judges' notes from Tori Gilkison, our head judge, former world champion herself, is the surfer's ability to match timing and speed with each section with continuous flow while performing major maneuvers, showcasing creative lines as Kai Salas, our reigning world champion, grabs that rail, walks out into the tip, gets the 5, locks in that nice, long, crisp, clean, cool 5. There's a nice backside hang 10. That was radical. Sets himself up, eyes things up, grabs the rail, goes low, keeps his eyes on the shoulder. Things are going to get really tight here. He's in a good position. Can he make it out of this section? He's hanging on, he's holding on tight. He comes out cleanly and he walks back up to the tip, gets a 5. Holds that 5, cool as you like, at high speed in a critical section. Radical surfing from our reigning world champion as he walks back and then sweeps a nice carve into the foam to end with style. And not only was the critical tens, but making it through that section was really extreme.
Yeah, he makes it look very easy. It may have been discussed earlier in the broadcast, but you'll notice, for those of you watching that maybe aren't familiar with barrel riding, you'll notice there's kind of two different approaches happening, and you see that when they're on their backside, there's more of a rail grab and a hand drag that happens. And that tends to be because you don't have that weight, toe side weight, to push that inside rail. So we'll see here, he gets that nice long 5 into the 10. I'll call 10.
That was radical on the backside as well, Carla.
Yeah, definitely. You know, when you're backside and throwing the 10s are just so perfect for the audience. And then he tucks into the little tube here, kind of comes out the side, but makes it out. And then he's going to top it off with some more dip 10.
I mean, the way he came out of that, and the way the places he was looking, then he was making sure that he was keeping those shoulders in the right spot, and to walk straight into that nose ride was pretty radical.
Yeah. Again, we're looking for that connectivity of maneuvers and that timing that you spoke a minute ago.
Highest score of the day so far, potentially? Your feelings? I'm feeling that it could be.
As soon as I say it, it won't be, so maybe I'll just be quiet.
Well, it entertained us. It comes in at a 6.77, but I felt like that backside 10 for me was a golden moment of the day, and the way he came out of that tube. He's rewarded with a 6.77, adds to his 7.43. Kai Salas, our reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, with his daughter Coral there. She's congratulating him. He's going to be meeting Declan Whiten in that 4th quarterfinal tomorrow evening.
Super exciting. Can't wait to see those matchups. And more importantly, I can't wait for the ladies.
Oh, wow. It's going to be such a great day tomorrow. And here's the bracket that we've got to look forward to. We're going to have the women's round 1 first, and then we're going to conclude tomorrow with those men's quarters: Kaniela Stewart, J.R. Esquievel, Kai Hamasi, Stephen Sawyer, Sam Christensen, John Michael Van Hoyenstein, Declan Whiten, and Kai Salas. It's going to be a beauty, and definitely tune in tomorrow for it, but we've got a lot more to look forward to in the next half an hour as well. With that, let's go down to the glass with our reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, Kai Salas, with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much. Wow, Kai, so much fun to watch you round out this very first day of competition at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Give me a little bit of breakdown as somebody who shapes their own boards, plans out all their equipment. How did you want to prepare for this today?
Yeah, for this one was hard because obviously nobody surfed it before. So it was hard to, know what to make, but my board feels good and it's the same model I won the title on last year at Malibu, and what I've been riding all year. It's the Blue Moon model, and just seems to be working quite well, so I'm stoked.
And how fitting on the Blue Moon model to lock your spot in the quarterfinals here under the moon at Abu Dhabi. Just walk me through what this experience has been like for you.
Yeah, it's a bunch of first times for everything. Like, we're surfing in the desert in a man-made pool, and I've been competing for like over 30 years and never competed at night. So man, it's amazing. So I'm super stoked to be here.
How would you describe your first night heat of your career?
Oh, it was good, I won it. To be honest, it takes a little adjusting with your vision, because it's, instead of sunlight, you're surfing under spotlights. But once you get used to it, it's so fun. Yeah, I think everybody should come here and try this.
Well, congratulations on shining under the spotlight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Kai. Thank you, AJ. It's been an incredible day, but surf fans, stay with us, because we have got Kaipo Guerrero coming in to host the post show right here, right now. Historic day.
Welcome to the post show here at the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, presented by Modon. We're making history today. The first professional surf event in this brand new facility. First professional surf event in the United Arab Emirates. And today didn't come without some drama and some shakeups. Stop number 3 on the World Longboard Tour. Welcome to the set, Kaipo Girl, Carla Zamora, Matt Chinaski. And we had, like I said, some upsets today as we look at our top 10 coming into this event. Remember, 8 men qualify for the World Championships over in El Salvador. Only 4 spots left, and we had some surprising results today as we looked at our opening round. Let's take a look at our top 10 coming in to today and see what changes we had here. Carla, look at that. Grayed out are some of our top seeds coming in here, unable to advance out of the opening round.
Yeah, some heavy hitters knocked down. Taylor Jensen, Ben Skinner. I think Ben went in with his opening ride super strong and then not able to pull it together on the left. And one of my favorites of the evening was definitely John Michael.
And we have a look there. Kevin Skvarna and Kyler Flynn out. So it means Declan Wyden will move up, and he's secured pretty much that spot in the final 8, but he'll want to go a lot further.
Well, one of the surprises, well, I wouldn't call it a surprise, Carla, because he's a former world champ. Steven Sawyer was able to defeat the number 1 seed in the way of Taylor Jensen in a high-scoring matchup. Let's take a look at a side-by-side comparison, Carla, of Steven and Taylor in that heat on the left.
It's been such an exciting day. I almost forgot about this heat. This was so spectacular. You can see the comparison here of Taylor and Stevie. Stevie getting the nod with the just tight nose rides, really staying deep in that pocket. And then really where it came down to was this barrel ride. He's able to cleanly make it through, comes out of it, and then he connects it with another nose ride. Still solid surfing from Taylor, but just not able to get the scores together in order to keep him in that top position.
Yeah, you feel like that surfing from Taylor would have been well and truly enough to get him through any other heat. But he's up against an on-fire and really intricate surfing there of Stevie, showcasing real niche traditional longboard surfing. And it came down to it, and the judges gave Stevie the nod.
Talked to Stevie after this heat, and I said, hey, great job. And Stevie said, you know what? I got to win this thing. And so that is what his mindset is. He needs to win this event to go for another world title, another South African. That is kind of a new name, Matt. Sam came over Ben Skinner, Sam Christensen, in that opening round, which was really a surprise for Ben Skinner. Just needed a small score to turn the heat, wasn't able to do it.
Consistent for Sam, and he's been fairly consistent throughout the year, but big scores have eluded him, and they did elude him in this heat, but it was the consistency that got the win. Clean surfing, and I think there's something with the South Africans. They're both riding fairly piggy boards, narrower noses, and they fit tight in the pocket, and that's kind of been the difference for Stevie and for Sam as well. And this is that 833 for Ben Skinner. Amazing. He was able to punch through the chandelier, not once, but twice. Really technical surfing. Garnered him the second highest single wave score of the day. But the left, he couldn't back it up, and Sam could.
Yeah, Sam was able to back it up with that left. And as you said, Ben, such a wonderful surfer. I really kind of had him in to win, perhaps, just because he's somebody that can approach that barrel really well.
This was a telling tale. Just needed over a 3-point ride to turn the heat, and under the pressure, Skinner goes down. But we're going to see Skinner. We'll see Big Ben in the Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championships. Will he be joined by Sam Christensen? Time will tell as we move on to the next round. We know for sure Sam Christensen moving on into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, missed opportunity there for Ben Skinner as well. Just the 2.5 as the backup. Super uncharacteristic for Skinner.
So those are some of the upsets today. We saw some of the favorites also come through. We just saw Kai Salas advance into the quarterfinals. But now, time, Carla, it's always my favorite time of the day, where we get to go down our top 5 moments opening day of the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic presented by Modon. And in the number 5 spot, even though he didn't advance out of this heat, showed us great prowess on the left. This is Kevin Skvarna.
And you notice how he doesn't use his hands in that tube riding there, and he has really purposeful hands, but then also connects it with the solid nose rides as well.
Yeah, 8.17 on this. It was chasing a high 8, but it wasn't enough. But he was stoked to come out of that, at least being able to showcase what he's made for.
Number 4, Johnny the Ripper. That's John Michael Van Hohenstein, Matt, with an 8.17 on this right-hander.
Yeah, and just throwing everything in the bag at this thing. You see how deep he gets in the tube there. Not grabbing the rail. He's had some unique tube rides throughout his campaign here, but I tell you what, that one's super technical, and he even managed a couple of nice drop knee slashes as well.
Johnny the Ripper on to the quarterfinals with a great opening round performance. Number 3, the Japanese surfer, Carla, Kai Hamase with an 8.33 on this left.
I think Kai is one that we all really need to watch out for. He's kind of this dark horse, and he's got amazing style. He clearly has some tube riding prowess, and I think that's what's really setting the athletes apart, is how they set up for the tube.
Yeah, of the lighter surfers, the smaller frame surfers, Kai Hamase was a standout as well. He was really intricate with his footwork, and you're right, Carla, he's definitely one to watch, much like Edouard Del Pero was in 2021 at Le Mans.
Number 2, he didn't advance out of this heat, but he made a splash with an 8.33, Matt. Big Ben Skinner on this right hand.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Just he was able to do something no other surfer was able to get done, and that was just to punch through the chandelier. You'll see it here. The biggest, heaviest surfer in the draw. Watch him just punch through this section here. The wave breaks on his board, punches through it, and this next one gets a nose ride. He steps back, and that puts him in the perfect time for this little cut down. Lines it up, and this wave had a really good inside bowl, timed it perfectly, little head dip.
Number 1, Carla, highest scoring wave of the day, the Aussie, Declan Whiten, with an 8.37 on this right-hander.
Declan really is a great example of putting all of those elements together, and he uses traditional aesthetic too. He gets the tube ride, takes care of business, but he also throws in those really nice drop knees. He gets solid nose rides, and he's always doing clean footwork.
Yeah, can see elements of Hull Ingleby and, say, Tony Silvani, real workman-style performance, but his wave timing and the way he's adjusting the board up and down 1, 2, and 3 parts of the wave is incredible, and the judges are eating it up.
Yeah, looking strong, Declan Whiten. Well, thank you, Carla. Thank you, Matt, and what a great day. We're going to repeat this again tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. Let's just get some final thoughts from you before we roll into the end of the day highlights there, Matt.
Well, I think there was a lot of different waves today, and I think it was really cool how the surfers were able to surf, instead of that accumulative format, they're surfing a heat-by-heat scenario. I think it suited the judging really well, and keeps us on our toes as viewers as well.
Yeah, Carla, your thoughts?
I think it's so exciting to be here in a different venue. Like you said, we had different waves. Even though it's a mechanical wave, it's surprising how different each wave can be, and it's been great to see these surfers really show us their talent.
But hey, no closeouts.
No closeouts, yeah.
Well, the women are going to be in the basin tomorrow. We're going to be starting off with women's opening round. That's going to be 11 a.m. local time here as we set up. And that's going to continue with the women's opening round. Then we're going to get into the men's quarterfinals, Matt. We'll be under the lights once again. So we're going to have daytime and nighttime surfing tomorrow.
It's not very often where we sign out of these post shows and say good night, and that's it's very unique, and we love it. Longboarders being put on a pedestal, they're being shown the world here, the 5-star red carpet treatment, and they're eating it up, and I hope the viewers are as well.
Yeah, what a tremendous facility that we have here. The hospitality's been over the roof. Hey, with that, enjoy the end of the day highlights. Tune in tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. local time, to run competition again. Day number 2 here at Surf Abu Dhabi.